Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 1101: Owitz's Surrender Conditions. While Ronald was in Los Angeles, Owitz had figured out the crux of the matter. This wasn't a war Ronald had instigated alone, it was a coordinated effort by multiple studios to express their discontent, which they were using Ronald as a conduit. Although they were all Jewish, Ronald hadn't actually made any public anti-Semitic statements. While Owitz was orchestrating events to tarnish Ronald's reputation within the industry, these individuals were also discussing how to wrest power back from the CIA. He used his connections to find Davis, a special correspondent for the New York Times, hoping to grant him an interview under the pretext of clarifying some facts and publish it immediately to minimize the impact. However, while the journalist, a novelist by profession, readily agreed to the interview, he revealed something even more frightening. This wasn't an isolated incident, but a series of reports. In other words, the New York Times would continue to report on the details of the CIA's internal business operations. Who knew what they would write next? Owitz contacted the CEOs and presidents of major studios, but most either didn't answer his calls or gave him perfunctory responses. He was, after all, a self-made man who had worked his way up to become the top Hollywood talent agency. He quickly calmed down and analyzed the key points. Everyone in the industry knew that his conflict with Ronald had led to this report. The most important thing now was to quickly reconcile with Ronald, and then slowly address the studio pressure and internal instability. Knowing Ronald had boarded the plane, he immediately called Diane, explaining that the offensive remarks about the actress were simply inappropriate jokes he'd made while drunk. Then he immediately began negotiations with Nisida, Paula Wagner, and Richard, indicating he was willing to make significant concessions. Owitz made substantial concessions, Nisida, Paula Wagner, and Richard said. On the way back to the hotel from the airport, Nisida, Paula Wagner, and Richard held a meeting with Ronald in their luxury car, explaining Owitz's terms to him. Owitz clearly understood that his main enemy, and the most urgent thing now, was to reach a truce with Ronald and then focus on dealing with the increasing pressure from other studios. Therefore, his terms were all very comprehensive, as if he was afraid Ronald wouldn't accept them. Aside from some seemingly appealing but ultimately unprofitable conditions, Ronald was quite satisfied with the remaining clauses that offered substantial concessions. For example, he agreed to have Hollywood media clarify the anti-Semitic rumors surrounding Ronald, with Owitz and other Jewish Hollywood celebrities testifying. He also agreed to renegotiate contracts with Ronald and other clients under his agency, including Diane Lane and Tom Cruise, significantly reducing CIA's share of their earnings. Furthermore, Owitz guaranteed that he would use his and CIA's influence to help Ronald achieve his Oscar dreams. "Ronnie, this is black tea. Aunt Karen told me you prefer tea, so I also put out your favorite dog food." Back at their hotel, the three agents went to a nearby room to discuss the formal negotiations, leaving Ronald and Diane to confide in each other about their separation. The newlyweds were now inseparable. "What dog food?" "Oh, it's goji berries, actually it's wolfberry," Ronald corrected Diane's pronunciation. Next time you can put less. It's almost turning into Turkish-style black tea." "Oh," Diane was still struggling to figure out how to cook, brew tea, and make coffee. "You go and discuss things with him first. I'll wait for you here. I'll talk to you later. I love you." Ronald kissed Diane. Owitz was about to come here and present him with a letter of surrender, along with a clause to help Diane clear her name. He had won a great victory this time. "Ronald, I express my sincerest apologies to you. You don't know, it was all those conservative old Jewish men who forced me to do this." Owitz himself had already arrived at the hotel and was waiting in the room that Nisida and the others had booked next door. As soon as Ronald arrived and sat down, he immediately came over and half knelt, half crouched, next to Ronald's sofa, raising his hands in surrender to Ronald with the most humble posture and the most apologetic tone. "Mr. Owitz, please sit down. We can talk about these things slowly." Ronald was momentarily stunned by this shamelessness, speechless for several seconds. What was this? He had thought the owner of a brokerage firm that controlled half the industry would be so magnanimous as to have a few meetings with him. Regaining his senses, Ronald waved for him to sit down on the sofa opposite him. Ovitz immediately repeated his surrender conditions, repeatedly stating his sincerity in seeking peace. Even if seeking peace with Ronald sounded unpleasant, it wouldn't shake the very foundation of the CAA empire. On the contrary, in the general perception, brokers are always a vulnerable group. By feigning weakness to a big director, he could actually gain some sympathy. But those powerful figures manipulating Ronald behind the scenes were different. They were all behemoths targeting and capable of swallowing Ovitz whole. Seeking peace with this most high-profile opponent was necessary to free up energy to deal with the cunning schemer's next moves. While Rick and Richard are still here, let's talk about the agent contract first. Ronald gave Richard a wink, then produced the prepared terms of the deal for Ovitz to review. Ovitz took the document, his brow furrowing quickly before relaxing back into his typical smile. No problem at all. Diane's contract can proceed as before. Ronald's conditions were rather stringent. His own directing and screenwriting contracts were to be renegotiated. Aside from the share that should have gone to Nisida and Richard, all other portions belonging to CAA were to be cancelled. The new contract would symbolically charge a fixed annual fee as CAA's fee for representing Ronald in various matters. Diane's contract would be handled similarly. Nisida, on the other hand, would be promoted to senior partner at CAA. Externally, he would remain an important figure at CAA, but internally, he would begin operating effectively independently with Paula Wagner and Richard. Their work related to Ronald's business would no longer be shared with the other CAA partners. This was the most advantageous outcome for Nisida and the others had reached at the moment. The blows Ovitz was about to face were definitely not easy to weather. CAA would see a growing number of young agents dissatisfied with their income and power distribution. These were the very powerful partners they planned to have operate independently. For a behemoth rapidly declining, the best approach was to remain hidden and drain its most valuable assets from within. Paula Wagner's Tom Cruise enjoyed similar treatment, only one level below Ronald. Richard Lewitt, meanwhile, was promoted to Ronald's main agent, serving him exclusively. Anti-Semitic rumors. Ronald negotiated new economic contracts quickly, because Ovitz wanted a swift resolution. But Ovitz began to dodge the next project. I'll get the Hollywood media to actively report on the attacks against you with these rumors. Clearing your name, that's not enough. To clear a rumor, you have to remove the root of it, otherwise, given the chance, some people will bring it up again. Ronald was dissatisfied with this method of clearing his name. This really isn't something I can handle, Ronald. You see, my influence in the media isn't that strong. The New York Times incident proves it all, doesn't it? Ovitz feigned a pitiful state, while simultaneously stating his demands. Young man, I'll help you clear up the anti-Semitic rumors, so won't you also clear up the rumors about me, Hollywood's most domineering villain? Ronald shook his head and smiled. That wasn't a good enough offer. How about we talk about the Oscars? Next time at the Oscars, all the resources I can mobilize, and all the resources the CAA can mobilize, will be at your disposal. Seeing that this had no effect, Ovitz brought up the Oscars again, which Ronald cared about most. Same here, Ovitz. The Oscars are still a long way off. I might not even get a Best Director nomination this year. How can I guarantee you'll keep your promise next time? You have to say something you can guarantee you'll deliver, but I really can't guarantee it. The Oscars aren't under my control. Ovitz's pitiful expression seemed like he was begging for mercy. No, you do, Ronald persisted. He hadn't said that when he swept several major awards at the last Oscars. Ronald, I can't promise what I can't do. If there's anything I'm proud of about founding CAA, it's that I've never promised anything I couldn't do. And if I did, you wouldn't believe me, would you? Ovitz stopped pleading and tried to persuade Ronald with a different approach, glancing repeatedly at Nisida and Wagner. Okay, could you give me and Mr. Ovitz some privacy? Ronald understood that Ovitz had things he could only say to him alone, so he made a request to his agents. The three agents bowed to Ovitz with their heads held high, their eyes filled with the joy of victory. Alright, now it's time for the truth. What can you offer me? Ronald turned to Ovitz after Richard closed the door behind him. I can get you an exclusive interview with conservative media outlets representing Jewish interests worldwide, so they can endorse your pro-Jewish stance. Ovitz certainly had connections. There were several ultra-conservative Jewish media outlets that focused specifically on the Jewish community and anti-Semitic events, both domestically and internationally. For example, the newspaper Advance, a weekly newspaper widely subscribed to by the Jewish community. There's also a magazine called Times, which specializes in religious groups and is subscribed to in almost every synagogue in America. There's also an international news agency called Jewish Telegraph, which broadcasts news related to Jews and is very influential in Israel and Eastern Europe. With these three media outlets, plus an Israeli television interview with Ronald, which didn't deny the rumors but instead focused on discussing the positive role of sex dancing in spreading Jewish culture in the American community, all Jewish people, whether Americans, Middle Easterners, Eastern Europeans, British, or even those in the Soviet Union, would know that Ronald was a good friend of the Jews. Anyone who tried to go back on their word or use anti-Semitism to promote Ronald would be contradicting themselves, and probably no one would believe them anymore. I'll give you an opportunity to develop your network at the Oscars. I'll help you. What do you think? Ovitz offered a second condition, to fully support Ronald in securing the production rights to the next Hollywood Awards ceremony. This would provide an opportunity to curry favor with the executives of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Moreover, award ceremonies are rife with unspoken rules and exchanges of favors. If Ronald were willing to produce it, he could strengthen his connections with many members, celebrities, and even union members who have the opportunity to vote. Often, networks are built through such exchanges of favors, large or small. Of course, this depends on Ronald's ability to manage it well, satisfying everyone involved, and avoiding a repeat of last year's situation where he offended the majority of Hollywood professionals for the sake of a few. This isn't actually too difficult for Ronald, because he possesses a certain taste in award ceremony segments and live performances. He understands better than the old guard who previously hosted Hollywood what today's young audiences like. The biggest challenge, actually, is securing the hosting rights. After the previous host scandal, the chairman of the investigation committee was keen to snatch the hosting rights for the next year, and many were eyeing this lucrative opportunity. Ronald was naturally willing to help Ovitz secure the rights. Compared to empty promises, this was a much better chance to gain favor with Oscar voters. Taking over after a particularly disastrous award ceremony is far less difficult than innovating. Therefore, Ovitz had to pay a heavy price to help Ronald snatch this surefire prize from the hands of everyone. Both of Ovitz's conditions were substantial concessions, and Ronald felt he had gotten enough benefit this time, so he nodded in satisfaction and suspended further attacks on Ovitz. Whether he could withstand the combined attack of the 7 Congresses was no longer Ronald's concern. "Hey, Ronald, you have to give me some substantial promises." Ovitz saw Ronald get up to leave and quickly grabbed his hand. "What do you want? At least, we can start with you stopping the next media attack." Ovitz also wanted a promise. "The Wall Street Journal's reporter XXX will call CAA tomorrow to interview you. Don't refuse the interview this time." Ronald pointed at Ovitz and tossed him an interview outline. "God, you really have a second round of attacks." Ovitz took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The second round of questioning targeted CAA and Ovitz's financial situation. The prominent mention of his overseas consulting business with the IRS sent a chill down Ovitz's spine. This information, exposed to him now, allowed Ovitz to immediately begin preparations for a cover-up and to counteract the bribing of the reporter. Using the IRS as a weapon after the 7th Congress wouldn't be as effective. "Only today do I see who my friends are, Ronald. I was truly blind." Ovitz finally felt relieved. The high price he paid today had finally yielded something crucial. He rubbed his hands, the sweat on his back and chest clung to his shirt and vest, cold and uncomfortable, but Ovitz's mood had improved considerably. "Have you forgotten something?" Ronald reminded him as he was about to leave. "Oh, Ronald, you are so magnanimous. I formally apologize to you now, and I hope you can forgive me." Ovitz displayed the shamelessness he had during his early entrepreneurial days, half squatting, half kneeling, and even pretending to kiss Ronald's hand. "What the hell are you thinking? I'm not Vito from The Godfather." Ronald was both amused and exasperated. What was Ovitz thinking? He had no interest in humiliating someone who had attacked him before. However, seeing the other's completely blank profile picture still gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. "Please let your wisdom illuminate my dull mind." Ovitz decided to be shameless to the end, adopting a listening posture and even quoting a line from a classical drama. "Have you forgotten SJP? And her attacks on my wife? How do you plan to punish her?" Ovitz didn't care about anything else. If this stupid woman had to blame someone, it was his bad luck. I don't want to hear or see that name appear before my eyes. Ovitz breathed a sigh of relief. Ronald was really magnanimous. It was just blacklisting her. He thought he was going to humiliate this woman to her face. But if that were the case, maybe Sarah Jessica Parker would be more willing. They both wanted a chance to get into Ronald's bed. Darling, did you finish the deal? Diane was still waiting for Ronald in the room, her loose silk nightgown concealing much of her figure. Ronald put his arm around Diane's waist. The silk against her slender curves was incredibly alluring. Yes, SJP won't say anything bad about you anymore. I'll tell you something funny, actually, her mother isn't Jewish. According to Jewish custom, she's not really a Jew. Giggle. Diane felt a tickle from Ronald's warm, large hand. I knew you were like a superhero, handling everything for me. After giving Ronald a deep kiss, Diane reached out and pressed down on his restless hand. I have something else to tell you. What is it? That Disney 3000 movie. Could I be the producer? Of course, if you'd like, but why? Being a producer is actually quite tough. Ronald was puzzled. Did Diane want to move behind the scenes? Chapter 1102 Going to be a father. Because I thought that if I became a producer, I could change the filming schedule. Diane handed Ronald a freshly brewed cup of goji berry black tea. However, the water temperature was too low this time, and the goji berries hadn't fully steeped. Ronald had given up on Diane's cooking, but this side of her was rather endearing. Anyway, he wasn't one of those men who actually relied on their wives to cook. As long as Diane had the intention, that was enough. He'd just hire a chef for the meals. And coffee too. We need to buy a fully automatic coffee machine. Of course, producers can request changes to the shooting schedule, but that involves a lot of costs. Often, even if the casting isn't suitable, a film has to be made anyway, instead of waiting for a suitable actor to become available. That's because, after all, filmmaking is a business. Ronald took a couple of sips of tea, put down his cup, and pulled Diane closer. If you want to learn about producing, you can wait for Polly Pratt to come back and learn from her. If you want to be a producer and participate in the subsequent profit sharing, I can transfer some of my film profit sharing rights to you. You're still a popular actress. There's no need to rush into going behind the scenes, darling. Ronald gently stroked Diane's waist. He wondered if he hadn't spent enough time with her, causing her to have some thoughts. Don't move. Diane turned her body, avoiding Ronald's hand that was reaching for her abdomen. What's wrong? Ronald wondered if he was right. Did Diane have a problem with him? I'll tell you, I'm pregnant. Diane was overjoyed and didn't beat around the bush with Ronald. Ronald fulfilled all her fantasies about a husband. He indulged her in everything and was very capable. Huh? Ronald was stunned. Was she going to be a father? I went to the hospital for a checkup, and it's confirmed. This little one hasn't caused any adverse reactions in the mother, it's just that my period hasn't come yet. Diane touched her lower abdomen, which was still quite flat. But when the scheduled start date arrived, it wouldn't be appropriate to wear revealing clothes. Honey, why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you happy? Ronald finally came to his senses. With a child, he suddenly felt a mysterious connection to this land and the people around him, and all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Of course I'm happy, I'm ecstatic. Ronald laughed heartily, wanting to pick up Diane and spin her around, but he quickly put her down halfway and had her sit on the sofa, just grinning foolishly. Let me hear, is there any movement? Will he kick you? Don't be silly, there's no movement right now. Diane chuckled, ruffling Ronnie's hair. She hadn't expected him to like children so much. That movie, I'll talk to Disney and postpone filming until next year. If you want to act in it. Ronald looked at Diane, noticing a softening in her expression, and suddenly didn't want her to play this kind of role anymore. Diane tentatively agreed, getting the answer she wanted. Well, I don't really want to play this role anymore. Just thinking about our children growing up and seeing their mother in this kind of role makes me feel a little uneasy. Ronald nodded quickly and sincerely. It was best if she didn't act in it. However, I don't want to act in it either. Diane was still sensitive about this. If Helen Slater got the role, she wouldn't be happy. You can recommend the new leading lady, Ronald thought. Helen's acting skills weren't up to par. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some great news to announce. Ronald was overjoyed and wanted to share the good news with his loved ones. He ran to the room next door with Nisida and the others and announced, Diane is pregnant. Oh, congratulations. Paula Wagner, Diane's agent, naturally needed to know this and was the first to congratulate Ronald. "Oh dear, what should I be careful about during my first pregnancy?" Ronald was already too excited. "Don't worry, we'll take care of everything." Because Ronald was busy, Diane hadn't even told her agent about the confirmed pregnancy, but now Paula was going to make all the arrangements. "Oh my God, I also need to call my aunt." In a state of ecstasy, Ronald quickly skipped out of the room. PFFT, seeing Ronald like this, Paula Wagner was reminded of her and Nisida's past. "Hey, Aunt Karen, what time is it there? I'm sorry to have woken you." "What? No surprises at all. On the contrary, I have great news for you. Diane is pregnant." Overjoyed, Ronald immediately called his aunt, who was still traveling the world. She was in Tokyo and was also thrilled to receive Ronald's call. "Haha, let's go to sleep first. You can call again tomorrow." Diane spoke a few words with Aunt Karen, then hung up and pulled Ronald along with a smile. "Let's sleep after I call Donna. Anyway, we only need to tell these few people," Ronald said excitedly after finishing the call, then carefully cuddled Diane and fell asleep. "This is my good friend, Mr. Gump. Can you say hello to him?" Ronald dreamed again of watching a movie. On the screen was a blonde actress holding a cute little boy, speaking to a man in a white suit on the left side of the camera. "Hello, Mr. Gump." The boy looked very intelligent. "Hello." The camera panned to the left, cutting to an over-the-shoulder shot, revealing Tom Hanks as Mr. Gump. His expression was extremely tense. Ronald remembered the film's tone and atmosphere. It was the satirical novel adaptation of Forrest Gump, which he had tried to acquire but was too late to do so. Hanks' portrayal of this slightly mentally challenged character was very realistic, far more difficult than Dustin Hoffman's portrayal of the mentally challenged Rain Man. "Can I watch TV?" "Go ahead, but keep your voice down." The little boy ran to watch TV, while Forrest continued talking to the woman. "You're a mother now, Jenny." "Yes, I am. His name is Forrest," Jenny said softly and gently. "Like me." Hank's portrayal of Forrest's facial expressions was very nuanced. "Yes, I named him after his father." "Is his father also named Forrest?" "You are his father, Forrest." The camera zoomed in on Tom Hanks, his surprise, fear, and disbelief building layer by layer, making it very convincing. Ronald pursed his lips. Playing a fool was another story, but the difficulty of this performance and the ability to evoke audience empathy were far greater than with Rain Man. Finally, Forrest asked his greatest fear, was young Forrest mentally sound? After learning that his son was perfectly intelligent, Forrest went over and sat down beside his son, watching Sesame Street cartoons together. A gentle variation of the theme song began to play, and the camera cut to the actress playing Jenny. Her eyes were filled with tears, and the tender look she gave the father and son left a deep impression on Ronald. "Oh, it's so good to have a son," Ronald mumbled in his sleep. "Ronnie, Ronnie." Diane knew Ronald occasionally talked in his sleep and gently nudged him. "Huh? What's wrong?" Ronald was startled awake. "You're talking in your sleep, saying it's so great to have a son." "Haha, I'm serious. I'm so happy. You don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet. It's okay. I'm happy either way." Ronald hugged Diane tighter again, thinking that he had dreamed about this movie twice, so it seemed that his fate with it was not over yet. He would ask again another day if there was any possibility of buying the copyright. Sarah Jessica Parker stated that while her mother is not Jewish, she grew up in a Jewish environment and is very familiar with Jewish customs and cultural traditions, thus identifying herself as Jewish. She also mentioned that her next focus will be on television series, and she is not considering films for the time being unless a good role comes along. CAA President Michael Ovitz gave an interview to the New York Times, responding to the newspaper's previous article. He said, "I started my Hollywood career as a tour guide at MCA Universal Studios. Everything I do is find mutually agreeable ways to collaborate, just like finding attractions that tourists would enjoy. If I do anything differently from others, it's simply that my projects are generally larger and more complex." Ovitz kept his promises, arranging 2 interviews for Ronald. Mr. Lee, "We can begin," a Jewish female host interrupted Ronald, who was watching the television news. Looking at Ronald, already made up by the makeup artist, she smiled and invited him to begin the interview. "Okay, I'll listen to you," Ronald coughed, still a little unaccustomed to being interviewed on the other side of the camera. "How about we start with your most beloved film among women, and also my favorite, Dirty Dancing?" How did you come up with the idea of making a film about a Jewish girl in the 1960s? Why are you so sure that today's audiences will like a retro film? It all started when screenwriter Eleanor came to me. I fell in love with the script at first sight. I really liked the lead actress, Baby. She was one of the first modern women to awaken to female consciousness. Ronald began to boast about how he had a keen eye for talent and how he risked his personal fortune to support the film despite everyone else's skepticism. But the stereotype of Jews is that they are good at performing, playing instruments, doing accounting, and being academically successful. It's rare to see a Jewish girl with a reputation for dancing. The female host steered the conversation in the agreed-upon direction. I think you're absolutely right. Your question is the answer. It's a stereotype. Who says Jewish girls can't dance? I think screenwriter Eleanor would be the first to disagree. Ronald, following the cooperating host, explained his creative approach. Jewish girls are often seen as unattractive, reserved, and not sexy enough. Ronald wanted to break that stereotype. All ethnicities, in America, will find their own opportunities. Jewish girls can be sexy, can dance well, and can attract the attention of the most handsome boys in the crowd. At the end of the interview, even the female host believed that Ronald was not only not anti-Semitic, but also the director who had created the most typical image of Jewish girls in the 1980s. He must have had Jewish girlfriends, otherwise he wouldn't have so drastically romanticized the girls of this ethnic group. Several newspaper and magazine articles will also be published this weekend. Richard came over to show Ronald the interview schedule. These interviews were deliberately designed to portray Ronald as a friend of America who loved and sympathized with the Jewish community. Great, you can arrange it for me. I need to go back and be with Diane. Ronald had significantly reduced his working hours these past 2 days, returning to the hotel early every day to spend time with Diane. Give my regards to Diane. Richard smiled as he put away the documents. Ronald could enjoy some time alone. He still had a lot of work to do. Disney had learned of Diane's withdrawal from the project and was urging Ronald to start casting and finalize the director as soon as possible. The originally slated female director, Penny Marshall, had also withdrawn from the project because her favorite, Diane, had dropped out. The project had already been delayed long enough. Now that the lead actress had left, she didn't want to continue either. Ronald was now glued to Diane every day, neglecting everything else. What about his artistic pursuits? Ronald didn't seem to care about Penny Marshall's anger and even introduced her to high-ranking executives at the studio, encouraging her to promote the film projects she truly loved making. The Texas case against Johnson has begun its retrial at the Supreme Court. This case has attracted the attention of the president and both parties. Ronald, on his way home, saw the news on TV again. This case concerns the First Amendment's definition of speech. During the campaign, the president and his opponent, Dukakis, expressed opposing views. Dukakis said it was okay. The president said it wasn't. The TV showed a recording of the president at an event in New York, saying, "This is a symbol of our country, a symbol of the people's patriotism. I say, our high schools should all have the stars and stripes." Do you know what they're talking about? Ronald hadn't paid attention to the case, but now it seemed to be getting a lot of public attention. It's about Johnson in Texas. That young man named Johnson burned the stars and stripes in protest. The Texas court fined him $2,000 and sentenced him to a year in jail. The young man's lawyer appealed all the way to the Supreme Court, and after 4 years, the case finally reached the Supreme Court. What does that have to do with the First Amendment? Ronald couldn't quite understand people burning the stars and stripes. His lawyer argues that burning the stars and stripes is a form of free speech, protected by the First Amendment. And I've heard that the conservative justices nominated by the previous president are all planning to support Johnson this time. Richard, like most Hollywood figures, leans towards liberals. Ronald scratched his head, looking quite conflicted. These people are busy with these kinds of cases every day. No wonder public support for the Supreme Court is declining so drastically. If we win this case, things will be much easier for us, the female host, also watching the news, remarked. What do you mean? Why would this case make things easier for you? Ronald seemed to have grasped an idea. Look, this kind of behavior is considered free speech, unrestricted, so TV programs can have a lot more suggestive content without being considered offensive. But won't the audience be offended? Ronald thought that even if the law allowed it, burning the stars and stripes on television would definitely cause a lot of viewer dissatisfaction. Maybe. Actually, It's a form of protest. I don't think we should be too sensitive about it," the female host shrugged. She was very supportive of the actions against the Union since the Vietnam War. Ronald stroked his chin, thinking that the TV program might be going to go even further this time. Chapter 1103 The Supreme Court's Influence on Hollywood. William Brennan wrote a majority opinion, which was joined by Justices Socrates, Harry Blackmun, Antonin Scalia, and Anthony Kennedy. Justice Kennedy also wrote a separate concurring opinion. Chief Justice Rehnquist wrote a dissenting opinion, arguing that the Stars and Stripes, as a symbol of national identity, deserve special protection. Johnson's burning of the Stars and Stripes did not constitute an act of expression, nor was it an essential part of any discourse. Rather, it was a vague outburst. Arguably, his most likely purpose was not to express any particular viewpoint, but rather to provoke others. Rehnquist argued that Texas law only reasonably limited the manner in which Johnson could express his views, and that Johnson could still use a variety of other symbols and forms of verbal expression to convey his deep dissatisfaction with national policy. The television was broadcasting the Supreme Court's retrial verdict in Texas v. Johnson. In the living room of his hotel suite, Ronald, along with his specially invited lawyer Lindsay Dole, Daydream's production manager Michelle Canold, and marketing consultant Michael Gray, were discussing the impact of the case's verdict on the film industry. The residential portion of the mansion adjacent to Beverly Hills was completed, but Ronald refused to move in. He subconsciously felt that a newly renovated house was unsuitable for living, especially for a pregnant woman. He rejected the suggestion to move in first to avoid reporters. So he remained in the hotel with Diane, along with a private accountant, Lawrence, and a middle-aged woman recommended by the Los Angeles Chinatown Chi-Hong Kong Association to care for Diane. "Please have some tea," said the woman, surnamed Wang, whose hair was styled in a bun. She had been working as a nanny for wealthy families in Chinatown, doing everything from tidying clothes to cleaning rooms, and she also spoke some basic English. Ronald had hired her to care for Diane, and after working together for the past few days, Diane was quite satisfied with her. She could continue to care for the pregnant woman and the child. Wang, quick and efficient, didn't have much to do at the moment, so she took over the tea and coffee making, sparing Ronald's stomach from the ordeal. "Thank you, Aunt Wang," Ronald said, taking the tea and taking a sip, finally tasting its sweetness again. He finished the tea in 2 gulps. The temperature and flavor were just right. He quickly gestured for Wang to pour him another cup. Ronald then asked Lindsay Dole, "Why did this happen? I feel like my eyesight is failing me. It's completely different from what I expected." This ruling overturned the Texas ruling, declaring that burning the Stars and Stripes falls under the protection of the First Amendment, and Johnson should be acquitted. Ronald's confusion stemmed mainly from the fact that among the 5 votes in favor were 2 conservative justices nominated by the former president, Scalia and Kennedy, both from the Republican Party. On the other hand, among the dissenting votes was a left-wing justice from the Democratic Party, White. This case concerned a crucial point in the ideological struggle between the two parties, the First Amendment. The fact that the 2 justices had temporarily sided with the other side was truly baffling. This case involves not only the First Amendment but also a power struggle between states and the federal government. Lindsay Dole explained to Ronald with a smile. This was the course she had taken at Harvard, and she had the highest grade in it. In America, 48 states have passed Stars and Stripes protection laws, making the burning of the flag illegal. Recent judicial trends have been to reduce state power at the legislative level while expanding the power of the federal legislature. One of the last president's proudest achievements was using federal subsidies to get all states to pass laws prohibiting minors from drinking alcohol. However, this success was achieved through individual state legislation. The current Senate and House of Representatives want to centralize this legislative power. The 3 conservative justices the last president placed on the Supreme Court are actually establishment figures, more inclined towards the interests of large corporations. Therefore, their vote to strengthen the power of the federal legislature is not news to insiders. What impact will this have on Hollywood and television? Ronald was completely ignorant of these policy-making processes, so he relied on the opinions of experts from different fields. Actually, Hollywood's various regulations are closely related to Supreme Court precedents. Lindsay Dole, who had served Ronald for many years, had become an expert in film law. She discussed some of the key impacts of past Supreme Court rulings on Hollywood production. In 1915, The Supreme Court heard the case of Mutual Film Company v. Ohio Industrial Committee. The result separated film from news media, ruling that film was a purely commercial product and not protected by the First Amendment. From then on, film screenings in each state were subject to strict censorship, with different standards in each state, making the film industry a very chaotic market. To prevent a film from being edited into different versions for screening in different states, producers and distributors voluntarily formed an organization, in conjunction with state departments, to jointly develop production guidelines. This is the famous Hays Code. By 1965, with the increasing maturity of television, audiences' tastes were shifting towards greater freedom and openness. That year, the Supreme Court ruled in Friedman v. Maryland, overturning a 1915 ruling and declaring film a form of creative expression, protected under the First Amendment just like novels, paintings, and news media. 3 years later, the Hays Code was repealed, and the MPAA established a rating system to accommodate the new laws. The boundaries of Hollywood filmmaking gradually widened. Many previously taboo subjects were broken, moving beyond the cliché of good triumphing over evil. Only elements universally accepted by the nation, such as patriotism, family values, and moral codes, remained adhered to by the vast majority of films released through official channels. So, are we going to join this trend and make more R-rated films that break through existing moral codes? Ronald asked Michelle Canold. We should make more R-rated films. Our experience with videotape distribution shows that fists and chests are still the most popular elements with audiences. However, I'm not sure how many viewers will approve of burning the stars and stripes. Michelle Canold wasn't too keen on following the trend. They'd have to wait and see how the audience reacted. Several executives agreed to gauge public opinion first, and they quickly re-evaluated the scripts they had on hand. That's all for now. Thank you all for coming to my meeting. I won't see you out. After discussing business, Ronald didn't invite them to stay for lunch. He had more important things to do. Honey, what should we eat for lunch? Diane came over to join Ronald after everyone had left. Let the chef make something. What would you like to eat? Don't eat too much. You have a checkup at the hospital this afternoon. Ronald was now minimizing his work hours, avoiding the office whenever possible, and spending most of his time with Diane, becoming a model husband. Diane, I've arranged for you to have the best obstetrician in Hollywood. Your driver can take you directly to the hospital's VIP parking lot, where there will be no reporters bothering you. There are dedicated entrances and exits, so there's no chance for reporters to take photos. Paula Wagner came to accompany Diane to her checkup that afternoon. She opened the car door, sat in the back seat, and began explaining the arrangements to Diane. Diane's priority was now extremely high, second only to Tom Cruise in importance among their agents. Wagner personally accompanied her on all her personal matters whenever possible. You chose a good car, it's understated, doesn't attract attention, and is safe and comfortable, Wagner said, looking at the BMW sedan. Its understated black exterior wouldn't attract paparazzi like a luxury car. Diane's decision to withdraw from the new Disney film had already caught the attention of some astute media outlets, and there might already be reporters staking out the place. Driver, did you hear me? 2. Go into the hospital through the side door. Paula Wagner tapped the back of the driver's seat. This driver wasn't very quick-witted. He didn't respond even after she spoke. Yes, Ms. Wagner. Ronald's voice came from the front, startling Paula. Ronald said he'd be there for me like a normal couple, through everything. He also said I have to sit in the back, not the front passenger seat. Diane chuckled from the back. Oh, God, Paula Wagner sighed, rubbing her forehead. Rick hadn't spent much time with her during her pregnancy, and after giving birth, she quickly went back to work, helping Cruise with his life. Honey, would you like to try my fried eggs? Diane had finished her checkup and was driving back in Rami's car. She decided to treat her husband and cooked him some fried eggs herself. Oh, honey, the doctor said you need to keep exercising, but cooking doesn't count. Ronald casually chewed on his fried egg, which he'd forgotten to add salt and pepper to. From now on, let the chef do that. If you want something on the spur of the moment, Wang can make it. Ronald had Diane sit next to him. He was watching the news about the Supreme Court case. This ruling is extremely unpopular among the American people, causing widespread shock and anger across the country. In a national telephone poll conducted by the station, 75% of respondents disagreed with the decision, and nearly two-thirds supported protecting the flag. Moreover, Their confidence in the Supreme Court dropped from 34% before the ruling to 17% after. The NBC host heavily criticized the decision. Ronald switched to other national television channels, where the opinions were similar. Legal experts supporting the Supreme Court's ruling were being attacked by experts from the opposing side and callers struggling to defend the Supreme Court. However, on some local television stations, such as Channel 5 in Los Angeles, the scene was different. Local media there, and in New York, were mostly supportive of the ruling. As former hippies and now successful individuals who form the backbone of society in major cities, they were already deeply dissatisfied with the past transgressions of the American government, such as the Vietnam War. Being able to legally protest and treat the Stars and Stripes however they wanted was a way for them to vent their anger. Back then, many people, unable to burn the flags to humiliate the politicians who launched the Vietnam War, turned the Stars and Stripes into underwear and wore it as a form of self-deprecation. Breaking news: Ronald's remote control stopped on NBC. The news program switched to Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., where a female anchor stood in front of the White Building, reporting breaking news live. Ladies and gentlemen, the day after the Supreme Court overturned the Texas v. Johnson verdict, declaring Johnson not guilty for burning the Stars and Stripes, Capitol Hill was unusually orderly. This afternoon, the 101st Senate passed a resolution by a vote of 97-3 expressing deep disappointment with the court's decision. The House of Representatives passed a resolution by a vote of 411-5 expressing deep concern about the decision. The vastly different votes represent a high degree of consensus in public opinion. Lindsay, this is Ronald. Which members voted against it? Ronald grabbed the phone and called his private lawyer, who had returned to New York. Representative Ted Weiss of New York, Senator Ted Kennedy of Massachusetts, and Senator Ted Kennedy of California. Lindsay was also watching the live broadcast. She was watching C-SPAN, a live broadcast of the Capitol. This is a television station established in 1979, designed to provide the public with direct access to an understanding of the government. Every parliamentary debate and vote is broadcast live. Excellent, Ronald thought. Except for a few large cities with more liberal attitudes, public opinion in most states opposes this proposal. Therefore, instead of making any copycat films that insult the Stars and Stripes, Daydream should make some patriotic films for the vast majority of American citizens, capitalizing on this public sentiment to quickly make a few B-movies to rake in the money. The president is about to address the media. Let's see reports from our frontline reporters at the White House. The host ended the live feed from Capitol Hill and switched to the White House press conference. I also strongly oppose this ruling. Burning the flag is a complete mistake. I think this isn't about the Republican or Democratic parties, or liberals or conservatives. I see no partisanship in opposing the Supreme Court's ruling. I hereby request Congress to pass a new amendment to replace Johnson's ruling and ban the burning of the Stars and Stripes. Wow, indeed, it's not a partisan battle, but a battle between federal and states' rights, Ronald remarked, hanging up the phone. Lindsay Dole's assessment was correct. The Supreme Court, both houses of Congress, and even the president, had used this matter to expand their influence at the federal level. Hey, Michelle? David Simpkins is here too? We need to have a meeting and get all those patriotic movies on the way. Chapter 1104, a science fiction film edited into an action film. There are few movies here that follow established themes and have strong patriotic content. I think we can pick these to film quickly. The next morning, Ronald arrived at Daydream Studios, where David Simpkins, the script supervisor, gave him several movie scripts he thought resonated with current public opinion. One was called Kickboxer, about two American kickboxing brothers, a style of combat sports developed during Bruce Lee's era. The older brother went to Thailand to fight, but was ignored by a Muay Thai fighter who surrendered by throwing in the towel and was killed in the ring. The younger brother found a reclusive Muay Thai fighter, received special training, and mastered a unique style. He went to Thailand, fought a life-or-death battle, killed the villain, avenged himself, and won the fighting tournament. This movie had many similarities to Jean-Claude Van Damme's previous film. Long back, Ronald quickly changed the final fighting tournament, making the protagonist represent American kickboxing against a villain representing Thai Muay Thai. The final match even featured the flags of various countries. When the older brother was defeated, the Stars and Stripes were thrown down in humiliation. After the younger brother won, the Stars and Stripes were put back on the champion's throne. That's the secret to box office success. David Simpkins smiled as he noted down Ronald's dictated plot. His boss's greatest strength was his ability to sense public taste. "Who should we cast?" Michelle Canold shook her head and chuckled as she looked at the script. This kind of silly script was more likely to be popular with audiences at this particular time. If it were released at a different time, it would definitely be criticized as a brainless action film. How about asking Jean-Claude Van Damme? His cyborg movie is about to be released, Ronald thought, seeing many flying kicks from karate in the script, and immediately thought of the French star. The second script was called Showdown in Little Tokyo, telling the story of two LAPD detectives from Los Angeles who bravely stormed a Japanese enclave called Little Tokyo, broke the Yakuza, and rescued a beautiful woman they had controlled. The script portrayed Little Tokyo as invincible, a dark world ruled by the Yakuza, where even regular LAPD officers dared not enter to enforce the law. So how to showcase the allure of the Stars and Stripes? Ronald thought for a moment and added an even more absurd plot. The leaders were primarily Japanese Americans and their descendants, remnants of World War II, imprisoned in military camps. They were deeply dissatisfied with America and secretly raised the Rising Sun flag in Little Tokyo. Two LAPD detectives, one white and one Japanese American, bravely stormed in, using only guns, nunchucks, and Japanese swords to beat the Yakuza into submission. After rescuing the woman they had held hostage, they dropped the Rising Sun flag and raised the Stars and Stripes, letting these lawless Japanese know that America could defeat them once, and they could defeat them a second time. "Hey, this script," David Simpkins almost burst out laughing. It was pure violence for violence's sake, a forced plot for the honor of the Stars and Stripes. But whatever, the public wanted to see this kind of invincible Stars and Stripes story. "Should we cast Lundgren in this?" Simpkins asked. "Yeah, he could. For that Japanese detective, find a Chinese action actor. Their action scenes are much better." Ronald stroked his chin. The Japanese still had a bad reputation in America, so he'd use that to his advantage and play a villain. The third suitable script was called Best of the Best, about a Korean team at the World Taekwondo Championships. They were all rigorously trained from childhood, enjoying full government financial support, and were inhuman fighting machines. The American team, on the other hand, consisted of professional enthusiasts from all walks of life. Under the guidance of a coach who values freedom and individuality, a diverse group of athletes, including blue-collar workers from an auto factory, a boxing coach, and street fighters, trained intensively before heading to Korea. The American and Korean teams met in the final, with both sides suffering numerous injuries. The Korean athlete representing America, despite being able to knock out his opponent and win, refrained from delivering a fatal blow to avoid inflicting fatal damage. The Korean team emerged victorious, but their athlete, moved by this noble spirit of prioritizing sportsmanship, voluntarily relinquished his gold medal, placing it around the neck of the American team. At a gold medal ceremony, a raising of the American flag, Ronald remarked, noticing the various satirical and metaphorical elements in the script. For example, the Korean team wasn't actually amateurs, but nationally trained professionals. The American team, on the other hand, consisted entirely of amateur athletes, with professional competitors barred from participation, a clear dig at the Olympics. There's also the idea of Koreans being assimilated by the American spirit and actively aligning themselves with them, alluding to the real-world relationship between Korea and America. Ronald wanted to capitalize on the hype by adding a scene featuring a gold medal and the American flag. After all, the Olympics held in Korea last year hadn't completely died down, so he could try selling the film there. However, there was a lack of suitable actors. The action stars Ronald had worked with were either karate practitioners or from Hong Kong's martial arts circles. None of them had any taekwondo training. Ronald remembered his old partner, Daryl Vital, the stuntman from Dragon Boys. He asked him to recommend some taekwondo experts. The principle's simple: film fast, film as fast as Roger Coleman. Ronald stopped worrying about the details of this small-budget production and just told the executives at Daydream Studios to speed up production. They didn't know how long the hype would last in America, so they needed to seize the opportunity and grab as many scraps as possible during the summer and the off-season. Most importantly, of course, was to release the videotapes quickly. The vast Midwest and the Deep South were the regions most passionately opposed to the Supreme Court ruling. They needed to find solace in the movie videotapes while they were still feeling lost. "Are you going to the premiere of The Cyborg?" Michelle Canold, in charge of distribution, asked Ronald about the arrangements. "I'll just go to one premiere in Los Angeles, to chat with Jean-Claude Van Damme and Lundgren about the new film. I won't go to the others. My own new film, When Harry Met Sally, is about to be released, and I'll attend several premieres of that one." Ronald was now like a stay-at-home dad, wishing he could spend 4 hours a day in the office before going home to be with Diane. "Okay, let's arrange it like that." Michelle Cannell directed the distribution and marketing teams, including Claudia Wells, to begin preparations. "Are there any particularly strong competitors for the new film?" Ronald asked Michael Gray, the marketing consultant. "This summer's opening weekend has quite a few sequels, including Lethal Weapon 2, Ghostbusters 2, Star Trek 5, and the latest James Bond film, License to Kill." Michael Gray showed Ronald the marketing plan for his new film. "These sequels don't require much marketing investment. The same goes for Daydream and Weintraub's co-production, Dragon Boys 3, which will open in the second month of the summer season to avoid these sequels." Ronald's own film, When Harry Met Sally, targets a different audience than action films and sequels. Michael Gray anticipates that it will appeal to slightly older moviegoers, particularly college students or young working professionals. The advantage of this type of film is that if audiences like it, word of mouth will spread spontaneously, attracting viewers who rarely go to the cinema. The disadvantage is the same. Teenagers who normally go to the movies during the summer might not understand the love story of older protagonists. Moreover, these target audiences might not necessarily be television channels like MTV, which are more readily available to viewers. Finding them, even with trailers and ads, isn't easy. Michael Gray, inspired by the methods used in last year's and Millennium's Oscar campaigns, devised a word-of-mouth marketing plan for Ronald's summer release. Initially, When Harry Met Sally would be limited to no more than 50 theaters. After the first weekend's reviews and word of mouth, the release would be gradually expanded in the second week. The target for the second weekend was 500 theaters, and if the third weekend's reviews and word of mouth were equally good, it would expand to 1,500 theaters. The advantage of this gradual expansion was that it maintained a relatively high level of word of mouth and ratings. Additionally, smaller releases tended to increase the average box office revenue per theater, making it easier to persuade theater chains to allocate more screens to When Harry Met Sally. "That's settled then. If anything comes up, have my assistant call me." Ronald finished explaining the business and hurried back. His assistant, the chubby Ricky Lake, pursed her lips. This boss was prioritizing family life now. "I tried making a mushroom soup. Would you like to try it? Wang taught me." Diane started experimenting with her cooking skills at home again. Not bad." Ronald took a sip and put it down, then called to the nanny in Chinese, "Wang Ma, do you have anything else simpler to make for me?" The mushroom soup recipe was off again. Too much seasoning was added. "I'll try again tomorrow." Diane took a sip and also complained, "By the way, little Douglas called looking for you." "Hello, Douglas, this is Ronald." Ronald quickly called little Douglas back. Little George called, asking if we could make some patriotic movies or TV series related to loving the Stars and Stripes. "The president is officially siding with both houses of Congress." "Well, I was making arrangements this morning, and he's already here." Mr. 80%, huh? Little Douglas laughed. Since becoming president, old George had done a few things that made the political world see through his true colors. Unlike his predecessor, who could overcome obstacles and use his communication skills to rally voters to write to their respective representatives and senators, pushing through bills that would otherwise be impossible in both houses of Congress, George H.W. Bush was a complete opportunist. His specialty was remaining neutral on an issue, observing everyone's stance, then choosing a position that 80% of the members agreed to, and then mobilizing all resources to get the media to focus on that position. Finally, when the spotlight and cameras were on him, the president would strive to stand in the center of the front row, the one smiling the brightest in the photo. Sigh, I really didn't know he was like this. Ronald shook his head. During the campaign, George H.W. Bush was quite steadfast. How come he's swaying with the wind now? However, he didn't have the same charisma and popularity as his predecessor, and couldn't be the same kind of unyielding president. His caution was understandable. Ronald immediately told Douglas the titles and synopses of the 3 films he planned to produce, asking him to relay them. By the way, how's that deal going? Ronald asked again, inquiring about the FBI's investigation into the wiretapping case. The suspect had died at the Beverly Police Department, leaving the FBI in a mess, though Detective Claire had hinted that she would continue the investigation. The phone lines weren't classified, and Ronald, having learned his lesson, used code names. Our friend, George Jr., said that the current winds in the Finance Department, FBI, and Consumer, CIA, are very unfavorable to the Middle Eastern market, Jews. The big boss, the president, is taking this opportunity to crack down, so we need to wait. Really? Was the big client's decision not to renew the contract, the suspect's death, really due to an inside leak of trade secrets? They did a great job, leaving no evidence. The internal audit departments, the FBI and CIA's internal investigations, are investigating. Doug Jr. shared some information George Jr. had given him. There are many Jewish agents within the FBI and CIA. They aren't like those real moles, supplying intelligence and technological information to Israel. In general, these Jewish agents were loyal to America and had lived in the country for generations. How many people would commit such a heinous crime for the so-called Jewish homeland? Their complaints and anger stemmed from immense pressure. Within both organizations, they were suspected by other ethnic groups, and internally, they deeply hated those few real moles. In the current patriotic fervor, the reason these people were struggling and lacked promotion opportunities was because of those moles, causing their entire ethnic group to be questioned about their loyalty. "Are you coming to New York soon?" Little Douglas asked finally. "I'll still be going to the premiere of When Harry Met Sally, haha. Looks like you're really enjoying married life." Ronald, looks like you're really enjoying married life. At the premiere of their new film, The Cyborg, the two male leads, Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren, took photos with Ronald at the theater entrance. Both men had served as Ronald's bodyguards, and now, dressed in their movie costumes, they flanked him, striking muscular bodyguard poses. Hey! Ronald felt this kind of promotion wasn't quite right, so he rolled up his sleeves and, mimicking the two muscular action stars, flexed his biceps as much as possible. Cyborg was originally a film financed by Minahan Glen's Cannonball Studios. It was intended to be a post-apocalyptic sci-fi film, but after filming, Cannonball faced financial difficulties and couldn't afford the post-production special effects. Jean-Claude Van Damme himself didn't want the film to be shelved, so he approached Ronald to discuss taking over distribution. He ended up buying the film stock himself, editing it himself, and finally completing the film. Clap clap clap. After watching the film, Ronald and the others applauded. Jean-Claude Van Damme had created a small miracle, transforming a poorly made film with no money for special effects into a completely different movie. He re-edited some of his and Lundgren's most exciting action scenes, skillfully applying techniques he learned from Hong Kong action film directors, effectively transforming a sci-fi film into an action movie. No special effects? He used close-up action shots. Not enough close-up time? He slowed it down and repeated it. A fight scene was shown once at normal speed, then once in slow motion, and finally interspersed with shots of other characters' reactions. The best second of the action scene was then added at the end. In short, a flying kick to the villain's head could be repeated 3 times in slow motion. The audience, never having seen such exciting fight scenes, cheered and screamed with excitement. After the premiere, they surrounded the two male leads, demanding they recreate the slow-motion flying kick. Unable to replicate the effect 3 times in slow motion on the spot, the two stuntmen had to resort to posing with their muscles. Even so, the audience was delighted, refusing to let the actors leave, practically wanting to touch their muscles. Nearly $5 million in box office revenue in the opening weekend, Ronald thought smugly after receiving the box office statistics. It seems American audiences really like this Hong Kong-style editing. It's generated such good box office revenue in just over 800 theaters, ranking 5th on the box office chart. Cyborg might create a small box office miracle. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1105, The Dark Horse with $40 million in the first weekend. My God, what kind of monster is this? In its second week, the Cyborg's box office plummeted to just over $2 million, a 50% drop, meaning it would likely remain in theaters for another 1 to 2 weeks before being pulled from theaters. However, this wasn't entirely Ronald's fault. Besides his B-movie, a large number of sequels to blockbuster films also suffered significant losses. Ghostbusters sequel's weekend box office dropped from $29 million to $13.8 million. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade also fell from $14 million to less than $8 million. Star Trek V was also 50% cut, dropping to $3.5 million and being completely eliminated from the summer blockbuster season. Only Dead Poets Society, with its strong art house film appeal, only dropped less than 20% and remained in the top 5. All of this was due to Warner Bros.' super dark horse this weekend, the comic book adaptation of Batman. The scale of its release in over 2,100 theaters wasn't particularly impressive. However, the average box office of $18,000 per theater propelled this DC Comics noir film to a record-breaking $42 million opening weekend. This was the second time this year that the opening weekend record had been broken. The latest installment of Indiana Jones, benefiting from the 4-day Memorial Day weekend, grossed $37 million. The Ghostbusters sequel also benefited from a 3-day Memorial Day weekend, grossing $29 million. Batman's box office, however, was generated entirely over a 2-day weekend. This also broke the record for the highest-grossing comic book adaptation. The last major success was also a DC Comics Superman film. The impact is too great. Ovitz is going to have a headache, Richard remarked. He had also come to Ronald's hotel, now visiting more frequently than the Daydream employees. Ronald had provided him with a guarantee of success, making this already hard-working young man cherish everything he had even more. Ovitz was indeed going to have a headache. Like all sequels, the Ghostbusters sequel's costs skyrocketed uncontrollably. The original cast was brought back, but the lead actors all demanded significantly higher salaries, and creators Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd insisted on direct script revisions. Even Sigourney Weaver, who received numerous award nominations for her role as Ronald Reeves in Working Girl, commanded top-tier pay. The production cost of Ghostbusters jumped from $25 million for the first film to $43 million. As a result, the project's box office projections quickly plummeted from $220 million to just over $100 million. The ORFCAA's blockbuster productions began to dissipate. Film critics, known for their snobbishness, turned their sarcastic remarks into direct criticism after Ghostbusters 2's poor performance. American film critics today were blunt, saying that the success of Ghostbusters lay in projecting childlike fantasies onto adult characters who defied authority and forged bonds within a club. However, Ghostbusters 2 took a different approach, blending surreal comedic fantasy with the humanity of its main characters, turning the sequel into Four Ghostbusters and a Baby, a blatant ripoff of the 1987 comedy Three Men and a Baby. Roger Ebert was also quick to criticize, calling the film disappointing, commenting at a public screening that Ghostbusters 2 only elicited one laugh throughout. They all turned their attention to Batman, in fact, before the film's release. Comic book fans had a negative opinion of Michael Keaton's Batman and Tim Burton's direction, but after its release, they instantly became fans of the duo. Roger Ebert's assessment was also unique. He believed the set design, color scheme, and the Joker's character were far superior to the leads. Jack Nicholson, playing the Joker, stole the spotlight in every scene with Michael Keaton. This is a victory of design over story, style over content, a visually stunning film with a plot that leaves viewers uninterested. However, his co-star Cisco praised the lead actor highly, considering him a new generation of psychological film master, allowing the audience to naturally enter the psychological world behind the story. Ugh, Ovitz is unlucky. Actually, I'm unlucky too. Richard glanced at Ronald, realizing he'd misjudged the situation. He tried to smooth things over. I know you feel the same way about Ovitz as I do. Ronald waved him off. He knew Richard's hatred for Ovitz was no less than his own. If Ovitz exposed a major scandal, his own career would plummet. However, Ronald's cyborg film, released by Daydream, was also greatly affected. And more importantly, the third installment of Dragon Boys, which he co-produced and distributed with Weintraub, was premiering next week. Warner Bros. Film is coming on strong, severely suppressing the box office performance of all other commercial films released in the same period. Batman only cost a little over $40 million to produce. A film like that could break even in just one weekend, and if it grosses over $100 million, recouping its costs would be a piece of cake. Ronald, what do we do? Batman is on fire right now. Sure enough, Jerry Weintraub called. He was hesitant. Weintraub's company was on the verge of collapse due to financing difficulties caused by rising interest rates on Wall Street. He didn't have European capital like Cannonball to take over. If he did, he would be willing to sell the company to avoid bankruptcy after a lifetime of hard work. Those who lent him money were all watching the box office performance of Dragon Boys 3. If the box office was poor, the creditors' attacks could drive this former music mogul into bankruptcy. It's alright, stay calm. Our audience and Batman's audience don't overlap much. Did you see how that Poets Society held up? At this point, Ronald had no other options but to offer some comforting words to his old friend. That's how Hollywood is. No matter how glorious your past, a single box office failure at a crucial moment can turn you from a darling of the masses to a star-studded affair. 2 consecutive failures, and you'll be on the run from creditors. Therefore, Ronald was thankful for his foresight. Aside from gambling on a single spicy dance film, he hadn't used too much of his own money on mid-budget films. He always brought in various forms of capital to balance the risks. He preferred to share the profits rather than put himself in a terrible situation. Let's have an early screening. Michael Gray, Ronald's marketing consultant, came over and proposed the latest plan. A small-scale screening in Chinatown and Hollywood theaters on Thursday, just to avoid any mishaps. Ronald understood Gray's meaning but still shook his head in refusal. After the screening, reviews and audience feedback would be released in advance, before the premiere on Friday. If they were confident in the quality of their film, they could use large-scale releases to garner early word of mouth and further squeeze out competitors' box office revenue. If the quality was poor, then preview screenings would be a disaster. Audiences would see a bad plot, and what could have been a top-grossing opening weekend would be ruined by negative reviews. Gray's idea was to die early and be reborn sooner rather than later. After all, under the pressure of Batman, a poor box office performance wasn't their fault. They could secretly secure a 3-day box office run without significantly impacting Daydream's reputation. But Ronald didn't want to do that. The disaster caused by Batman had everyone on edge. Ronald could afford to lose money, but Weintraub couldn't. Moreover, Ronald had seen the print and admired Tsui Hark's directing style. The key was whether American audiences would appreciate this Eastern aesthetic. Mr. Ronald, would you like to attend our premieres in New York and Hong Kong? Director Tsui Hark visited Ronald, hoping for his support for his first Hollywood film. I'll attend the Los Angeles premiere, but I can't go to New York or Hong Kong. You know, I just got married, so I need to spend more time with Diane. Ronald smiled and pulled Diane to meet Tsui Hark and everyone else. Diane had also acted in The Monster in Chinatown and was familiar with the Chinese supporting actors in Dragon Boys 3. Ronald-san, are you really not coming to New York with us? You didn't miss a single one of the first 2 movies. Morita Noriyuki, who played Teacher Miyagi, also came over to invite Ronald. Morita-san, I'm just too busy. You don't know, my company, Daydream, got sued. Ronald gave Morita, an American of Japanese descent, a different explanation. He was afraid that the Chinese from Hong Kong wouldn't understand the lawsuit and would think that something serious had happened to his company. But the American knew very well that it was impossible for a company to grow big without being sued. I understand, Ronald-san. Thank you for your support from the Dragon Boys team. Morita Noriyuki bowed deeply to Ronald. This guy became famous for his role as Teacher Miyagi, then changed wives, went back to Japan to raise funds for his self-directed and self-acted film, failed, lost everything, and then went back to Hollywood. He'll rely on this image for the rest of his life. Haha. There will be plenty of opportunities to work together in the future. Ronald patted him on the shoulder. Among the creators of Dragon Boys, the one with real personal value is this rather scruffy-looking Morita Noriyuki. Americans love this kind of seemingly simple-minded Japanese mentor character. Saying a few of his lines makes them feel wise themselves. As for Ralph Macchio, who plays Daniel, he's already 28 this year. Even if he looks young, he's lost the ability to play teenage roles. The female lead this time is Hong Kong actress Rosamund Kwan, who is 26. Fortunately, she's of Chinese descent, so American audiences aren't too confused about her age. Otherwise, if they cast Elizabeth Shue or Tomita Talent from the original film again, the audience would have unpleasant associations, as if an adult were playing a minor in a romantic relationship. Ronald, are you optimistic about her box office performance? Do you think the 3rd installment will be as successful as the first? Weintraub came over, hoping Ronald would reassure him. That depends on the audience's tastes. Ronald didn't dare to be definitive. The audience drawn by Batman was simply too large. Unless the fans of the Kids of the Storm series still wanted a proper ending for Daniel LaRusso, or they had a strong liking for the high-octane action scenes in Hong Kong, it wouldn't be able to attract viewers who don't usually go to the movies. If the box office is good, can we strike while the iron is hot and release a fourth one? Weintraub seemed to be in a more dire financial situation than Ronald had imagined, already thinking about a fourth before the third movie had even been released. I don't think that's a good idea. Ronald gestured with his chin, while Ralph Macchio, on the other side of the room, showed deep wrinkles on his face. Even if you were to make one, you'd have to wait 2 years for a proper sequel schedule, otherwise the series would be completely dead. Okay, I'll listen to you. Weintraub was desperate and grasping at straws. Unspoken, Ronald knew that even if a sequel were made, the male lead would likely be replaced, with Morita Noriyuki paired with someone else, starting from scratch. Perhaps that would attract some fans. Wait, maybe the female lead would be better? The male lead's story was a repetition of the first film. Perhaps a different Miyagi-sensei teaching girls would have a larger market. Ronald wasn't particularly interested in the party. The cast continued their boisterous revelry, while he took Diane home. Afterward, Ronald had to work late, meeting with lawyer Mitch Cantor to discuss the lawsuit he was facing. Sorry, Mitch, the cast needs my encouragement. Ronald apologized for being late. You have one of the healthiest work schedules in Hollywood. Only a few academics like Spielberg and Lucas, who dislike socializing and prefer family, are like that, Mitch Cantor reassured him. He added that many of his clients were drunk and gambling until the wee hours before calling him. How much do you think we need to pay in this case? I think around $500,000 or less. Do you want a quick settlement? I had someone contact him, and the actor really has lost sight in one eye. This whole thing has caused quite a stir. This whole mess was actually orchestrated by Minahan and Jean-Claude Van Damme. During the filming of The Cyborg, Van Damme had a fight scene with a black actor named Jackson Pinckney. Van Damme's shoe had a switch that could deploy a knife, which he used to kick his opponent, a unique trope in this post-apocalyptic action film. Unfortunately, during filming, Van Damme used too much force, and the prop knife malfunctioned, cutting Jackson Pinckney's eye. At the time, Minahan's canon was in disarray, and many actors didn't even have basic insurance. Jackson Pinckney didn't think much of it and went home to recover. Later, his eye became inflamed and swollen, and he finally went to the hospital. His condition worsened, and he lost sight in one eye. When the movie The Cyborg was released and entered the top 5 at the box office, the actor immediately had a lawyer come knocking on his door to sue Daydream. Although Jean-Claude Van Damme was responsible for the incident, and the lack of insurance and medical personnel was Cannonball's fault, in America, lawsuits are always about money. The lawyer preferred to let Van Damme and Cannonball, who bore greater responsibility, go free and cited labor protection cases to sue Daydream, who bore almost no responsibility. Because only Ronald had the money to pay compensation. If you're willing to settle, I can try to settle it for a lower price. Mitch Cantor greatly appreciated Ronald's decision. In this kind of situation, it's better to resolve it beforehand and have the unfortunate actor sign a confidentiality agreement than to go to court and let the news media know that Daydream might pose a safety hazard. The news media will definitely take this kind of gossip out of context. The best approach is not to refute it, but to prevent anyone from reporting it at the source. This kind of compensation with a confidentiality agreement means that if the plaintiff tells any reporters inside information, they will face a hefty fine. Ask Jackson Pinckney if he still wants to be an actor. If Daydream needs extras in the future, they'll give him priority. Ronald still felt sympathy for actors who had accidents during filming. That's even better. He'll be taking your checks anyway, so he'll be even less likely to speak ill of your company. Mickey Cantor was pleased to see Ronald so cooperative. Having such a wise client was a lawyer's favorite. Chapter 1106 The Joys and Sorrows of Dragon Might Kid 3. Ronald, you've done me a huge favor. I really want to thank you. On Thursday night of the second week of Batman's release, Jack Nicholson contacted Ronald through CAA, inviting him and Diane to his home. Why? I didn't do anything, Ronald asked, bewildered, eating the strange snacks prepared by Nicholson's chef. Hey, there's no one else here. Jack Nicholson sat down next to Ronald and whispered in his ear, I took your advice and signed a global box office revenue sharing agreement. Now I'm going to be rich. Hey, Nicholson's agent and accountant had already met with him. Based on Batman's box office performance, he was poised to make a fortune. The film had a tumultuous history, starting as a project with PolyGram, then passing through Universal, and finally Warner Brothers. With a production cost of over $40 million, no one could guarantee a profit. Therefore, they tried to get the lead actors to sign revenue-sharing agreements, sharing the risks. After consulting with Ronald, Nicholson finally agreed, and following Ronald's advice, signed a revenue-sharing agreement covering all media channels. He would receive a share of the profits from domestic box office, international box office, and video revenue. That's why you need to keep a low profile, buddy. I see you signed a pretty high-stakes deal. If other investors find out, it'll cause you unnecessary trouble, Ronald whispered in Nicholson's ear. Rebecca Broussard, Jack Nicholson's girlfriend, who was chatting with Diane nearby, glanced over. She was a model who aspired to an acting career, but so far she'd only had a minor role in Die Hard. Otherwise, why would this 26-year-old woman move into the home of Nicholson, who was over 50 and more than 20 years her senior? That makes sense, Nicholson nudged Ronald with his shoulder. Honestly, did you earn tens of millions of dollars from the sexy dance film you produced? My film production cost was only a few million, just a tenth of Batman's. Of course, I also provided the filming funds, so I earned a little more than the average director. Ronald felt Rebecca Broussard's facial muscles contort slightly as she stared intently at him. She clearly sensed that the two men were discussing something green, paper cutouts. You're right. Back then, I worked for Roger Corman for 10 years, only getting minimum wage of a few $dozen each time. Who would have thought? Jack Nicholson, after acting for so many years, had never earned so much money from a single film. Roger was a good man, Ronald chuckled. Yet, if it weren't for him giving me the opportunity to play the lead role and work as a screenwriter, I would have either starved to death or quit acting long ago. That stingy old man, if he were willing to pay me a little more, he might be rich by now, haha. Ronald successfully changed the subject. His sexy dance certainly earned him tens of millions of dollars every year. But this topic was too easy to rouse jealousy. It seemed that Nicholson's girlfriend's expression was so distorted that her mouth was crooked. It seemed she had made up her mind to make a long-term meal ticket. Darling, Rebecca Broussard had already taken the opportunity to come over and tightly hug Nicholson's arm, pressing her whole body against him. Where's the restroom here? Ronald saw the problem and quickly left, not wanting to get involved in this kind of thing. Upstairs, why don't you go to the one on the first floor? Just walk straight ahead and turn right, Nicholson said halfway through, changing the subject and pointing to a restroom on the first floor for Ronald. I wonder what this guy put in his bedroom bathroom. Ronald realized something was wrong and got up to walk into the hallway on the first floor. Beep beep beep, Ronald whistled as he looked in the mirror, lost in thought. From now on, his room would have to prioritize convenience, as Diane wouldn't be able to move around easily for a while. Suddenly, Ronald noticed something golden moving in the corner behind him in the mirror. It looked like a very thick rope. Holy crap, what the hell is that? Ronald broke out in a cold sweat. It was a snake. Composing himself, he looked closer and realized it was a golden python. Thankfully, it wasn't poisonous. Ronald calmed down. He figured it was Nicholson's pet. That bastard was just trying to scare him. Good thing Diane wasn't alone. Hey, sure enough, Nicholson grinned mischievously at Ronald as he walked in. Did you find anything interesting, Jack? Using a python to scare people isn't a good idea. Ronald, supporting Diane's waist, decided to leave early. Hey, you're quite something. Jack Nicholson always held guests who weren't afraid of snakes in high regard. Even the powerful studio executives who bossed people around in their offices were terrified when they saw his pet. What python? Diane couldn't help but ask after getting into the car. Nothing, Nicholson has a pet that somehow escaped into the bathroom. Good thing you didn't go in, my god, a python? Diane patted her chest, glanced at Ronnie, and happily buried her head in his shoulder. These actors have quite a few quirks, Ronald observed, gaining even more respect for his agent. These people were truly remarkable. They could cater to any oddball for the sake of work. Ronald, would you like another group photo? At the Los Angeles premiere of Dragon Boys 3, Ronald and the main cast posed for the cameras, satisfying the reporters' requests. Director Sui Hark, and lead actress Rosamund Kwan, who had specially traveled from Hong Kong for the premiere, both spoke fluent English and had no problem answering interviews. "Excuse me, Ronald, why didn't you direct the third film yourself?" a reporter, a fan of the series, immediately asked Ronald. The third film incorporates a lot of the origins of karate, and the action scenes have been significantly upgraded. In this regard, director Sui Hark is the most suitable talent. "You'll see how exciting it is when you see the movie," Ronald replied with a smile. He certainly couldn't say that he didn't want to direct a third film, a film made for the occasion. "Ronald, will Diane be in Dragon Boys? Why not let her be Daniel LaRusso's, the male lead's name, new girlfriend?" another reporter asked. "Daniel's lucky enough, he has two girlfriends, Ali and Kumiko. Diane is mine." Ronald made a gesture of putting his arm around Diane, protecting her and pretending to keep the male lead actor, Ralph Macchio, away, which made the reporters laugh. "We've arranged a beautiful woman from the East for Daniel, this is Rosamund Kwan, to be his girlfriend in the third movie. Let me tell you a secret, Rosamund Kwan's character, Aim, is even better at karate than Daniel. She's the best fighter in the third movie besides Master Miyagi. Ms. Rosamund, please give us a front view." Seeing Ronald personally introducing them, the reporters were very accommodating, surrounding Rosamund Kwan and Ralph Macchio, making them do many karate poses, and flashing their cameras incessantly. Director Luo. Mr. Luo, Rosamund Kwan was very grateful and wanted to thank Ronald back later. But he was immediately captivated by the wedding ring on Ronald's ring finger. Sigh, he wondered if he could get more roles in Hollywood? "Everyone, let's go in," Ronald's personal assistant, the chubby Lake, urged everyone in. Marketing manager Claudia Wells was also greeting the reporters, which attracted their attention and led Wells to explain that she was now a behind-the-scenes staff member, no longer an actor. The film is a prequel, telling the story of Daniel and teacher Miyagi. During their next vacation in Okinawa, their yacht is swept away by ocean currents into fog, and the two seem to have traveled through time to an ancient coastal city in southern China. They encounter teacher Miyagi's first ancestor, who works as a sailor on a trading ship. They are also swept away by ocean currents and encounter Japanese pirates, who rob them of everything and throw them into the sea. They desperately swim ashore and are rescued by kind fishermen. They settled in a village by the sea in China, where they observed fishermen practicing a martial art similar to karate, yet distinct from it. Several of them also learned this martial art, originating from the southern Shaolin Temple. With the help of a village girl named Emily, they mastered its essence, internal energy cultivation. After comparing and integrating it with modern Goju-Ryu karate, their skills improved dramatically. Meanwhile, pirates from Japan set their sights on the peaceful fishing village, intending to seize it as a base. The villagers resisted, defeating the pirates, who were then released. The pirates then returned with their main force. Outnumbered, the fishermen, despite Emily's and their superior skills, were no match for the pirates. Just then, General Zhang, the local commander, arrived with his navy, and together they defeated the pirates. Daniel, Master Miyagi, his ancestor, and Emily, together pursued the villains who had been released and then attracted the pirates' desire to massacre the village, defeating them with their martial arts. Finally, with General Zhang's permission, they boarded the ship again, heading towards Master Miyagi's hometown, Ryukyu. On the ship to Ryukyu, Daniel and Master Miyagi were overjoyed. Their ancestor had indeed gone to Ryukyu, ensuring Master Miyagi wouldn't disappear due to his historical influence. The ship encountered another cloud of white fog, and the group, feeling drowsy, fell asleep. When Daniel and Miyagi awoke, they were back on a modern yacht. Their flying and teleporting internal energy techniques were gone. They didn't know if they had the same dream or had truly experienced a strange adventure. Daniel went to a restaurant for a drink and met a young woman from Hong Kong who looked exactly like May. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the audience at the premiere were all loyal fans of the Dragon Boys series. They were delighted to see the upgraded karate moves and the unique, impressionistic scenery of South China. Daniel LaRusso's kung fu was even more impressive now. Seems quite popular. Diane was quite excited. It was her first time seeing such a unique action movie. With characters flying through the air against the laws of science, completely different from the common sense of American audiences. They seemed to accept the scenes quite well. So cool. These Southern Shaolin magicians are amazing. It's a pity Daniel went back to the modern world and lost his magic. If he could bring that magic with him and participate in karate competitions, how amazing would that be? I think Master Miyagi still has some magic left. You see, in the first movie, he healed Daniel's injured ankle with his internal energy. Isn't that internal energy a secret of the Miyagi family? That makes sense. No wonder he's so powerful. It turns out it's Southern shale and internal energy. Ronald went to the bathroom to listen to the comments as usual. These loyal viewers had grown from high school students to adults, but they still cherished their love for these characters. Some obviously illogical plots were somehow made to seem plausible by their imaginations. Are we going to have another big hit? Weintraub asked Ronald. He was excited by the audience's reaction, the best of the three films. Was his luck about to turn around again? Let's look at the box office and reviews. This is really an experiment. Ronald wasn't so optimistic. Today's audience consisted mainly of loyal viewers. Whether the general audience would accept it was still a question. Batman continues to be a big hit, breaking the 3-day-long weekend box office record. After the weekend, the box office statistics came out, and Richard brought the data to Ronald to report. 30 million. Ronald was speechless. The second week's results were also so good. Batman's total box office had just broken 100 million, in just 10 days. It broke the record for the fastest film to break the 100 million mark in domestic box office. Are comic book adaptations really that good? Ronald thought of Superman from back then, which also surprised everyone and became a huge hit. These kinds of movies have a unique magic. For so many years, American comic book fans have been hoping to see the comic book superheroes they read about as children on the big screen. Dragon Squad 3. Not bad. Ronald scrolled down and saw Dragon Squad's box office results. 11 million, ranking third on the charts. This was the second best result in the trilogy, only slightly lower than the second film. However, the first film was a dark horse, and the third might not have the same staying power. In particular, the reviews for the third film were clearly divided. Some critics who liked the film gave it high praise, fully affirming Tsui Hark's directing style. Other critics disliked the third film, dissatisfied with its destruction of the realistic and youth-inspiring action style of the first two films. It was predictable that after watching the third film, few children would want to join a karate dojo, because they would be told on their first day that karate couldn't teach that kind of flying internal strength. What was Ronald's own feeling? Actually, not bad. This was an experiment for him, trying to introduce the style and aesthetics of Hong Kong kung fu films, to see the reaction of American audiences, and then discuss the main direction to strive for in future collaborations with Hong Kong directors and action actors. Tsui Hark is definitely going to make it in Hollywood, and Rosamund Kwan is also receiving positive reviews. Roger Ebert said she's the best actress of the three leading ladies, and he likes a female lead whose karate skills are even better than Daniel Radcliffe's. After reading the materials, Ronald called Weintraub at home. Both were optimistic and preparing to invest in more films featuring Hong Kong action actors. Hey, Ronald, I couldn't get through to you this morning. After he hung up, his lawyer, Mickey Cantor, called again. What's wrong? Has that blind actor agreed to a settlement? Ronald thought it was about the Cyborg crew. Very likely, but that's not why I'm calling you. Mickey Cantor's voice was a little urgent. Your Dragon Boys Part 3 is being sued by the Hollywood Stunt Guild. Chapter 1107 Casting for the new film. What now? Ronald's voice carried a hint of weariness. Ever since Daydream started its production and distribution business, the company had been frequently sued. Most of these lawsuits stemmed from people trying to take advantage of a successful film. Some accused the script of plagiarism, others of infringing on someone's real-life experiences, and so on. He usually left most of these cases to Mickey Cantor, not getting involved himself. Only cases involving substantial damages would Cantor call to discuss strategies. The stuntmen involved in Dragon Boys 3 filed a formal complaint with the Stuntmen's Guild due to the appalling working conditions in Hong Kong. After investigation, the Guild found the complaint largely true and sued your company and your director, Tsui Hark. That's unusual. Most lawsuits were money-driven. Daydream had box office and videotape revenue, so plaintiffs typically sued the company for damages. But this time, suing not only the company but also a specific individual was quite rare. Haha, very good spirit. Mickey Cantor laughed too. Ronald could still maintain his sense of humor. He relaxed on the phone. This lawsuit was truly outrageous. While in Hollywood, Tsui Hark generally adhered to union work rules, but when he went to Hong Kong to film the action sequences for a major film, he reverted to his accustomed Hong Kong work methods. All Hollywood films registered with the MPAA must employ more than half of the Hollywood union members, and others must follow the merit principle, that is, given equal abilities, Hollywood union members should be given priority. The Stuntmen's Union is one of the most cohesive unions in Hollywood because their work involves higher risks, hence its strict enforcement. Hong Kong stuntmen perfectly fit this rule, as Hollywood stuntmen didn't know how to film those high-flying, high-intensity fighting styles. However, union regulations stipulated that Ronald was still responsible for the union stuntmen, providing them with travel allowances and standard travel and accommodation expenses according to regulations. The simpler tasks were done by Hollywood, while the action sequences were handled by Hong Kong stuntmen. Everyone kept to themselves. However, director Tsui Hark, upon returning to Hong Kong, resumed his unique working methods. During filming, Tsui Hark worked almost non-stop, chatting with stuntmen and screenwriters 24/7. Through these discussions, he finalized the various exciting martial arts choreography, plot points, and art direction. This drove Hollywood stunt performers to the brink of collapse. Even overtime pay couldn't soothe their exhausted minds. Furthermore, Hong Kong stunt performers typically hold multiple roles. At the director's command, the action director would have everyone available work together. For example, tasks like tying actors to wires required stuntmen, stunt doubles, and stunt designers to be filmed in a line, performing various graceful aerial maneuvers without getting tangled or spinning in the air, a highly skilled art in itself. In Hollywood, work is highly specialized. Attempting to work outside one's field is met with criticism. These stunt performers were cunning. They secretly filmed all the violations using a Sony home video camera and provided the footage to various unions as complaint material. Sure enough, when Dragon Squad 3 was released, the Stunt Performers Union filed a lawsuit precisely on time. Ronald was helpless. The evidence was solid, making it difficult to win. He commissioned Mickey Cantor to communicate with the opposing lawyer, hoping to reach an out-of-court settlement. Otherwise, the case's exposure would negatively impact the film's box office. Because Tsui Hark himself was also involved, Ronald invited him in to inquire about the filming process in detail. Mr. Ronald, you Americans are too domineering. How I film in Hong Kong, you want to control everything? Tsui Hark arrived at the Daydream office, looking very uncomfortable. He was already used to this filming process. If you insisted on following Hollywood procedures, he couldn't perform at his best. Yes, don't you know? We Americans have always had a long-arm jurisdiction. No matter where you film, if there are American members in the crew who violate American law, we'll deal with it according to our rules, and it'll even go to court. Ronald threatened Tsui Hark, then had him sign a document drafted by a lawyer, a formal statement expressing regret for the stunt performers who had suffered emotional distress. Unfortunately, Ronald had originally wanted to use this opportunity to keep Tsui Hark in Hollywood. Now it seemed that talent from Hong Kong was more suitable for actors, action directors, stuntmen, etc., than for bringing in a director. The Hong Kong market was too small, each professional had to be multi-skilled, and a small team could handle the entire production. This workshop-style filming method was incompatible with Hollywood's professional division of labor and specialized roles. The Directors Guild of Hollywood has decided to give you a warning, but will still accept you as a member. However, you can't blatantly break the rules like this again when you make Hollywood movies. Ronald shook his head. Being disciplined so soon after joining the guild was quite a record. Mr. Ronald, I surrender. I can't make Hollywood movies. Tsui Hark expressed his regret, saying he couldn't work without talking to his crew. All right then, go back to Hong Kong to make movies. Give me a call if you need any financing or distribution. Ronald appreciated the talent, but the film cultures of the two places were too different to force him. Tsui Hark suggested that although he couldn't direct in Hollywood, he wanted to learn more from Ronald, especially about the new computer-generated special effects, which he was very interested in. Ronald readily agreed, letting him go back to the set of Die Hard 2 to observe real industrial filmmaking. Honey, director Penny Marshall recommended her brother Gary to me. Back at the hotel, Diane came up to him to tell him about her progress as a nominal associate producer on Disney's 3000 project. Diane felt that her pregnancy had delayed the film's production and director Penny Marshall's personal plans. Perhaps because of the pregnancy, Diane suddenly lost interest in playing a streetwalker. In her own words, she couldn't imagine her future children seeing their mother playing such a role on videotape. so she declined Disney's offer to postpone the project until she recovered from childbirth, instead taking on a nominal position as associate producer to ensure the film's production proceeded as scheduled. Gary Marshall, what movies has he directed? I heard he's a romance film director. Diane hadn't seen any of Gary Marshall's films. He mainly directed television series and TV movies. He had a reputation in the industry as an expert in romantic films. Yes, I think this movie should be significantly revised, with more romantic scenes between the male and female leads. The next day, Gary Marshall, who came for the interview, shared his thoughts on the film with Ronald. His sister, Penny, had told him about the main plot and their plans. Gary, however, had a different opinion. He felt the original film's social realism was too strong, and without some compelling romance to balance it out, it would be a thoroughly depressing film for the audience. In the end, the character didn't fare well either. The male lead, Edward Lewis, went bankrupt in the stock market crash. The female lead, Vivian Ward, continued down her predetermined path. You convinced me. I think you could convince Mr. Katzenberg of Disney too. Ronald had a natural affinity for directors who prioritize market appeal. Gary Marshall, primarily a television film director, naturally had this tendency to pander to audiences. However, how do you plan to handle the ending for Lewis, the financial market tycoon, and Vivian, the streetwalker? While agreeing, Ronald still raised a logical question. Edward Lewis is a cold-blooded financial tycoon, and Vivian Ward is a Southern girl who didn't finish high school. If these two were to truly fall in love, they could never end up together. Unless a logically plausible plot is devised, audiences won't enjoy such a film. The 1940 epic romance Waterloo Bridge, with Robert Taylor playing Roy, a British officer, and Vivian Leigh playing Mara, a ballerina, is also a love story between an upper-class man and a beautiful woman from the lower class. However, people at that time couldn't accept Mara, reduced to a prostitute at a train station, having a happy ending with the war hero Roy. They opted for a tragic ending where Mara commits suicide, and Roy is heartbroken and unable to forget his true love for the rest of his life. Moreover, today's audiences have much higher expectations for the realism and logic of the plot compared to the past. I plan to have Edward Lewis go bankrupt during the stock market crash, so he and Vivian will be a good match. Gary Marshall had clearly considered this. His thinking was interesting. Instead of elevating Vivian, he used current events to lower Edward Lewis's status. A bankrupt former tycoon, only fit for manual labor like driving or cooking, wouldn't be considered a good match for Vivian. Hey, you're a genius. Ronald hadn't expected this approach, a complete reversal of Disney's traditional love story. You think it's feasible too? So what do you think of the male and female leads? Gary Marshall was in a good mood. Talking to an expert like Ronald was smooth, unlike the silly questions studio executives asked. It's all up to your taste, but of course, Mr. Katzenberg and I will approve in the end. Ronald laughed and said, just tell Katzenberg your ideas, and I'll call him. Honey, Olympia and the others came to see me. Ronald, who had just finished a half-day shift and returned to the hotel to be with Diane, found several people in the room. They were all actresses Diane had gotten along well with during the filming of Steel Magnolia, except for Dolly Parton, who had a concert schedule. Olympia Dukakis, Shirley MacLaine, Sally Field, and Julia Roberts had all come to visit Diane Lane. They had enjoyed each other's company while filming Steel Magnolia in the South. Ronald and Diane's wedding had been rather rushed, and they hadn't invited these friends, so this was their way of making up for it and congratulating Diane on her marriage. Upon hearing the news of Diane's pregnancy, the older actresses were very happy for her and chattered about things to be careful about during pregnancy. Seeing is believing. Several actresses had heard Diane say that Ronald treated her very well, but seeing the famous director go home to his wife at 3 p.m., their admiration for him only grew stronger. Ronnie, I knew you two were so sweet when I was on set. Every morning you two were so noisy, it kept us neighbors awake. It was so enviable. Shirley MacLaine, ever the gossip, didn't hold back her witty remarks. God, it's so. Diane covered her face, secretly laughing. On set, she had fantasized about Ronnie proposing, but she hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. You should be jealous, Shirley, Ronald said, pulling Diane close and giving her a light kiss. Ha ha ha, the other two middle-aged actresses burst into laughter. On the Steel Magnolia set, the director's domineering attitude had ironically made the actresses good friends. They had a very good impression of Ronald, the director who had come to put pressure on them and had even provided them with a convenient portable toilet. "I'm really happy for you," Julia Roberts said, her eyes wide with barely suppressed jealousy. She had just broken up with Dylan McDermott, who played her husband in Steel Magnolia, and was looking for a new boyfriend. Dylan McDermott was handsome, but not very ambitious and lacked connections in the industry. "Honey, do you think Julia might be able to?" Diane turned to Ronald and asked. Diane wasn't going to play that kind of role anymore, so it didn't matter who played it. Seeing Julia Roberts' expression, she casually recommended him to Ronald. "Katzenberger will decide tomorrow whether to cast Gary Marshall. Have your agent submit the audition photos." Ronald didn't mind. It was a small production. A recommendation wouldn't hurt. It just depended on whether the director liked it. "Richard, remember to remind me to call Katzenberg and Gary Marshall tomorrow," Ronald instructed his ever-present agent. "Okay," Richard noted Ronald's instructions. Daydream's personal assistant, the chubby Lake, was, after all, a young girl who had only recently come of age, and it wasn't convenient for her to follow him around every day. "By the way, Lundgren and Jean-Claude Van Damme have both agreed to star in your 2B movies," Richard quickly reported on the progress. The contracts for these people were all signed under him and the Nisita couples trio. Lundgren was happy to accept, and Van Damme had originally wanted to try a more A-list production, but Ronald had just helped him resolve a big problem, so this movie would be a way to earn money and repay a favor. "What about the other one? Who did you cast for Black Belt Elite?" Ronald asked. "We haven't found a suitable candidate yet. It's about someone who falls down and gets back up. He was originally a taekwondo master, but due to an injury in a competition, he was forced to take a blue-collar job. To achieve his dream, he gained his wife's understanding, resumed training, and won an important match in the finals." Julia hesitated beside him. "What's wrong?" Ronald noticed Julia Roberts interrupting him. "I don't know if we should do this, but my brother Eric is a black belt in Taekwondo. I remember you two weren't on very good terms." Ronald recalled the siblings' past. "What can I say? After he separated from his ex-girlfriend, I had his kids stay with me for a while. Eric told me that the reason that bitch broke up with him was because she wouldn't agree to build a cat shelter in our house, providing a sanctuary for 100 cats. Can you imagine? There are people so heartless, refusing to rescue cats in their own homes." "Of course I can imagine." Ronald didn't voice his thoughts. "It seems some actresses aren't quite mentally stable either. What normal person wants to keep 100 cats at home?" "Okay, let him try. Let's see what we can do." Ronald was now quite adept at using these seemingly helpful but actually ambiguous words to deal with people's requests for help. Eric Roberts' last car accident was also due to the effects of drugs, so he also needs to pass the tests to be able to perform normally this time. Chapter 1108, A Special Marketing Plan. "I actually had to take medication to relieve the headache from the car accident. You have to believe me, Ronald, you have to give me this chance. I really need it." Eric Roberts was found by Daydream Pictures and went to the hospital for a checkup. Ronald looked at the results, which included reports of various drug abuses. The list was almost as long as Ronald's grocery shopping list. "Okay, I believe you. We've known each other for a long time, and this movie is perfect for your life." Ronald scratched his head. The doctor told him that many of the medications were painkillers used for patient pain management, and there was indeed a suspicion of abuse, but they weren't the kinds of drugs actors often use. However, he also had a lot of other drugs in his body, but the detected levels suggested that he was currently in a remission period and hadn't been tempted to the dark side yet. Back then, Eric Roberts was on the rise. He starred in Konchalovsky's Runaway Train, which earned him an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor. He also had a boxing scene in that movie, and it was clear he was a trained fighter. Ronald recalled visiting the set in Alaska years ago. Back then, Tom Cruise's girlfriend at the time, Rebecca DeMoni, was the lead actress in the film written by Akira Kurosawa. Things have changed. Ronald shook his head and saw the seemingly alright Eric Roberts out of the office. He would be signing a contract with Daydream to direct the Taekwondo film. PFFT, the chubby assistant, Lake, who had brought Ronald a new coffee, chuckled at the amusing contrast between Eric Roberts' beaming face and the frowning production manager, Michelle Canold. "What's wrong?" Ronald asked. "When I joined Daydream, I never imagined I'd be back making this kind of thing." Michelle Canold found Ronald's taste strange. His films were both artistically and commercially successful, often capturing social trends. Why were the films he produced so Roger Corman-esque? B-movies, huh? Ronald laughed. It's not exactly B-movies, but all three of these films have that kind of action for the sake of action, patriotism for the sake of patriotism. Doesn't it sound like that kind of movie? Michelle Canold was relatively confident about the film's market potential, but the plot might get a Razzie nomination. Like PXXRN, right? Ronald, unfazed, blurted it out. Yes, we're actually making action PXXRN, like a certain type of film that sells well on video, produced by another Los Angeles film studio, the San Fernando Valley. Ronald decided to make these three low-budget films, the kind of films where the action is all about fighting. They're called Action PXXRN because the scripts are written solely to deliver one action scene after another. Character development and story logic are disregarded. The chaotic plot is just a transition to certain action scenes that audiences will enjoy. Anyway, audiences will know it's a B-movie when they go to the theater and won't have any unrealistic expectations. In Hollywood, there's a rigorous distribution system. From poster design to marketing arrangements, everything subtly suggests that a film is just for action-packed fun, so don't expect anything more. This way, it's fair and honest. Those who buy tickets are action movie enthusiasts, and aside from film critics, there aren't many genuine complaints. So, you specifically chose three directors with cinematographer backgrounds to direct. Michelle Canold gave a knowing look, making Ronald comfortably accept the flattery. Yes, as long as they can create atmospheric scenes, everything else is handled by the action choreographer and the actor's improvisation. Ronald was pleased that Canold had grasped his meaning so clearly. Old buddies really do have a tacit understanding. All three films had new directors with cinematographer backgrounds, cheap, proven abilities, and if they could exceed expectations, creating compelling storylines with strong narrative and cinematic language, then they could be given larger-scale productions. Is everything okay? After discussing all the work arrangements, Ronald stood up and checked his watch. Back to the hotel? When will your new house be ready? Everyone was used to Ronald going home on time every day to be with his wife. Some female employees even secretly wondered if Ronald was Hollywood's new model husband. Around the end of the year. I'll invite you all to the housewarming party then. Ronald smiled broadly. Married life was truly wonderful. However, he couldn't go back to the hotel today. He had other plans. 2 weeks later, When Harry Met Sally would be released. With Batman dominating the box office, Ronald was paying close attention to the film's marketing, hoping that this unique adult romance film would attract a different audience to the theaters. This was no joke. Although Columbia Pictures would do its best to cooperate, all the films released at the same time under Batman were a little apprehensive. Ronald was no exception. He had arranged to shoot promotional photos for the film with Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan that afternoon, and they needed to launch a major marketing campaign in various media magazines and on television. What are you busy with these days? Billy Crystal had been unemployed since finishing filming When Harry Met Sally. This promotional trip was one of the few times he'd been busy. I want to make a movie myself, Ronald. A cowboy movie, what do you think? A western? Ronald was scratching his head over Dances with Wolves. This genre was rarely made anymore, and everything was expensive. No, a cowboy movie, a comedy. I only have a basic idea right now. Billy Crystal wanted to take a different approach, introducing comedic elements into traditional westerns. Once you have the script, you might want to show it to me. I need to sign a preview agreement with you. Ronald jokingly reserved his project with Crystal. Really? You have that much faith in me? I'm serious. This has been a dream of mine since I was a kid. When I watched old movies on TV, I always made up comedic lines and plots for them, and then imagined what those old westerns would be like. So it's settled. Ronald and Billy Crystal shook hands, sealing the deal. He knew Crystal had high artistic aspirations, and if he were to create a project himself, it could very well become a masterpiece. By the way, are you currently working on any other film or television projects? Ronald asked Billy Crystal. No, I'm pretty much unemployed right now. Ha. Actually, Crystal had a wide range of interests. He could act in Broadway plays, release his own jazz records, and even guest star on weekend comedy shows. Have you ever thought about hosting the Oscars? Ovitz's promise to help Ronald secure the producer position for next year's Oscars ceremony still needed to be discussed with the organizers, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Ronald recalled the disastrous hosting of last year's Oscars, with Billy Crystal telling nonsensical, vulgar jokes, and only his impromptu jokes being somewhat popular. He thought of this. If he could team up with Billy Crystal for an audition, the chances of winning the awards ceremony would be much greater. Me? Oscars? Why, actually, I want to be a producer. You know, the Oscar judges are very demanding of me, and I want to curry favor with them, Ronald joked. Why not? If you're interested, I'd love to. Reminded by Ronald, Billy Crystal also realized the benefits of building goodwill at the Oscars. Now we really need to sign an agreement. Ronald shook hands with Billy Crystal again. Once things were looking promising, Ronald would find a suitable comedy writer to write some skits for Crystal to perform in front of the organizers, to give him some confidence. Wow, there's always good news with Ronald. Crystal was also very excited. When is Meg coming? I haven't seen her in ages. She's back from Hawaii. She should be here soon. Ronald glanced at his watch. Meg Ryan's agent had told him that the lead actress had recently landed a new film role and was currently rehearsing and getting used to the film. Ronald was responsible for all travel and appearance fees. Hey Ronnie, I didn't know you were married already. Congratulations. Hey Billy. Just then, Meg Ryan's people slipped in from outside the door. She was still the same sweet beauty she always was, hugging and greeting her old friends one by one. Meg, I'm heartbroken. You've abandoned me, Ronald said to Meg Ryan with a smile. How did I abandon you? Meg Ryan wasn't annoyed by Ronald's strange words. She actually knew what he meant. You abandoned me to go to Hawaii for Shanley's new movie. If I hadn't pleaded with you repeatedly, you wouldn't have even been able to come to the pre-screening promotion for When Harry Met Sally. I say, is John really that charming? Ronald's words weren't actually directed at Meg Ryan. What he was really upset about was the screenwriter of Moonstruck, Oscar winner John Patrick Shanley. The two had worked together very well on Moonstruck, and Ronald had even said that if Shanley wanted to be a director in the future, he should come to him. However, Kathleen Kennedy, general manager of Spielberg's Amberlin Entertainment, beat him to the punch. Upon learning of Shanley's new script, she quickly signed him, inviting him to Amberlin to direct his directorial debut, Joe vs. the Volcano. Ah, ha ha ha. Shanley often talks about you, say in your filming methods, and Moonstruck greatly inspired him, Meg Ryan said, offering a few compliments to the current director. That's how the industry is. Not only do directors choose actors, but actors also choose directors. John Patrick Shanley, lacking casting experience, scouted suitable candidates from those he had worked with Ronald. The female lead was chosen from Ronald's romantic films, and the male lead was Tom Hanks, Diane Lane's lead in the previous film. After all, Ronald's own judgment, and the male lead he chose for his wife, couldn't be wrong. This made Ronald a little jealous. Which is why he immediately wanted to finalize a deal with Billy Crystal after hearing that he intended to direct his own film. With the advance viewing agreement, he could see the script before everyone else and then decide whether to invest and how much. He himself hadn't signed with Shanley back then, and Amberlin had beaten him to it. What's this movie about? Is it a romance? Billy Crystal, dressed in a tuxedo, stood back to back with Meg Ryan, who was also in a tuxedo, posing for promotional photos. It's a romance. The male lead is named Joe, a diligent and competent employee, but he lacks ambition and doesn't dare pursue a colleague he likes. Later, the doctor tells Joe he has a terminal illness and only a few months to live. Heartbroken, Joe decides to confess to the female colleague he's always had a crush on, but is rejected. So, are you playing that female colleague? Ronald, watching from the side, also asked about Shanley's new script, which he hadn't read yet. Yes and no. Listen to me. This script is very interesting. Just then, a mysterious wealthy businessman appears before Joe. The businessman tells Joe that if Joe is willing to jump into a volcano on an island on a specific day, he will receive a large sum of money. On the way to the island, Joe meets the businessman's daughter, Patricia, and the two develop genuine feelings for each other amidst various twists and turns. To be with Joe, Patricia is even willing to jump into the crater with him. Are you playing this rich girl? Billy Crystal also became curious. Oh, yes and no. I play two roles in the movie, both a colleague and a rich girl. How is that possible? Doesn't Joe have a crush on his female colleague? How could he not recognize the rich girl? Ronald was also confused. That's what's interesting about this script. It's actually an allegory. They can be one person, or two, representing different aspects of women. By the way, I'm not actually playing two female characters, but three. The other one is Angelica, The older sister of the rich girl Patricia. Now you've completely confused me. Ronald was utterly bewildered. Was this still a movie? It sounded more like a stream of consciousness novel. One more shot. Give me that look of turning back to see your lover. The poster photographer began directing Meg Ryan to pose. She was incredibly photogenic. Billy Crystal's photos were mostly with her, and Meg Ryan had twice as many photos of her. Thanks, see you at the premiere. Ronald looked at the sample photos taken by the photographer with an instant camera and was very satisfied. He then had the marketing department take over, printing a large number of photos of Meg Ryan's smiling face as movie posters and main advertisements in magazines. He also edited 2 versions of the trailer, which were broadcast on cable TV in major cities like Los Angeles and New York. This adult love story couldn't be simply aired on a teen channel like MTV, which posed a significant challenge to Daydream's marketing team. Ultimately, they negotiated discounted advertising slots with each city's television stations. One version featured footage of elderly couples being interviewed in the film, ending with heartwarming scenes of the protagonists explaining how they fell in love, aiming to attract married couples. The other version edited together scenes of the 2 leads' 10-year-long mutual resentment, paired with sweet voiceovers recounting how they met during interviews, creating a contrasting effect. Haha, this trailer is hilarious. That evening, the second trailer aired on Los Angeles cable as scheduled. Diane, watching the contradictory combination of visuals and voiceovers, laughed heartily. I edited it myself, not bad, right? Ronald watched with a smile, predicting that this trailer would become the talk of the town for the next 2 weeks, and would definitely attract some viewers to see it in theaters. Ronald had his arm around Diane's shoulder, and with his other hand, he picked up the magazine edition of the New York Times. The insert featured the movie poster for When Harry Met Sally. The image showed Harry and Sally on opposite sides of the frame, with New York streets and the movie title at their feet. In the center of the image was the headline, When Two Friends Sleep Together, Can They Still Love Each Other the Next Morning? Chapter 1109 let word of mouth spread. Congratulations, Ronald. The Los Angeles premiere of When Harry Met Sally was quietly held on the Thursday of the 3rd week of Batman's release. The premiere was held at a movie theater owned by the Academy of Motion Picture Technology and the Arts at the foot of Beverly Hills. This was a byproduct of a meeting where Ronald and Billy Crystal visited the Academy to negotiate for the right to host next year's Oscars. The board members were satisfied with Ronald's detailed plan, and more importantly, they all remembered Billy Crystal's heroic act of improvising and saving the day during the writers' strike and the subsequent awards ceremony where comedians were free to improvise. Although the results hadn't been officially announced to Ronald, the Academy had already sent a clear signal. After learning that Ronald's new film would have a limited release, they offered to rent the Academy's Beverly Hills movie theater to him for the premiere. Located within walking distance of the Beverly Hills upscale residential area where veteran stars reside, it was convenient for celebrities to attend, indirectly boosting the marketing of Ronald's new film. So, although the premiere was relatively low-key, many celebrities still attended, much to the delight of entertainment reporters. Bruce Willis and Demi Moore, a married couple, also came to show their support. Demi Moore, with her long, beautiful black hair, paired with a white shirt and jeans, looked every bit the sexy blue-collar mom, captivating many film reels. Bruce, Demi, what do you think of Ronald's new film? A reporter, not to be outdone, shouted from afar, asking the celebrity couple. I haven't seen it yet, buddy. I'll tell you after I see it, Bruce Willis replied, dressed in a black shirt and sunglasses, also in a blue-collar outfit. His current roles all exude this kind of vibe, so he's consciously cultivating a more rugged, blue-collar image, gradually shedding his previous urban dandy persona from television dramas. We never miss Ronald's romantic comedies. I always cry buckets of tears, Demi Moore quickly added, otherwise, the reporters might twist Willis's words horribly tomorrow. Bruce Willis doesn't know if Ronald's new movie is any good, that's the mildest statement. I haven't seen Ronald Lee's new movie yet, I'll comment after I've watched it when I have time. Just adding when I have time completely twists the meaning, implying Willis isn't interested in Ronald's new film and isn't in a hurry to see it. Hey, I remember you, the Variety reporter, right? You'd better say something nice to me tomorrow, man. Ronald walked over to welcome the two, just in time to witness this scene. He pointed at the reporter, half jokingly, half threateningly. That depends on how the movie is, Ronald, the reporter retorted. Remember to come to the reception later, there are vouchers for journalists, Ronald said, turning to welcome Willis and Demi inside. The photographers, eager to get in, started shouting again, "Ronald, give us a photo. Ronald, man, you're really bold, daring to talk to Ronald like that." Another lower-ranking reporter from Variety Weekend admired a veteran reporter who had exchanged barbs with Ronald. Rumors were circulating among Hollywood entertainment reporters that Ronald Schwarzenegger was incredibly influential and powerful. Never cross him. The recent case of wiretapping Hollywood stars was supposedly handled by him, alarming the FBI and even causing the victim to commit suicide that very night. When dealing with these big shots, you have to be neither servile nor arrogant. You have to be valuable for them to give you something in exchange for your usefulness. Understand? If you only know how to flatter, why would they talk to you? The veteran reporter began boasting about his experience. Arnold, just after seeing the Willis couple off, another heavyweight star and their family arrived. Arnold Schwarzenegger and a young woman were helping an elderly woman with white hair as they walked slowly towards them. "That's Schwarzenegger's wife, Maria Shriver, isn't she?" The young Variety reporter didn't know much about this woman, who, strictly speaking, wasn't in the entertainment industry. "Of course, she's JFK's niece. Did you watch last year's Olympics? She's an NBC host." The veteran reporter imparted his knowledge, emphasizing that recognizing people was a crucial basic skill for an entertainment reporter, and it couldn't be limited to Hollywood. "Who's that old lady?" The young reporter nodded, then pointed to the older woman, who looked somewhat like Maria Shriver with a wide chin. "Oh, SHXT. That's Eunice Mary Kennedy." The veteran reporter immediately pulled a photographer over. Eunice, are you in Los Angeles visiting your daughter? What are your expectations for Ronald's new movie?" The young entertainment reporters didn't recognize her, but the veteran reporter, who used to cover news in New York, was familiar with Kennedy's sister and the founder of the Special Olympics. Unlike her two brothers and one sister, she wasn't involved in politics, but in the eyes of older generations of Americans, she was no less important than other members of the Kennedy family. In 1984, she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom for creating the Special Olympics. "Wow, I didn't expect anyone in Los Angeles to recognize me." Grandma Eunice was delighted to be recognized. "I really love Ronald's working girl, that kind of free and independent woman. I loved it. She was the kind of woman we idolized when we were young. I'm here to see my granddaughter, and I'm so happy to have the opportunity to attend Ronald's premiere." Just then, Ronald came out and took Grandma Eunice's arm, escorting her inside. "How did he manage to get even such big names in New York?" the young reporter asked, puzzled. "Ronald isn't just a famous Hollywood director, you'll understand once you've been in this industry long enough. OJ, look over here." The premiere was unexpectedly attended by so many celebrities: former football player and commentator, actor O.J. Simpson, and his wife Nicole Brown. Since they all live near Beverly Hills, the reporters went on a photo-taking spree. "I'm a Ronald fan," O.J.'s wife explained why she came to the premiere. The minor disagreement between her and her husband O.J. had passed. They had withdrawn their domestic violence lawsuit and reconciled. However, Ronald didn't always come out to greet non-Hollywood celebrities or lesser-known guests. With him and Diane absent, the reporter's enthusiasm waned significantly, to the point that John Cusack, who had just starred alongside Helen Slater in Deep Affection, could only walk into the theater alone with his new girlfriend, Susanna Melvin. "Honey, why are there so few reporters? Did we come at the wrong time?" Susanna Melvin, from a musical family, was previously the girlfriend of pop singer Prince, and her current date with Cusack was also hoping to get back into the entertainment headlines. The scene there left her quite disappointed. Besides being a singer, Susanna Melvin was also an accomplished songwriter, and she felt the music industry didn't value her enough, resorting to gossip to increase her exposure. Maybe they were already inside. "I'll take you in and introduce you to Ronald." John Cusack stood at the door for a while, estimating that he had enough photos before pulling his new girlfriend inside. Once inside, John Cusack didn't find a chance to meet Ronald, only able to greet him after the movie ended. But after the hour-and-a-half film, he and his girlfriend forgot all about it, embracing each other, lost in the happy ending of the protagonists on screen. In the theater, whether it was the stars, the ordinary audience, or Ronald and Diane themselves, everyone was deeply moved by the ending. Billy Crystal's Harry, in his final line of proposal, expressed his desire to begin their life together as soon as possible after deciding who he wanted to spend his life with. As this line fell, not only did Meg Ryan, playing Sally on screen, burst into laughter through her tears, but a resentment towards Harry for avoiding the changes in their relationship after sleeping together transformed into tender affection. A chorus of "oh" echoed from the audience. The female viewers, unable to resist such sweet talk, clutched their partners' hands tightly. Thank you, thank you, thank you everyone. After the film ended, the stars, Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan, went on stage to interact with the audience. Unlike the female viewers who were captivated by the 10-year sweet romance of strangers, friends, confidants, and finally lovers, the male viewers empathized with Billy's confusion. Perhaps many men have a woman in their lives who doesn't know whether to be a friend or a lover. But the most interesting part was Meg Ryan's live demonstration in a restaurant of how women fake orgasms. All the male viewers held their breath, afraid to breathe too hard, lest they show any surprise and be laughed at by their female friends for not understanding this. In truth, they were all deeply shocked, their understanding of women completely overturned. Unlike Ronald's other films, which often saw audiences go wild after screenings, the audience for this film remained rational, yet undeniably moved, subtly changing something within them. Making a film like this truly makes one feel the beauty within, Meg Ryan remarked to Diane after the fan meeting. She was about to fly to Hawaii to film Shanley's movie and wouldn't be participating in any subsequent marketing or promotional activities. Yes, I feel so sweet, Diane said, her heart pounding. She felt she saw details of her and Ronnie's relationship reflected in several parts of the film. Perhaps it was Ronnie's reinterpretation of their relationship? Meg, thank you for attending the premiere. See you in London next time, Ronald said, seeing Meg Ryan off. Due to filming schedules, Meg Ryan would have to wait until filming in Hawaii to finish before attending the London premiere. Billy Crystal and Carrie Fisher would primarily handle the premieres and fan meetings in New York and other cities. See you in London then, Meg Ryan smiled and said goodbye to Diane. Both were married and had a lot to talk about. Honey, let's go home first. The film review won't be out until tomorrow. Diane pulled Ronald along, urging him to go home first. Oh, okay, I was a little nervous. The audience reaction wasn't very enthusiastic today. Ronald felt that Diane's eyes were unusually gentle today, which eased his slight unease. The cinema score is out, it's an A+. The next morning, Ronald heard the good news from Richard. It seems it's not that the audience wasn't enthusiastic, it's that they were enthusiastic in a different way. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. The cinema score was always very accurate, and the audience reaction exceeded expectations. After its premiere, the film did not have a large-scale nationwide release, but only a limited screening in 50 theaters. This was Michael Gray's marketing strategy. The target audience for this film, like Working Girl, was not the traditional summer movie audience of teenagers. And this time it was a romantic love story for middle-aged people, so it was impossible to market it nationwide with successful female secretaries like Working Girl, so Gray applied the same tactics used for Oscar-contending films to this summer blockbuster season. He opted for a limited release, controlling the number of theaters showing the film, to create a more targeted audience and garner better word-of-mouth and critic scores. These viewers were carefully selected from the members of participating theaters, fans of the two leads or lovers of romantic stories, through a collaboration between Daydream and various participating theaters. While this targeted marketing was costly, the marketing expenses per person exceeding the cost of their movie tickets, films are ultimately products that spread through word of mouth, and Ronald was willing to invest in this to let positive word of mouth build up. Oh, Ronald's brow unfurrowed as he looked at the box office statistics. A release in 45 theaters, with an average box office exceeding $28,000 per theater. While this figure was achieved through small-scale, artificially controlled manipulation, it was still impressive. In recent years, few art house films released during the Christmas season using similar methods to garner awards have achieved such a strong box office performance. Looks like we don't need to worry about audience reviews, Ronald said with a smile as he ate breakfast with Diane at the table. Wang Ma, give me some more steamed dumplings and char siu buns. In a good mood, he ate much more than usual. Ronald even finished his coffee, so Diane quickly poured him another cup using the coffee pot. Had her coffee-making skills improved? By Monday afternoon, the box office results came out. The total box office from 45 theaters over the weekend had exceeded 1.1 million. This made the distribution departments of Daydream and Columbia Pictures very excited. They were eager to call theater managers in various regions to secure screenings for the second week. I think this is the first time I've received unanimous praise from all the film critics. The approval rating is over 90%. During dinner, the reviews from various film critics also began to turn to Ronald, and the unanimous praise made him feel flattered. Ronald Lee is already one of Hollywood's finest romantic comedy directors, and this film is the most traditional in terms of structure and meeting our expectations. Hats off to him. Besides Nora Ephron's script, the chemistry between Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan makes it even more special. Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times, unusually, also lavishly praised Ronald, a statement that even Ronald himself found hard to believe. The most shameless praise for Ronald came from the New York media. This has a lot to do with Ronald being a New Yorker and the script being a New York story. Karin James, a film critic for the New York Times, said that When Harry Met Sally is an often funny but surprising film that romanticizes the lives of smart, successful, neurotic New Yorkers. James also described it as a sitcom version of a Woody Allen film, full of funny lines and scenes, with a familiar atmosphere that always carries an uncomfortable sense of déjà vu, reminding us of our own love lives. Rita Campri, a film critic for The Washington Post, differed from her New York colleagues, focusing her praise on Meg Ryan and screenwriter Nora Ephron. Meg Ryan is the summer version of Melanie Griffith, she exclaimed. Sally, a blonde beauty, has finally found a stage to showcase her pure passion. She's neither naive nor seductive, she's a female character created by a female screenwriter, not a Cinderella under the scrutiny of a male screenwriter like in Working Girls. Is she praising me? Ronald asked Diane, puzzled, after reading the Washington Post review. She's definitely praising the film, Diane said, suppressing a laugh. Ask her when you go to New York, okay? I'll take it as a compliment to the film. Chapter 1110 New York Lover. When Harry Meets Sally continued its limited screenings in major cities, receiving excellent word of mouth. Coupled with the East Coast's fondness for Ronald and the film's portrayal of the East Coast lifestyle, many theaters experienced sold-out screenings, with scalpers reselling tickets at double the price. Ronald convened his team at Daydream to discuss countermeasures and explore ways to increase the number of theaters offering the screenings. The summer movie season was packed, with major studios having booked their release dates a year in advance, making it virtually impossible for When Harry Meets Sally to move up its release date. Fortunately, Ronald had a friend who ran a movie theater chain, Thomas W. Stevenson Jr., the heir and general manager of a Hollywood theater chain. Stevenson owned chain theaters in several East Coast states, and combined with Ronald's own theaters and the multiplexes in major cities invested in by Saudi Prince Bandar, they were able to allocate more afternoon and early evening slots to When Harry Meets Sally. Generally, screenings weren't during prime time, but rather in less important afternoon and evening slots. Ronald's new film was a box office hit, and his connections were strong too. Theater managers were happy to add more evening screenings to boost box office revenue, especially since some sequels to film series had seen their box office plummet this year. These theaters were thus favored by audiences eager to see When Harry Met Sally early. Many of them were urban white-collar workers who, due to busy work schedules, rarely had free time during preview screenings and could only rush to grab weekend tickets. This greatly alleviated the ticketing situation on the East Coast. Furthermore, with July 4th being Independence Day, a 3-day holiday, Ronald hoped that When Harry Met Sally could maintain a per-screen weekend box office of over $15,000 in the week leading up to its official release. It's all Batman's fault, Michelle Canold remarked from the sidelines. This comic book adaptation was simply too powerful. The second weekend's box office broke records again, not counting Batman's opening weekend record, reaching $30 million. Films released alongside it, especially those with even the slightest flaw, seemed to suffer greatly. Ghostbusters 2 and Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade have both fallen below the $10 million mark at the box office. They're now below $8 million, significantly lower than expected. Average weekend box office per theater has dropped to just over $3,000. Only The Kids of Time 3 and Dead Poets Society are maintaining a $6,000 per theater average. However, Dead Poets Society has already been in its 5th week of release, and its word of mouth is very strong, while The Kids of Time 3's success depends on how many people still go to see it. Ovitz's prediction of blockbuster hits has been shattered. Facing stiff competition from Batman in the summer blockbuster season, Ghostbusters' domestic box office forecast has been lowered to just over $100 million. Studios are starting to doubt his judgment. Even Sony, in the final stages of acquiring Columbia Pictures, has begun to ignore him, leaving Ovitz very frustrated. "Ronald, should we arrange a few more fan meetings?" Weintraub called, anxious about the Kids of Time 3's box office performance. Many investors and creditors were deeply skeptical of Weintraub's financial situation. This film was a test of his ability to maintain his magic. These Wall Street investors fundamentally lacked understanding of artistic creation, nor did they want to. Analysts preferred to use quantitative analysis to assess a company's profitability. Wall Street's foray into Hollywood was relatively recent, and most still needed to relearn the industry's basics. They now had a good grasp of the secrets to Hollywood's box office success. For example, a director's or producer's magic usually doesn't last forever. Within 2 or 3 years, or at most 10 years, the director-producer would lose their Midas touch, their ability to turn every film into a blockbuster. Those who can consistently produce box office hits across different eras are geniuses, appearing only once every 20 years, and are extremely rare. This placed very high demands on investors' judgment. You didn't want to invest in a Hollywood genius after only 3 years and 2 films, only to see them immediately enter a period of decline. We can arrange more screenings in Chinatowns of major cities, and places like Little Tokyo and Little Seoul. We can also collaborate with karate clubs in various locations for promotions. Ronald had already seen the box office figures for the second week. It was unlikely that Dragon Boys 3 would maintain the magic of the first 2 films. A small budget yielding hundreds of millions in box office success was a rare feat. Sui Hark's high-flying action sequences, aside from those within Asian cultural circles, were only acceptable to a segment of American audiences. Many viewers who weren't die-hard fans of the first 2 films were still quite confused after watching them. What do you think the box office will be like for the third film? Will it reach or even approach the level of the first 2? Michelle Canold was also unsure about this new action genre and asked Ronald for his opinion. Like Confucius said, "Do your best in what you can do, and leave the rest to fate." Ronald knew in his heart that the third film was unlikely to reach hundreds of millions. Stopping at around 70 million would be a remarkable success. The marketing and distribution team for Daydream Films was primarily focused on When Harry Met Sally. Whether Weintraub could pull himself out of the mess depended on his own luck. Ronald and Billy Crystal traveled with their team on a business jet to New York for the premiere. Diane stayed in Los Angeles. She was feeling fatigued lately and needed to rest at home. Do you think couples like that really exist? Slowly going from friends to lovers and then living happily ever after. On the plane, Ronald's assistant, the chubby Lake, asked the girls the question they were most interested in. Men like Harry, played by Billy Crystal, were the ideal partners in the girls' eyes, except for his slightly bald head. Actually, it's not like that. Harry and Sally weren't a perfect match, but they were both mature enough to forgive and understand each other. Billy Crystal refused to answer the question, so director Ronald finally stepped in to clarify for the girls. The film's ending almost turned into tragedy, but Ronald deliberately arranged for the 2 characters to have a dramatic turn of events thanks to divine intervention, all for the sake of box office success. For example, after sleeping with Sally, Harry didn't know how to handle the relationship and ran away from her house like he would with a one-night stand. Sally was furious and didn't speak to Harry for 6 months. Most men would have given up. But Harry understood Sally's sensitive nature and knew that such a woman was rare, so he called her for months, begging for forgiveness. Even so, they almost missed each other. Ronald and screenwriter Nora Ephron worked tirelessly, arranging for Harry to make a passionate confession at the Christmas party. With perfect timing and circumstances, Harry got a second chance. "I think there are definitely good men in America. Actually, I think Ronald and your wife are just like in this movie," said the chubby girl, Lake, who greatly admired Ronald. In her eyes, Ronald was Harry in real life, and even more handsome than Christoph. Hey, Ronald nearly choked on his water, touching his ear. "Actually, I'm not the kind of moral exemplar you imagine." Many of the staff at Daydream loved the female characters Ronald played, and consequently, they considered him the man who understood women best. Several female employees had become Ronald's fans. Ronnie, the plane landed at the private jet airport. Bodyguard Dan and driver Bud went to get the car. Helen Slater, who had been waiting in the airport lounge for over half an hour, rushed up excitedly and hugged Ronald tightly. Ronald hadn't seen Helen in a long time either. He pulled her close and kissed her passionately against the wall. Helen was still dressed very casually, in a white t-shirt and yellow shorts, which, combined with her blonde hair and fair skin, gave her a stunning appearance. "Wait, why are you in such a hurry?" Helen pushed Ronald away, looked around, and tidied her messy hair. She hadn't seen Ronald in a long time either. "Where's Bud?" "Let's go home." The chubby assistant, Lake, happened to walk by the door. She was waiting for her luggage and happened to hear the commotion. After seeing the two of them entwined, she had a deeper understanding of what Ronald had said. Sure enough, a man with such power can't be that faithful. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Ronald and Helen, in the back seat of the car, began to hope that the journey back to their high-rise apartment on Fifth Avenue would be as short as possible. The elevator to their apartment was private, and the two began to embrace and kiss passionately again in the elevator. Bang! Ronald took out a key card to open the door, fumbled to turn on the light, and then kicked the door shut. Should I order takeout? I'm too tired, I don't want to move at all." Helen leaned against Ronald's shoulder, the blush on her face and neck still lingering. Late at night, they watched the news on cable TV, and their stomachs began to rumble. "Okay, I'll make the call." Ronald picked up the phone and ordered 2 Italian dishes and 1 Chinese meal. His appetite was whetted after the vigorous exercise. "I often eat at this Chinese restaurant. Their vegetarian dishes are excellent." Fortunately, Helen Slater had no interest in cooking. She wrapped Ronald's arm around her neck and nestled comfortably in her lover's warm embrace. The president addressed the crowd at the Iwo Jima Memorial in Washington, D.C., reiterating his disgust at the Supreme Court's ruling overturning the Texas Justice Johnson case, and urged Congress to act swiftly. "That's a right protected by the First Amendment. That's just how our president is." With a father who was the vice president of PBS and a mother who was an anti-nuclear activist and environmental lawyer, Helen was naturally inclined towards the Democratic Party's stance. As a Hollywood actress, she was particularly averse to the president's calls for restrictive expression. Hearing that the president even wanted to pass legislation to overturn the Supreme Court's ruling, she couldn't help but express her likes and dislikes. You probably don't know his nickname." "What nickname?" Helen knew that Ronald had some connection with the president's family and was interested in this kind of gossip. "The media calls him Mr. 80%. He'll do what 80% of voters support, and that prediction has been very accurate since he took office." Helen agreed with the nickname. "So it seems he doesn't necessarily support this bill himself?" "It's just for the approval rating. Yes, if public opinion were reversed, he would definitely support the Supreme Court." Ronald knew that in big cities, most people were used to this. If there were a movie that showed people that the people love the stars and stripes not because of the flag itself, but because of the tradition passed down by the founding fathers who protected the people and ensured economic prosperity, Helen wasn't a radical anti-stars and stripes advocate. She was taught from a young age that the American government represented the people, although the American federal government rarely listened to the founding fathers' teachings. Ronald looked at Helen, surprised that big cities would support the Supreme Court's ruling so much. "You're right, maybe I should make a movie like this. After making 3 low-budget films about loving the stars and stripes, it seems like I should also make a movie exposing the dark side of the American government to offset the losses." Anyway, in Hollywood, openly supporting a particular group is detrimental to profits. Even the best producers and directors, like President George H.W. Bush, need to always follow the preferences of 80% of the population. If your movie aligns with the values of 80% of the audience, and the plot is decent with good acting, it's hard for it not to be a box office hit. You think so too? Helen was very satisfied with her lover, Ronald. He was capable, could make good movies, and guided the American people's thinking in the right direction. Is Ronald still sleeping? The next morning, Nora Ephron came to see Helen. They had been discussing the filming of their new movie Everyday recently, and Ephron was also very familiar with Helen's apartment in the same building as Ronald's. She had already guessed the relationship between Ronald and Helen, but since both were willing, she had no say in the matter. After all, such things were common in Hollywood. He's been very busy lately, let him sleep a little longer. Wait for me, I'll say hello, we'll go to the studio together. Ronnie. Helen Slater entered the bedroom and whispered in Ronald's ear. Is it already morning? You're still. Ronald was still sound asleep, his eyes closed, but he smelled Helen's scent and reached out to hug her. I'm going to discuss filming with Nora Ephron. You can sleep as long as you want. Who are you going to discuss it with? Ronald wasn't fully awake yet. His thoughts slowing down. Nora Ephron, she'll be joining the cast of Harry Meets Sally this afternoon. Oh, Ronald mumbled back, then went back to sleep. Nora Ephron, 2 hours later, Ronald, having slept well, finally woke up. He vaguely remembered that Helen had gone to see Nora Ephron. After a hot bath and a hearty breakfast to fully wake himself up, Ronald decided to go to the studio to find Helen. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and last night seemed insufficient. "Bud, Dan, where are you? Get the car out for me, we're going to visit Daydream Studio." Chapter 1111 Misunderstanding and Catching Adulterers. Helen. Ronald and his bodyguard Dan arrived at Helen's small office, the apartment she had bought with her acting fees years ago, now serving as the office for her new film, Happy Together, which she was producing and starring in. "She's not here, Ronald." Only screenwriter and director Nora Ephron was in the office, scribbling on the script with a ballpoint pen. "Nora, it's nice to see you. We'll go to the premiere tonight. There will be many audience members with lots of questions for you, okay?" Nora Ephron tossed the pen onto the table, let out a sigh, and then stood up and stretched. The script for Happy Together was truly a headache. The male lead, Christopher, was a bookworm aspiring writer. He was assigned a roommate named Alex. Because Alex's name was unisex, and the dorm assignment computer system had malfunctioned, Christopher's roommate was a girl. Alex, on the other hand, is a party animal studying acting and art, making the two seem completely incompatible. This film is a typical romantic comedy, telling the story of two people who initially dislike each other, but eventually overcome obstacles to discover each other's strengths and get together. What's unusual is that this film tells the story of two college freshmen. This is almost unprecedented in Hollywood history. This is understandable. Many scenes that are engaging and dramatic when set in high school feel awkward when set in college. For example, it's hard to imagine the first time two college students. College students have a higher average IQ, face greater academic pressure than high school students, and are more mature. Therefore, Nora Ephron invested a great deal of effort in revising the script for her directorial debut. On one hand, she needed to create scenes that would seem plausible to college-educated viewers. On the other hand, she needed to cater to those who hadn't attended college, ensuring the story wasn't too difficult to understand. In other words, the dialogue and plot development had to be presented in language that high school students could comprehend, telling the unique experiences of college students. Ronald was well aware of the difficulty of this adaptation. Helen Slater's unique image and temperament made her unsuitable for playing a high school student. So, he wisely handed the task over to Nora Ephron, the writer of When Harry Met Sally, knowing she could craft dialogue that would satisfy audiences for a New York working-class couple. Ronald picked up the script from the table and began to read. His judgment was indeed correct. Nora Ephron had replaced many illogical scenes in the original script with engaging plots. For example, Alex's acting class grades were low, and Christopher's writing assignment was criticized by the professor for lacking inspiration. Both were advised by the professor to experience more real life, which gave them a chance to change their perspectives. The final conflict between the two was also rewritten. Christopher's arm was broken by Alex's ex-boyfriend, requiring a cast and causing him to miss exams. While preparing, the mischievous Alex suggested he cheat by writing answers onto his cast. Christopher was caught cheating and nearly expelled, leading to another intense conflict between the two, serving as the climax of the final scene. "Great, really great, I didn't misjudge you." Ronald was delighted. The plot felt very much like university life. Completely different from the study habits of high school, but cleverly avoiding complex academic content and instead using familiar, relatable themes. Viewers would immediately understand it was university, not high school, and could empathize with the difficulties they faced. "God, I've been tricked." To revise this script, I even dug out my university diaries, Nora Ephron said, waving her hand. "Nora, the crew I arranged for you are all experienced." Ronald understood Ephron's asking price and smiled as he revealed his offer. To secure a suitable film for Helen, Ronald not only used Nora Ephron, who had great potential to portray female psychology, as the screenwriter and director, but also found a highly experienced cinematographer specializing in romantic dramas. He also hired a technical staff member with 20 years of experience in managing film crews to serve as the first assistant director. This way, the novice producer and director could focus solely on artistic creation and performance on set, while everything else was handled for them. That's more like it. Nora Ephron knew her first film was crucial. Ronald was offering her an opportunity, a salary, creative freedom, and a top-notch creative team. She felt well secured. By the way, where's Helen? Ronald had come to meet Helen. He'd been chatting with Efren for a while, but Helen hadn't returned. Ronald, Nora Efren divorced her ex-husband because he had been unfaithful during their marriage, and she deeply resented Ronald's behavior. However, he was her boss, so she couldn't say anything. Now that Ronald was openly asking his lover Helen about her whereabouts, she couldn't help herself again, her New York artsy girl spirit kicking in. What is Helen to you? Oh, she's my friend. We don't interfere with what our friends do, right? It's their privacy. Whether they're working, eating out, or dating, we only talk to them about it afterwards. Unless it's a girlfriend, we wouldn't ask to know so much about her private life, right? Oh, Nora, I'm ashamed of what you're saying. Nora Efren was a direct and critical person. Ronald couldn't argue with her, so he had to admit defeat, spouting a bunch of twisted logic like, I know I'm wrong, but ending this relationship will hurt even more people. Nora Efren was speechless for a moment. Anyway, it was their choice. I really like Helen, and I hope she won't get hurt. Then she pouted, packed her things, and left. She needed to get her hair done before the premiere that evening. Honestly, I'm doing pretty well in Hollywood, Ronald could only mutter to himself. By the way, you still haven't told me where she went? Nora, Ronald stuck his head out the window, looking down at Nora Efren who had already walked away, and shook his head helplessly. Sigh, that's how these Hollywood women treat me. He closed the door and called to his bodyguard Dan, who was waiting outside, to come with him. Bud's car was parked downstairs. Where's Helen? Bud was quite familiar with Helen Slater and was a little surprised to see Ronald come down alone. Who knows? Maybe she's working, going to a restaurant, or on a date. Ronald was embarrassed to say that he hadn't found Helen Slater, so he repeated Efren's words. Wait, what date? Who's she on a date with? Ronald suddenly realized that Nora Efren had actually set a date. How could he tolerate this? Get in the car. To the salon where Nora Efren got her hair done. I need to find out. Bud suppressed a laugh and was about to start the car. Wait a minute, that guy over there has been observing this apartment for a long time. Dan, the bodyguard sitting next to Ronald, suddenly spoke up to stop Bud, then whispered to Ronald. The work of a bodyguard sounds complicated, but for a public figure like Ronald, who doesn't have any particularly high-risk targets watching him day and night, it's really just about protecting the two ends and guarding the middle. Protecting the two ends means installing security cameras and other measures in the client's home and office. Guarding the middle means that the client's greatest risk of exposure is during the time spent traveling between the two destinations. Therefore, bodyguard Dan always checks the security of the vehicle before Ronald gets in and out of the car. Inside Ronald's Mercedes, the curtains were drawn, and the bodyguard pointed to the peeping toss, not expecting the man to notice. Ronald looked in the direction of the gesture and saw a man peeking out from the opposite corner. I know this guy, that fucking bastard. Ronald saw the man's strong jaw and angular face and suddenly burst into a curse. Hey, Ronald, the bodyguard quickly stopped his employer from getting out of the car to face the man directly. It's okay, this guy is an actor. Ronald recognized him. He was the same actor who had tricked his cousin Donna years ago to try and get a role in his movie. What was this guy doing sneaking around here? This wasn't Hollywood. There were no other industry people here besides Helen's studio. Dan, unable to stop Ronald, sensed the anger in his employer's slammed door and quickly gave Bud a look. The two of them then protected Ronald from the front and back. Hey, you, Ronald pointed across the street and strode forward. Don't run. What's your name again? Who are you waiting for? You bastard. The square-chinned actor, upon seeing Ronald, immediately jumped into an old sports car next to him and sped away. Fuck you. Ronald angrily picked up a rock from the ground and threw it at the other car. Bang. The sports car started quickly, likely without stalling, and the rock, instead of being knocked down, fell to the ground. Quick, catch up with his car. Ronald was very unhappy, and now he had a scapegoat. He immediately got into his car and told Bud to chase after him. I'll drive. In this situation, bodyguard Dan's driving skills were more reliable. Richard, call Nora's agent. Ask her where she's getting her hair done, and have her call me back. Where did Helen go? Also, what's the name of that sly guy who tricked my cousin last time? Ronald made a flurry of calls as soon as he got in the car, and finally got the answer, the actor with that strong, Square jaw was named Brad Pitt. Yes, that's the bastard. Find out where he is in New York and where he's staying. Ronald's car was, after all, a luxury car focused on comfort, and Brad Pitt's sports car quickly sped away. However, bodyguard Dan was very familiar with the routes in New York, and before losing sight of the other man, he judged that he was heading out of the city. The car sped downtown, almost leaving New York City for Newark, New Jersey. Just then, Richard called back. I found out. He has a lover in Bernardsville, New Jersey. His agent says he goes there every other day. I'll give you the address. Got it. Ronald hung up. So hard that the phone receiver was suspended above the stand, breaking the car phone's fork spring. Hello, Ronald. By the time Nora Ephron from the hair salon called, the line was busy. New Jersey's toll highways are usually easy to navigate. After an hour's drive, he exited at exit 9, asked two pedestrians, and found the address Richard had found for Brad Pitt's lover. Still furious, Ronald got out and started looking for the red Ford sports car. It wasn't expensive as a used car, but it had plenty of power, perfect for a small-time actor like him who didn't have much money but needed to maintain a tough guy image. The address listed a mansion. It's a 3-story building, occupying a considerable area. Looking from the outside, there's a grass tennis court, an outdoor swimming pool, and a small theater-like building on one side of the main building, which looks a bit like a screening room. So this really is the residence of people in the film industry. Ronald's anger intensified upon seeing the building after getting out of the car. Ronald, let's ask someone. I don't think Helen would have kept this a secret from you, Littlebud said, mustering his courage to speak to Ronald, sensing the situation was turning sour. Why do you say that? Ronald turned and glared at him, making Littlebud's heart skip a beat. This boss wasn't as approachable as he used to be. With hundreds of millions in assets and bodyguards protecting him, he, a mere driver, couldn't say many things. However, Helen Slater was, after all, an old friend he'd played with in the leg warmer shop years ago, so he had to speak up. Littlebud forced a smile. Ronald, think about it, Helen specifically waited for you to come and keep you company. I don't think she'd be so stupid as to come here the day after you arrived, would she? That's true. Ronald, reminded of this, realized he was also overreacting. Helen came to work in the morning, but when I went to visit her on set at noon, she was nowhere to be seen. Nora Ephron's words made me feel guilty, and my suspicions only grew stronger. Call Richard again and ask. Bud ran to pick up the car phone to dial, only to find that Ronald had smashed the phone. Hello, Richard, this is Bud. Any news about Helen? God, you finally answered. I thought something had happened to you. I couldn't get through for over an hour. Ephron said Helen went to her group of nude angels to audition for the movie. Ronald was really angry just now and smashed the phone. I'm calling you from a phone booth. We're okay, good that we found her, Ronald. Bud rushed back to tell Ronald the news. You fucking adulterous bastard, you managed to sleep with 17 or 18 men in the half hour I wasn't back. Just then, a loud noise came from the mansion, like someone had kicked and broken furniture. Immediately afterward, a man's voice rang out. He seemed to have a lisp, his speech was unclear and slightly slurred. Fuck you. I'm divorced from you. Are you going to eat fast food every day? What do you take me for? A woman's scream followed. Robin, don't go too far. We're not divorced yet, you idiot. My lawsuit is in your hands, so I can sleep with anyone I want. What's it to you? The man let out a beast-like roar, followed by the sound of shattering glass, as if he were searching for his lover. Bang! A side door of the mansion opened, and a man carrying clothes, pants, and shoes, wearing only white underwear, rushed out. Ronald recognized him immediately. It was Brad Pitt. This guy had a grudge against Donna and had been lurking suspiciously outside Helen's house. Hey, Brad, what are you doing again? Ronald stepped forward and exposed Brad Pitt's presence. God, go easy, go easy. Do you want me to get beaten to death? Brad Pitt seemed to be under the influence of drugs, a little out of his mind. Ward, so you're here? The man inside heard Ronald's words and rushed out. Thank you, neighbor, you're my neighbor, right? I haven't seen many neighbors since I moved here. Thanks for helping me catch this bastard. The newcomer had a large head, a face full of scars, and looked like a very dangerous man. Dark skin with short stubble, plus he wasn't wearing a shirt, his bare upper body was all muscular. One hand grabbed Brad Pitt's collar, the other clenched into a fist. Hey, Friend, don't do this. Ronald saw the fist, which was almost as big as Brad Pitt's face, and quickly tried to dissuade him. This punch could really get him into trouble. Even if the pretty boy Pitt didn't die, he'd probably be disfigured. Oh, you bastard, how could I have married a bastard like you? The woman inside also ran out, quickly trying to dissuade him. Your lawyer is already talking to my lawyer about child support. I didn't refuse you coming here for fast food. I'm free now. If you hide him, don't come here again. Holy SHXT, that's Mike Tyson. Little Bud had recovered from his shock. Who? Heavyweight boxing champion, Mike Tyson, huh? Ronald glanced at Brad Pitt, whose face was ashen with fear. This guy is really audacious. He dares to do that to the boxing champion's wife, no, his ex-wife, his wife before the divorce is finalized. Most people wouldn't dare. Hey, aren't you Ronald? What are you doing here? Robin Givens, the boxing champion's wife and also an actress, spotted Ronald. No, I'm a neighbor. Ronald quickly got into his car. If he were recognized, the gossip media would report it, and that would be troublesome. What would he say? Why was he at the scene of Tyson catching his wife cheating? No, Ronald, Robin Givens, unable to comfort Tyson and plead for the adulterer, knew that opportunities to run into a big director like this were rare. Why? Ronald jogged away, quickly getting into the car with the others and leaving. What's wrong? I'm not embarrassed at all. Why are you all running away? Robin Givens looked at the car speeding away, puzzled. Why? Turning back, Givens saw the boxer throw Brad Pitt to the ground and then drive off. Brad, Givens went over and, not wanting to waste any time, helped Brad Pitt up. Why? That was terrifying. Brad Pitt, having narrowly escaped death, didn't dare stay any longer. What was going on today? He went to Nora Ephron to offer himself and got caught by Ronald, then came to Givens for comfort and got caught by Tyson. New York was too scary, he'd better go to Los Angeles. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1112 will stick to Ronald's movies. Honey, can you help me pick out some actors? Who do you think would be suitable? Back in her temporary office in the small apartment, Helen Slater suppressed a laugh as she showed Ronald a huge pile of audition photos she'd gathered from the acting troupe, asking him to choose the male lead to be her co-star in the film. Ronald had made a huge blunder, and the news reached Helen's ears. She was a little angry, but also a little happy. During this time, she also felt a strong sense of crisis. Ronald's marriage and Diane's rapid pregnancy were a crisis of personal charm for Helen. Even Katharine Hepburn's life with Spencer Tracy wasn't smooth sailing. Tracy had considered completely severing ties with Hepburn and returning to family life, but ultimately, their shared love of theater kept them together for a long time. Ronald's frantic behavior today proved that his jealousy was still very strong. Helen was relieved. Ronald was similar to old-school Hollywood directors, he was much more nostalgic than the newer Hollywood figures. You got Patrick Dempsey. Ronald flipped her handsome face, the male lead in the movie he co-produced with Bannon, Love Is Not For Sale. Yes, we felt his character in that movie was very nerdy. And he's very handsome in real life, so the difference before and after the transformation is believable, Nora Ephron commented. Very good, Ronald smiled, showing respect for him. Helen was the female lead, acting in a romantic drama, so her boyfriend had to approve the male lead. Patrick Dempsey was also a fairly well-behaved person in real life, so she wasn't too worried about filming intimate scenes with Helen. After looking at a few more photos, Nora Ephron suddenly pulled out an audition photo from underneath. How about this one to play Alex's ex-boyfriend, / He looks violent. Look at that chin, so strong, like a criminal. He could break Dempsey's arm with one punch. Anyone is fine, just not him. Ronald saw it was Brad Pitt and immediately threw his photo across the table. Ronald's face flushed slightly. He kept flipping through the pile of photos, pretending to be serious about looking at the actors' resumes. This made him a little embarrassed, and he had to pretend nothing was wrong. Why? I think he'd be great for a villain. Stupid and handsome. Nora Ephron suppressed a laugh and pretended to reach for the photo. This guy once approached my cousin Donna for a role, but then he got a new role and brought other actresses to parties. I don't want to see him on any of my sets. Ronald had to use his cousin Donna as a shield. "When are we leaving?" "Are you all ready?" Just then, Donna and Douglas walked in. They were dressed formally, attending the premiere of When Harry Met Sally as Ronald's friends and family. "We were discussing casting for the new movie. Ronald said this actor is terrible, we can't cast him. He even stood you up on a date." Nora Ephron suppressed a laugh. "Ah, it's him. He's a jerk, but I've long forgotten about him. Movie characters and real people are completely different. I didn't know that before. I thought celebrities were like this on screen in real life. If you want to use him, go ahead, PFFT." Nora Ephron couldn't hold back any longer, picking up a picture of Brad Pitt and laughing so hard she almost choked. Then, Julia Taylor, Ronald's old friend in New York who had come to help, also laughed. Finally, Helen couldn't help but burst out laughing. While only Donna was a little confused, not understanding what was so funny. "You bunch of bastards." Ronald realized that they all knew about his embarrassing moment, cursed, and then laughed. Anyway, there was no one else in the room: director Ephron, lead actress Helen, and Julia Taylor, who was there to help with casting. These female artists were all old friends of Ronald's. These Hollywood women, having seen too much of the ugliness of handsome men, were always quick to criticize and gossip about various men, and were quite fierce. Ronald was helpless against them. "Thank you all. Ms. Meg Ryan went to Hawaii to film her new movie, but I will record all your praise and send it to her via FedEx. She specifically asked me to hear first-hand feedback from fans before she left." The New York premiere was, of course, hosted by lead actor Billy Crystal. He was naturally humorous and handled these kinds of small-scale events with ease. "Consider it a training exercise for the Oscars. I feel the same way as the character in the film. Marriage is a difficult process. Finding the right person is hard, and sometimes you have to be daring, like jumping off a cliff. But if you're right for each other, there's a safety net to catch you." Playing the supporting role of Sally's friend is Carrie Fisher, Princess Leia from Star Wars. Her looks and figure have declined significantly in recent years, but she doesn't get plastic surgery or maintenance, she just stays as she is. At the New York premiere, as a representative of female actors, she answered many questions from the audience. This film is based on Nora Ephron's own experiences and many of her friends in New York, using many real-life love stories from New York as material. Therefore, returning to the story's setting, the New York premiere was particularly well received by the audience. Scenes like the Yankees baseball game, the autumn leaves in Central Park, museums, and the New Year's Eve countdown in Times Square were all presented on screen, making Harry and Sally's story feel especially real, like the stories of their friends. Moreover, this film is particularly suitable for New York audiences in one aspect. Last year, the average age of first marriage in America was 26.1 for men and 23.9 for women. However, in New York City, especially Manhattan, both ages were 3 to 5 years higher than the national average. This explains why Harry and Sally's marriage was delayed for so many years. Harry married and divorced, while Sally's engagement was called off, until they finally married at 35 and 32. This phenomenon of delayed marriage doesn't resonate much with audiences in smaller towns. Only in large cities like New York is it possible for a large number of women over 30 to remain unmarried due to career development, financial situations, and other reasons. Many of the female audience members tonight are career professionals, and a significant proportion are single, divorced, or single mothers. They are particularly satisfied with the fairy tale-like happy ending of the story of When Harry Met Sally, a tale of older urban men and women. After all, what single man or woman doesn't dream of such an ideal scenario happening to them? A couple who have loved each other for years finally overcome various obstacles in reality and bravely jump into marriage. How many Manhattan women dream of this every night? In a big city like New York, if a man proposes in public, onlookers will offer their blessings. This is a genuine reflection of this widespread emotion. After the audience Q&A session following the premiere, Ronald continued to communicate with numerous film critics from New York media outlets. These critics had high hopes for him as a New York director and were quite biased towards him. Like his previous film, Working Girl, When Harry Met Sally tells a New York story. Moreover, he portrays New York career women as so independent, intelligent, beautiful, and romantic, while ultimately finding good men for their heroines. This truly captured the wildest dreams of the predominantly female film critic group. The critic who said Ronald was a younger, more romantic, and more optimistic Woody Allen was practically shoving him to the heavens. Ronald didn't dare to be negligent, having his assistant present him with numerous coupons, including family tickets to Yankees games suitable for families with children, and all-inclusive packages for film critics to enjoy alone, including beauty treatments, manicures, massages, and spa treatments. These were the moneymakers that could further amplify the film's positive word of mouth, and in addition to material rewards, Ronald also needed to appropriately praise their contributions to New York cinema. This went on until very late, and the main cast members all went home. Ronald and Helen, who was still waiting for him, were both feeling a bit hungry, so they ate together at the mall where the premiere theater was located. "I haven't had pizza and Coke in ages," Helen said with a smile, taking a small slice of pizza with only tomato and other vegetarian toppings, and then drinking a small sip of Diet Coke. This theater, marked by an oasis palm tree, was invested in by Saudis. It was located near Midtown Manhattan, the most bustling area of the city, on land that had been rezoned and redeveloped during the previous president's term. There was also a chain of upscale pizzerias on the top floor of the mall. Ronald decided to have his meal there. It feels right to eat here." Ronald's eating style was much more voracious, stuffing a slice of pizza into his mouth and gulping down a traditional cane sugar cola. That's the kind of energy we New Yorkers have when we eat. Hurry up, we're getting a midnight showing, it starts in a quarter of an hour. This movie is hard to get tickets for, it's a romance movie, only a dozen or so theaters in Manhattan are showing it right now, it's directed by the same director as Working Girl, of course it's in high demand. I had to ask Linda, the marketing director's secretary, to get tickets. Right, Linda, of course, my boss Larry had someone deliver tickets to him, he's going on a business trip to Miami, so it's all ours. Ronald, who was wolfing down his food, heard several women rush into the pizzeria, demanding that the staff hurry up, so they wouldn't be late for the movie. He turned his head and saw 5 or 6 women wearing exaggerated earrings, relatively cheap work clothes, their hair pulled up high, and heavy makeup, stamping their feet and urging him on. "If you don't mind, you can have my pizza first." Ronald was touched to see they were there to see his movie, and offered them the pizza he had already baked, filled with sausage and cheese. "Oh, you're such a nice guy. Did you just watch When Harry Met Sally with your girlfriend?" The woman who was leading the group was very outgoing. She sat down at the next table with Ronald and started asking him about the plot. "Is it a happy ending this time? Do Harry and Sally end up together? I saw an ad in the New Yorker, but it didn't say whether it was a comedy or a tragedy." "It's a happy ending. It was a bit tragic at first, but they ended up together. When you see Sally crying, don't think it's a tragic ending. Just keep watching. I won't say more to avoid spoilers." "Okay, thank you." The audience members thanked Ronald as they ate the pizza he offered. "Why did you come to see such a late show?" Ronald asked them. It was almost midnight, and besides pizza places, McDonald's, and Burger King, there weren't many restaurants open in the mall. "We're all classmates in business school at night. Let me tell you, we all went to business school after watching the director of today's movie, Working Girl. We're all former secretaries, just like the lead actress, Tess. Now Tess is our most successful idol. We all want to see his movies as soon as they're released." "Do you know the director's name?" Helen glanced at Ronald. She hadn't expected him to be so influential in New York. "Ronald Lee." What's the middle name again?" "We can't remember the middle name, but we never miss a movie. My boyfriend loves Top Gun, and I love Sex and the Beast. We bought the videotapes and watch it every weekend." "How? So why do you want to see this movie?" "Well, for us female secretaries, besides getting promoted, what we want most is a boyfriend who loves us." This secretary named Linda was quite direct. Working Girl helped them fulfill their dreams of beating their bosses and getting promotions and raises. When Harry Met Sally was there to fuel their romantic fantasies. "Linda, let's hurry, we're going to be late." The remaining secretaries called to Linda, telling her to take the pizza and go get the tickets first. "Thank you for your kindness, best wishes to you." Linda hurriedly said goodbye to Ronald and the others, rushing towards the movie theater across the street. The secretaries were all wearing sneakers, so they ran very fast. "I didn't expect these secretaries to actually believe the dream you created for them and go to night school." Helen covered her mouth, taken aback. "Movies, in turn, influence the lives of Americans. Such movies are actually quite rare in Hollywood history. My movies have always been like this." Ronald laughed heartily, in a good mood today, having met one of his die-hard fans. He began to boast to Helen. From the earliest breakdancing that sparked a trend, breakdancing has the widest influence, sweeping across Europe and Asia beyond China, to Dragon Boys making karate clubs thrive, to spicy dance leading to a surge in Latin dance studios across America, to Top Guns causing a dramatic increase in Navy recruitment. Ronald may not be the most artistically gifted director, but when it comes to leading social trends, he is undoubtedly one of the most accomplished in our time. Your pizza. The clerk brought Ronald a new pizza. Thanks. Ronald quickly ate 2 slices, finished his cola, put the rest of the pizza back in the box, and then, holding Helen's hand, the two of them, like young high school students, happily walked home hand in hand after a date. Another passionate night, and the next day Ronald slept in. After getting up and having breakfast, he received a call from Ed Bastian, an accountant at PricewaterhouseCoopers. The New York Daily News is becoming increasingly reliant on your funding. Beyond just money, Editor-in-Chief James Wells is also consulting our team more frequently on many matters. It seems your takeover of the newspaper won't face too much resistance from them. However, they called me again today, asking for our opinion on something crucial, and we need your input. Which mayoral candidate is being endorsed in Chapter 1113? James Wells, the editor-in-chief of the Daily News, was invited to Ronald's Fifth Avenue residence. Ed Bastian, who is in charge of the covert acquisition team, was also present. James, I'm sorry to have asked you here. You've heard about the recent wiretapping incidents I've been subjected to. I must strengthen security measures, Ronald said, seeing that James Wells didn't seem displeased. I heard you have something you can't decide on and would like my opinion. Let me be honest with you, Mr. Lee. You are the best person to take over the Daily News. Your support for the newspaper, your respect for the editorial team, and Mr. Bastian's professional support have been greatly admired by everyone at the newspaper. Editors and reporters all wish they had a boss like you. Ronald looked at Ed Bastian. The implication was clear. How did you reveal the acquisition to the editor-in-chief, Ronald? Mr. James Wells is a journalist with traditional American media virtues. He's the kind of person our society lacks now, the kind who deserves a Pulitzer Prize. He said that out of respect for you. After all, your donations are now effectively supporting the Daily News. Traditionally, when faced with particularly difficult issues, editors need the approval of the entire newspaper. Just like during Watergate, those 2 reporters only dared to release their exclusive reports because they had the support of Mrs. Graham, the owner of the Washington Post. Now you are effectively the owner of the Daily News, so Mr. Wells needed your help to say those words. Ronald understood Ed Bastian's meaning. This wasn't a leak of his acquisition plan, but rather the newspaper's editorial department facing a difficult decision and wanting a promise of backing. Ronald glanced at James Wells. My support for the Daily News stems entirely from my desire to prevent such a historic newspaper from disappearing, and also from respect for your editorial department. Although I'm not the actual person in charge of the newspaper, if there's anything you need my help with, feel free to let me know. Normally, what newspaper reporters want to write is protected by the First Amendment. The only sources of pressure they can withstand are high-level authorities in capital. While reporting is protected, newspapers can't withstand repeated investigations by high-level investigative bodies and boycotts of advertising by large corporations. The problem the Daily News is facing this time stems from a very sensitive political issue. At the beginning of the year, the New York City mayoral election officially began. The leading candidate representing the Democratic Party was Manhattan Borough President, black politician Dinkins, while the leading candidate representing the Elephant Party was former Manhattan South District Attorney Rudy. Now, with the primaries reaching a fever pitch, both leading candidates have approached the Daily News editorial department, seeking their endorsement. The Daily News, I remember it always supports the conservative Elephant Party candidate, right? Ronald's limited political knowledge made him somewhat confused about James Wells's predicament. What was there to be afraid of? Just support the Elephant Party as before. The Democratic Party couldn't really say anything. The problem lies in this year's election. Compared to previous years, neither candidate is a traditional party candidate, James Wells complained bitterly. For Rudy's side, although his supporters were the Elephant Party's base, Staten Island, Queens, Long Island, and a portion of Manhattan, Rudy hadn't officially stated in any campaign event that he was running for the Elephant Party. Dinkins was also different from typical Democratic Party candidates. He was facing Koch, a traditional Democratic strongman who had served 3 terms as mayor. However, thanks to his black political identity, He had surprisingly suppressed incumbent Mayor Koch and incumbent Governor Cuomo in the primaries with over 50% of the polls. Both sides had traditional media supporters. Traditionally, the New York Post supports the Elephant Party, and the New York Times supports the Democratic Party. However, the Daily News and Newsday, two large circulation newspapers with less national influence than the two, are less aligned with either party, supporting whichever candidate best suits their needs for each election. Newsday's circulation is primarily concentrated in Brooklyn and the Bronx and northern Manhattan, where many black people are natural supporters of Dinkins, so they are likely to endorse him this year. The Daily News main distribution channels are Staten Island, southern Manhattan, and Queens. They should have supported Rudy, but Rudy's unconventional approach has put them in a difficult position. Ronald understands that the editorial department is afraid of endorsing the wrong candidate and facing suppression in various ways after the new mayor takes office. If someone as tall as Ronald could step forward, the grievances would be directed at the right person, preventing them from taking their anger out on the newspaper's reporters. Traditionally, election decisions are made by the newspaper's editors. The editorial department has already pledged allegiance to you. If you can help them weather the storm this time, it will make our acquisition of the newspaper's overall assets much easier. After seeing James Wells off, Ed Bastian shared his thoughts with Ronald. I still don't quite understand why Rudy is unwilling to say he represents the Elephant Party, because he wants to abandon the Conservative Party and run in coalition with the Liberal Party, Ed revealed the secret. Rudy cannot unite with the Conservatives. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, Ronald then called Rudy. Rudy sent a member of his campaign team to meet with him. You know, the Daily News main circulation area is the traditional Elephant Party sphere of influence. People here will vote for him as long as Rudy says he represents the Elephant Party, and the newspaper's endorsement of him will be a natural consequence. Oh, I just happened to bring the campaign materials for the Conservative candidate, billionaire Lawton. Take a look. Ronald took the materials handed to him by Rudy's campaign manager. Rudy's decision not to traditionally form a coalition with the Conservative Party was not without reason. The Conservatives are even more right-leaning than the Elephant Party, and they disliked Rudy's ideas on abortion rights, gun control, affirmative action, and eliminating discrimination against minorities, so they simply fielded their own candidate. Where did these people come from? How come they're even more conservative and stubborn than those Southern evangelical idiots? Ronald could understand the Conservative Party's opposition to women's abortion rights, gun control, and affirmative action, but he simply couldn't tolerate the last item on the flyer. The Conservative candidate, Lawton, proposed restoring Bible and prayer classes in public schools. America was founded on the principle of separation of church and state. Aside from some church schools that still retain Bible study and prayer classes, public high schools generally cannot force students to do these things. Such a proposal, especially in the open and liberal atmosphere of New York, effectively meant that any candidate was abandoning the race. So, do you understand Rudy now? The campaign manager asked, exasperated. New York has always been a landslide victory for the Democratic Party, and an elephant candidate can't compete with the Democratic Party without allying with a smaller party. With a policy that would clearly face opposition from voters in Brooklyn and Manhattan, the two most populous boroughs, Rudy couldn't form an alliance with the Conservatives. The Conservatives weren't aiming for a mayoral victory, they just wanted to protect their base, but this could jeopardize their chances. These guys seem to be living in the 19th century. Ronald shook his head. So, could Rudy openly declare himself an elephant candidate? Probably not. If liberal voters only vote based on Rudy's platform, we might have a chance against a Democratic candidate, but the liberals don't like the Elephant Party. If we wave the elephant banner, we have no chance of winning. It's simple math. For an elephant candidate to win, they must ally with a smaller party. The Conservatives are too radical, and the liberals are unwilling to vote for a candidate whose name has an R after their name on the ballot, are representing the Elephant Party. I'm sorry, sir. I personally support Rudy, but a newspaper is a newspaper. I have a responsibility to my subscribers, and they can't accept the Daily News endorsing a candidate who is allied with the Liberal Party and doesn't dare to say his own R. Ronald's hands and feet were tied. He had acquired the newspaper to gain influence among subscribers and readers, and he couldn't abandon his fundamental position by supporting Rudy. Of course, Rudy will understand. The campaign manager had anticipated this outcome. This was a strategy devised by Rudy's team through precise calculations, to blur their stance and win over centrist voters. Then, on Staten Island, The campaign manager's main purpose this time was to obtain Ronald's commitment, especially in Staten Island, a conservative stronghold. Staten Island voters will definitely support a candidate like Rudy, a prosecutor by profession. We all have a good impression of this candidate who has taken decisive action to restore security and order and investigate Wall Street tycoons and the 5 Manhattan families. The campaign manager shook hands with Ronald, receiving his reaffirmation that he would fully support Rudy on Staten Island, which satisfied them. Mr. Dinkins, I'd like to know your thoughts on the Central Park attack. When Dinkins' campaign manager arrived, he immediately caught Ronald off guard. They were very confident of their victory, so instead of asking Dinkins what he needed to gain the Daily News endorsement, they wanted to hear Ronald's opinion, the one who was supposedly the next head of the Daily News. Ronald frowned. He was also a victim of the Central Park attack. What did it mean to ask for his opinion? Mr. Dinkins's opinion is, Mr. Dinkins believes that the 5 Black and Latino boys were coerced into confessing. Their so-called confessions were merely used to intimidate them into admitting crimes they didn't commit, taking advantage of the absence of lawyers. Mr. Dinkins will strive to appeal and help these 5 boys gain their freedom. That's Dinkins's condition. Ronald's frown deepened. One of the 5 was Black, who attacked him and Helen. If he hadn't run away quickly, he might have been the one in the news. Admit to crimes he didn't commit? What kind of argument is this? In Ronald's view, these kids disregard the law and have no respect for social order. They're typical Black people raised in the slums. Single-parent families, idolizing criminals rather than police, prone to violence, and viewing robbery and drug trafficking as a job. Even without evidence to convict them of assaulting and attempting to murder the woman jogging in Central Park, the bad things they've done could actually warrant a current court verdict. Of course, under the jury system, such statements can only be made privately, not publicly, as it doesn't align with American values. We already have the support of the New York Times and the Daily News, and will publicly endorse Mr. Dinkins after the primaries. If you're considering this, contact us as soon as possible so we can evaluate the Daily News coverage of the case. Dinkins' campaign manager walked away arrogantly. He had the confidence and assurance. In the party primaries, facing 3-term Mayor Koch, Dinkins still held a lead of over 10%. His personal charisma and campaign strategies gave him a strong chance of becoming the first Black mayor of New York City, the largest metropolis on the East Coast. Dinkins had a very high chance of winning the primary, primarily because of the natural support of Black voters. He had over 90% support among Black voters in the Bronx. Therefore, he needed to leverage the Central Park case to advocate for the 5 Black and Latino suspects involved. At every campaign event, Dinkins spoke at length about how these 5 boys had been treated unfairly because of their Black skin. Years later, Black people are still being pulled over by white police officers without cause, and even walking into white neighborhoods can lead to questioning. Among white voters, Dinkins also had about a third of their support. This was mainly due to dissatisfaction with Koch and support for Dinkins' seemingly centrist stance. Koch, who had already served 3 terms as mayor, was experiencing a decline in popularity. He himself was embroiled in scandals, and his single status attracted much media attention, especially the Daily News, regarding whether he had a particular sexual orientation and preferred men. Most voters, while not necessarily discriminating against those with these orientations, didn't want their mayor to be one of them. Furthermore, Dinkins knew his weakness lay in the high crime rate in the Black community, contributing to a decline in overall safety in Manhattan. Therefore, he touted himself as a tough mayor, cracking down on illicit drugs and serious crime. He proposed building New York into a kaleidoscope, where citizens of all races lived together, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses to achieve shared safety and harmony. A third of the white support seemed low, but it was more than double the white vote share of Jesse Jackson, the Black pastor and civil rights activist who ran for president in the previous presidential election. Everyone had high hopes for him, so the Black manager on whose campaign team was somewhat disrespectful to the future owner of the Daily News. After all, they had already secured the support of the Daily News, 2 important media outlets in Brooklyn and the Bronx. Ronald's support was somewhat insignificant. When it came to political issues, Ronald always consulted with Douglas Jr. This time, Ronald Douglas Jr. also went to Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. After listening to all the explanations, he asked, "So what's your decision?" "I'm thinking, we don't necessarily need to endorse any candidate." Ronald tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. "Choosing a candidate is choosing a camp, and all future reporting will need to be adjusted according to that stance. Rather than that, what if we take a neutral stance? Then, of the 4 major New York newspapers, only the Daily News can report the truth from a relatively neutral perspective. That's a good idea. The election is also the time when we take over the Daily News multimedia platform, which can serve as a breakthrough for the new owner. Ronald Douglas Jr. also thought this was perfect. With the Daily News being more objective, wouldn't readers and subscribers surge during the hype? Therefore, I need understanding from higher-ups. Ronald's decision not to take sides also carries the corresponding risks. Media outlets that don't align with either side will face pressure regardless of which candidate wins. I'll call George Jr. right now. Ronald Douglas Jr. nodded. Don't your media outlets want to endorse Rudy? Little George thought Douglas and Ronald were referring to the small newspapers they controlled on Staten Island. Yes, Rudy is running in coalition with the Liberal Party, and his campaign materials don't have red elephants, or a capital RR. Newspapers are read by hardcore Elephant Party supporters. You're absolutely right. I'll call the Elephant Party National Committee. Rudy's gone too far. The Elephant Party platform should only be open to those willing to be loyal to the party. I don't think there will be any problem. Little George agreed with Ronald's reasoning. Staten Island was the only New York district that supported his father in the last election. If he had more friends like that in New York, maybe his father could have won New York State. Having gained the understanding of the Elephant Party leadership, Ronald decided that he, Douglas, and the Staten Forward, along with the New York Daily News, would only provide neutral coverage in this local election and would not endorse any candidate. Ronald, are you in New York? How did I hear from the Elephant Party that you were in New York? After dealing with this matter, Ronald stayed in New York for 2 more days, meeting up with Helen. Just as he was about to return to Los Angeles, an acquaintance called him again. Bannon, are you in New York too? I was just about to go back to Los Angeles. Wait, could you postpone it for a day? I really need your help. Chapter 1114 Song Fe is the Dark Horse. Ronald, I need your help. You have extensive connections at various television stations. Could you help me talk to NBC again, or find a new platform for the new show? Steve Bannon was approaching Ronald about the pilot episode of Seinfeld Chronicles, a TV series produced by Castle Rock, in which he had invested. NBC had conducted an internal pilot of Seinfeld Chronicles, and the audience feedback was very negative. Therefore, NBC executives officially informed Bannon that NBC would not purchase the series. I don't know. Put the videotapes and the review summary here. I need to watch them before I can give you an answer. This wasn't just a perfunctory remark. Ronald and Bannon were quite familiar with each other, and their collaboration didn't involve much conflict of interest. Bannon was responsible for raising money from Wall Street, while Ronald was responsible for the creative ideas, so he spoke very directly. I'll watch it with you here. This pilot episode is actually quite funny. The poor feedback is mainly because NBC couldn't find a suitable audience for the pilot. Bannon had a persistent style. Since Ronald had agreed to consider it, he would simply watch it with him here. The pilot episode was very short, only 23 minutes long. The lead actor and creator are both named Jerry Seinfeld. The male lead in this TV series will also use the actor's real name. The pilot episode's plot is quite simple and interesting. Seinfeld is a Jewish man in New York. One day, in a coffee shop, he discusses relationships with old friends, neighbors, and a waitress. Laura, a girl Seinfeld met in Michigan, is coming to New York, but he's unsure whether she sees him as a potential date or just a friend. The friends discuss what signals Laura's words and actions are giving. Does she seem interested in Seinfeld, suggesting a potential romantic relationship? Or does she only see him as a friend? When Seinfeld picks Laura up from the airport, every interaction she has with him is ambiguous. It could be interpreted as either the first or the second. Later, Laura asks to stay overnight at Seinfeld's apartment. Upon arriving, she takes off her shoes, orders a drink, and turns off the lights. Just as Song Fe was feeling good and had even taken off his shoes, Laura received a phone call, clearly about relationships. Laura then told Song Fe to never get engaged, making him realize that Laura wasn't the right match for him. The series ends tragically. Although Song Fe had no chance with Laura anymore, he had already promised her he would accompany her to see various sites in Manhattan and had signed up for a 5-hour sightseeing boat tour. It's quite funny, and the casting is good, but I feel this series is a bit too profound, Ronald said, laughing non-stop while watching the pilot episode. The series was very appealing to intellectuals and urban youth. However, it was aimed at a national audience, and those Oklahoma parents likely wouldn't appreciate the humor and jokes of New Yorkers, Jews, and laid-back urban white-collar workers. But you can't deny it's hilarious, especially that actor Jason Alexander. He just looks so sly, it makes you want to laugh the moment you see him. Bannon's understanding of film and television is still stuck in those childish notions of good guys, bad guys, boyfriends, girlfriends. But who knows? Maybe TV series are just a bit more childish compared to movies. After all, compared to movies on the big screen, TV series have two disadvantages. First, the screen is small, generally only showing close-ups and extreme close-ups. If the actors' performances and appearances don't leave a lasting impression on the audience, they might not understand what the story is about. Second, watching TV isn't like watching a movie, sitting in a dark room with a group of strangers. There's nothing else to do besides watching the movie. It naturally forces the audience to only watch the big screen. When watching TV, people have many choices. They can change the channel, chat, drink a Coke, or eat pizza. So, at this time, some exaggerated, dramatic performances are needed so that the audience can catch up with the plot after their attention wanders. Bannon was right. Jason Alexander was indeed, as he described, fat-faced, slightly balding, and the kind of appearance that would likely land him a supporting character in a movie. But in a TV series, it was easy to give him close-ups, and with that smile, the audience could easily understand that he was a mischievous friend. I can't say for sure, Steve. I can't promise anything, but I'll talk to the people at NBC. Ronald thought it was worth a try. It wouldn't waste any favors. That's what I'm asking you to do. I'm not asking for any extra favors, Ronald. Bannon's fat face broke into a smile. But you should worry about Brendan Tadakov. He's the biggest problem that got us rejected by NBC. All the executives and audience members who came to the internal screening loved the series and gave it high ratings. Only Brendan Tadakov offered a lot of weak objections. But you're the authority in Hollywood to judge audience preferences. Nobody knows better than you. As long as you state your objective feelings, I think no one can argue with your intuition. The Brendan Tadakov Bannon was referring to was the president of NBC. He's only 40 years old and a management prodigy. Since jumping ship from ABC to NBC, he's transformed this network, which was at the bottom of the ratings among the three major networks, into the #1 network in terms of both viewership and credibility. His network includes family dramas like Family Ties, new-style police dramas like Hell Street Blues, and late-night talk shows featuring Johnny Carson and David Letterman. If such a business genius were to lead the opposition to buying the series, there must be a good reason. Therefore, Ronald wasn't entirely convinced by Bannon's claims. He picked up the phone and called Bob Reiner, a partner at Castle Rock, the production company behind Seinfeld Chronicles, and his collaborator on Steel Magnolia and When Harry Met Sally. Hi, Ronald. How is the box office for When Harry Met Sally? Bob Reiner asked Ronald about the film's box office performance as soon as he answered the phone. The film he hadn't initially thought would do well was now receiving positive reviews, and he regretted his decision and admired Ronald's foresight in changing the ending to the happy one. Not bad. We secured screenings in over 900 theaters during the first week's large-scale release. They were very satisfied with the results of the first 2 weeks' limited releases. Any movie that we both believe in will definitely do well at the box office. Ronald was very considerate of Bob Reiner, stating that they both thought the film was good, with only a minor disagreement about the ending. Moreover, he only mentioned the box office, where both companies could share the profits, omitting the critical acclaim, something he couldn't share with Reiner. So, Bannon came to me about the Seinfeld TV series. I wanted to ask what your opinion is on it. What's your own take on it? The series is well made, but it's not market suitable. We'll probably abandon it and focus all our efforts on promoting Ann Gillian's comedies. Sure enough, Rob Reiner, as one of Castle Rock's partners, revealed the truth to Ronald. When the series was piloted internally by NBC executives, it was actually welcomed by almost all of them. And the laughter was very frequent. However, Brendan Tadakov is a very mature manager. He never chooses TV series based on the tastes of executives, but insists on using feedback from pilot households as the primary indicator. When NBC aired the pilot episode of the series, it invited 400 households to participate. These households signed pilot agreements, allowing them to see pilot episodes that other regular television viewers couldn't access. In exchange, they had to submit detailed viewing reports, answer calls from viewership surveyors, and, if necessary, come to the station for pilot feedback meetings to discuss why they liked or disliked the show. It's said that Seinfeld Chronicles received one of the worst pilot feedbacks in television history from these 400 households. The top 2 reasons for disliking Seinfeld were, no audience wanted to watch the show again and no character was particularly popular. Rob Reiner's company produces television series. During the marketing phase, a series typically only has the scripts for the first few episodes and the first episode filmed and sent to the network for pilot broadcast. Therefore, for companies like Castle Rock, they have many series that are simultaneously selected by various networks each year. If this one doesn't work, they'll have another one that might stand out. The Angelian series that Leonard mentioned has already secured a 13-episode order for the first season from NBC, and they've internally decided to drop Seinfeld. Thanks, man, I understand now. Ronald hung up the phone. Unlike Leonard, Bannon is a middleman between Wall Street funds and Hollywood production companies. He secured targeted investments in the Seinfeld Chronicles from several Wall Street funds and anonymous individual investors. So, if this Seinfeld starring series doesn't get a broadcaster's order, he'll be in a very passive position. Those on Wall Street might think he lacks real competitiveness and can't snatch the investment rights for the series that are sought after by broadcasters. Ronald himself doesn't know much about television production and almost got tricked by Bannon, this Wall Street con man. Honey, I'm going now. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Ronald kissed Helen Slater in the airport waiting area. "Yes, I'm always in a good mood when you come, but I can't spend too much time with you." Helen smiled and wiped the lipstick off Ronald's lips. She could tolerate refraining from bickering with Ronald about acting during their short time together, but if it lasted longer than a week, friction was inevitable. Even if Ronald gentlemanly yielded, his good temper wouldn't hold out for more than 2 weeks. A short reunion like this was best, preserving the most beautiful memories for each other. "Hey," Ronald awkwardly asked the waiter for a hot towel to wipe his mouth. "Let's go, Ronald." Along with his bodyguard, agent, driver, and some publicity staff from the film crew, boarded the Gulfstream private jet again. The plane took off, heading towards the west coast before sunrise. Ronald asked a flight attendant for a blanket and lay down to sleep. The crew and his agent, Richard, knew he had been working late into the night, though their definitions of working late differed, so everyone sat a little further away from Ronald to ensure he had a good rest. On the plane, Ronald always slept particularly soundly. Suddenly, a sliver of light appeared in the dark space before him. "Anyway, I just want you to know that I will do everything in my power to make those responsible accountable for what they did, or at least do something close to it." This time, what appeared in Ronald's dream wasn't a big screen, but a small television set. The 4:3 screen was small, and the camera only showed the back of a man in a red shirt facing an apartment door, and the profile of a blonde woman in a gray sweater inside. The two were talking through the door, seemingly strangers' neighbors. "Oh, she's so beautiful." Ronald immediately recognized the blonde woman in the gray sweater as Helen Slater. Underneath the sweater was a t-shirt. Helen's blonde hair was short, falling loosely on either side of her ears. Her skin was fair with a rosy glow, and her large eyes sparkled. The camera then panned to the other side, to the man in the red shirt in an over-the-shoulder shot, Sin Fei, the protagonist of Seinfeld. He seemed to be just as captivated by Helen's stunning beauty as Ronald, unsure what to say, and thus uttered a rather foolish remark. "Thank you so much." So Helen went on to film a TV series. Her acting is more suited to TV dramas. Ronald looked at Helen on the TV screen. She looked a little older than she does now, but her mature charm still captivated him. The scene shifts to the same old spot, still at the door. "The insurance company wants you to assess the damage to your car," the man in the red shirt said. "I've already done the assessment. It's $875. The camera zooms out slightly from the previous shot, showing a medium shot of Helen's upper body. This time she's wearing a dark shirt, the button slightly undone, revealing a red t-shirt underneath, and jeans. Her brow is slightly furrowed, as if confused by the man knocking on her door again. $875, Song Fei winced. He didn't admit he hit Helen's car, but he couldn't bear to give up this opportunity to interact with such a beautiful woman. He pulled out his checkbook and said, "I'm telling you, I'm writing you a check for $875 right now on behalf of the person who hit you, and then I'll go find that person and make him pay me back." Helen smoothed her blonde hair, Looking completely bewildered. Who should the check be addressed to? Song-Fei seized the opportunity to find out the name of the character Helen was playing. Becky. Helen spelled out the character's name. With a rip, Song-Fei tore off the check, handed it to Helen, and asked, "What are you doing this weekend?" Karen snatched the check and said, "You're really shameless. You hit my car, and then you denied it, and now you're asking me out." "I didn't do it." Achoo. Helen's character sneezed. Her acting seemed to have improved a lot since then. "You're really pretty." Song-Fei still had that same womanizing, shameless look from the pilot episode. "This TV series has actually run for so many seasons," Ronald exclaimed in his sleep. Oh, Ronald, now awake, took the cup of black tea handed to him by the flight attendant and drank it down. Everyone in the cabin was used to it. They were aware of their boss's peculiar habit of daydreaming while flying and had already instructed the flight attendant on what to do. Ronald sipped his tea, wrapped himself tighter in the blanket, and crunched the goji berries in the tea. Judging from the pilot episode, the series was about Seinfeld, a Jewish white-collar worker in New York, shamelessly belittling various things with his friends, while also depicting his encounters with all sorts of beautiful women and his attempts to woo them. Helen Slater in the series was clearly more mature and feminine than she is now. If every episode or two featured a new guest female character being pursued by Seinfeld, then this series would definitely be extended for many seasons. And even after many seasons, if they could still get actresses of Helen Slater's caliber and looks, the series would surely have good ratings. The more Ronald thought about it, the more convinced he became. This series might surprise everyone and become a dark horse. He beckoned to Richard. "Go check the satellite phone on the plane, see if it works now. I need to make a call to the president of NBC. Here's my credit card. There will only be one update tonight. The missing chapters from yesterday will be made up for tomorrow." Chapter 1115 The Wet Beach. Brendan Tadakov was overjoyed to receive Ronald's call. He had long hoped for the opportunity to bring a talent like Ronald to NBC to direct a television series. However, generally speaking, film directors are reluctant to direct television series, let alone a rising star director like Ronald. Just as he was trying to establish a connection with Ronald himself called. He immediately contacted Ronald's agent, Nisita, and invited Ronald to NBC's location shoot in Malibu Beach immediately after his flight. Tadakov happened to be in Los Angeles inspecting the filming of the new series. Ronald, I really wish I had been in a movie like When Harry Met Sally when I was younger. Then I might not have gone to television and could have worked in Hollywood." Brendan Tadakov was very tall, but not particularly handsome, slightly hunched over, and didn't look like the typical handsome man often seen in the entertainment industry. He didn't even have the above-average looks of Disney's founder, Eisner. "Oh, that won't do. My aunt will be very disappointed. She's a huge viewer of your Saturday Night Live show and loves watching the current TV series Family Ties." Ronald found Tadakov very humorous and warm-hearted, so he boldly responded to his joke. The two strolled along the fine sand of Malibu Beach, past a filming location of the TV series, chatting as they walked, instantly becoming fast friends. "I'm glad your aunt will enjoy our show. I hope she'll enjoy the one we're filming right now. Tell me, Ronald, as a successful Hollywood director, what do you think is most important in filmmaking?" Tadakov's personality made him very pleasant to be around, especially when he was deliberately trying to flatter you. As the president of NBC, now the most successful public television network, he humbly sought Ronald's advice on filmmaking. This subtle flattery was actually much more effective than the way Hollywood actors would try to curry favor with Ronald. "I think the important thing is to keep the story gripping the audience, not giving them a chance to lose focus during the 1.5 to 2 hours in the theater." Ronald thought for a moment and gave the simplest answer. "You're America's most successful television person. Don't you know what's most important in a TV series, or other TV programs?" Ronald returned the compliment to Tadakov verbatim. "Well, it's actually similar to movies. The most important thing is that the story has to be interesting. Isn't there a joke? How many TV producers need to change a light bulb? The answer is, why would there be a light bulb? Changing a light bulb in a TV series would be too boring." Ronald greatly admired Tadakov's sense of humor. The two stopped where they were stopped from the filming location. Filming was underway there. "Action," the director shouted, and the cameras started rolling. Several handsome men and beautiful women in bright red swimsuits, holding red inflatable life rafts tied to their wrists with ropes, ran energetically on the beach where the waves were slowly lapping at them, with a great sense of rhythm. Ronald and Tadakov stood outside the circle, not wanting to disturb the filming. Ronald pulled out his ever-present director's viewfinder and watched. The waves soaked the legs and bodies of the actors in their red swimsuits. The salty seawater, shimmering like golden scales in the sunlight, clung to their skin. The male and female actors, all with excellent physiques, ran powerfully across the sand. The sunlight shone on their sea-soaked swimsuits, creating a healthy and uplifting atmosphere. "Cut," the director yelled. Tadakov turned to Ronald and asked, "What do you think of this show? Is it good enough? Will the story keep viewers from changing the channel?" "I can't think of a more appealing theme," Ronald said, putting down his viewfinder. "Handsome men and beautiful women, beach swimsuits, all wet. Ha ha ha, you're a real expert," Tadakov laughed heartily. After their initial probe, Ronald proved he truly lived up to his reputation as a director and producer with an extremely keen sense for the tastes of American audiences. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a visitor," Tadakov called out, cupping his hands to his mouth. Despite being the president of NBC, Tadakov retained the innate curiosity of a Yale student. He personally watched all of NBC's dramas and other live talk shows and programs before making a decision. "Oh my God, isn't the director Ronald Lee?" the bustiest actress on set exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Hello, Director Ronald, I really enjoy your films." The actress approached Ronald and introduced herself. "My name is Erica Elenek." "Hello, Erica." Ronald, watching her swing, beautiful body, found it hard not to be drawn to her. "Let me introduce you, this is David Hasselhoff, who plays our leader. He's German." Erica Elenek excitedly introduced some of the cast members to Ronald and the president behind the scenes. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I wish your new film great success. By the way, what's the name of your new film?" Ronald politely greeted them one by one. "Baywatch," Erica Elenek answered excitedly. He finally had another chance to speak face-to-face with a top Hollywood director. "Will I have another chance to see you?" Erica Elenek, seeing Ronald about to leave, couldn't wait to unleash her final move. "Of course, here are my business cards." Ronald pulled out 2 business cards with his agent's office phone number on them and handed them to Erica and her colleague, Hasselhoff. These guys had great looks and impressive muscle definition. If the opportunity arose, they could enrich Daydream's actor pool. For low-budget action films, they could approach them. "Hey, a Hollywood director, no wonder he's so charismatic." Billy Warlock, another ambulance team member who played Erica's love interest in the film, leaned over to look at the business card and said sourly, "HMPH, what do you know? These big Hollywood directors, it's difficult to even exchange a single word with them normally." Erica glanced at herself, noticing she was soaking wet, and simply shoved the business card into her chest. She had just filmed Playboy's Girl of the Month and won a role in the TV series, but her lifelong dream had always been to be a movie star. This wasn't surprising. When she was only 12, she was an extra in Spielberg's E.T. the Extraterrestrial, playing the little girl who was kissed by the male lead, Elliot, at school. Oh, David Hasselhoff, a German actor personally recruited by NBC President Tadakov, already had a very popular TV series, Knight Rider, in which he played a detective with an intelligent, talking car as his partner. However, he knew very little about the film industry, and upon hearing Erica's words, he carefully tucked his business card into his hand. "So I heard from Rick, Nisida, that you want NBC to give Seinfeld Chronicles another chance, right?" After leaving the set, Tadakov and Ronald got into the company's luxury car together. In the back seat, he personally poured Ronald a glass of whiskey, and the two began discussing business. "Well, I watched the pilot episode, and I think it's a movie that really resonates with the mindset of young urban audiences," Ronald said, taking a sip of whiskey to Tadakov sitting next to him. "I have a gut feeling this series will be a huge hit." "Ah, is that so?" "Ronald, can I be a little more honest with you? I've been in this business for so many years, I've met countless producers and directors who have a knack for every successful series, or you could call it a sixth sense, divine revelation, whatever, but for all the series that have proven successful in the market, there's only one metric that can prove it was predicted beforehand: the first season's ratings." Hairhead, Ronald immediately understood. Tadakov was an expert. There's a very similarity between making TV series and making movies. No one can guarantee a series will be loved by audiences before it truly succeeds. The so-called first season ratings mean that things like the pilot episode, the director's and producer's intuition, the feedback from the pilot audience, and the opinions of internal experts are all unreliable. Tadikoff was playing on his dry humor again. No one can predict the final ratings before they're released. However, some people's intuition is certainly sharper than others, like a master like you who understands what stories American audiences want to see. Tadikoff changed the subject. His real purpose was to lure Ronald into the television industry. What specific reasons do you have to convince me that the character Seinfeld will really be loved by the audience? No, it's just my personal intuition. I have no factual evidence to prove my point. Ronald shook his head as well. I can't exactly tell you that I dreamt about this show, that it's going to be a hit as it goes on. I understand what you mean, but you never know. We got 400 viewers to give it a score, and it's almost the lowest score I've ever gotten for a pilot episode since I joined NBC. And the dry humor in this show is too New York, too Jewish. I suspect that even viewers in Los Angeles might not understand it. The car soon arrived at the NBC office building, and Tadikoff invited Ronald into his office, where the two continued their discussion. You really like this TV series, huh? Then I think we can make a deal. As long as you can give me a reason that I can understand and believe, I'm willing to give them another chance and let them film another pilot episode. Every word Tadikoff said hit the nail on the head. He was a president who truly understood the television industry, completely different from those presidents who knew nothing but mingled in the upper echelons. If Ronald had to find someone from the top ranks of the 7 major studios to compare him to, only Frank Price, the former president of Columbia and Universal, was similar. I don't think I can currently offer any evidence or facts to convince you, Mr. Tadikoff. However, I have a request. If NBC isn't interested in the Seinfeld Chronicles series, could I take it over and try to sell it to other networks? Ronald simply used a strategic retreat, believing that the series definitely had a bright future. If NBC didn't want it, he could try selling it to 20th Century Fox, which he had a good relationship with, or ABC. Even PBS, where Helen Sweet's father worked. Although they mainly ordered foreign TV series and documentaries, they didn't completely reject domestic TV series. It seems you really like this TV series. Then I'll change the terms. If you want NBC to purchase it, how about we place another order with your production company for a TV adaptation of one of your movies? Tadikoff revealed his true thoughts, which was what he really wanted to discuss with Ronald. Ronald hadn't expected this. What movie adaptation of mine do you want to order? Working Girl? Oh, I see. My Daydream Productions is producing the Working Girl series, so you can order both Seinfeld and Working Girl. Am I mistaken? Ronald understood. This was a common practice in the film and television industry, bundling. When there's disagreement about which TV series will sell, 2 or more can be bundled together and sold to a network simultaneously. This practice was once very common in Hollywood. However, in Paramount's antitrust case, this became crucial evidence that Paramount was found guilty of monopolistic practices, and it disappeared from Hollywood for many years. This method only resurfaced after the previous president relaxed regulations. It seems you really think highly of this movie's TV adaptation. May I ask why? Ronald wanted to learn a few tricks from Tadikoff. He wasn't quite sure why Tadikoff was so certain the series would have an audience. It's simple. This movie is a huge hit, and the social response has been enormous. So we can save a lot on promotion. Also, themes like women, career development, romantic relationships, and power struggles have all had successful TV series before. Putting all these successful elements together, I think it has a high chance of success. Okay, I understand. I'll work with my colleagues to consider the feasibility and produce a feasibility report as soon as possible. Then, once we have the script, we'll discuss it further. I'm really looking forward to it. Tadikoff raised his glass and clinked it with Ronald's. Many good movies have been successfully adapted into TV series. If they could get started, Ronald's company had many blockbuster movies, so the adaptations would be endless. I'm also looking forward to it. He hadn't expected NBC to have such high confidence in its own TV series production. He thought for a moment, then said, I'll still let Seinfeld Chronicles try its luck on other TV stations, but that won't affect my collaboration with NBC on the Working Girl series. Good luck. Tadikoff raised his glass as well. He wasn't optimistic about Seinfeld's show, but he'd already gotten his hands on the Working Girl series he wanted most. Back at the hotel, Ronald saw Diane, whom he hadn't seen for several days. Diane seemed to have a lot to say to her husband, hugging his neck tightly. "Honey, I need to make another call." Ronald kissed Diane and then dialed Steve Bannon. "The Seinfeld thing, NBC President Tadakov has given his approval. I think we can try our luck on other public TV stations." "That's great. With you involved, there's nothing you can't do in Hollywood." Bannon breathed a sigh of relief. With Ronald's involvement, he could finally give an explanation to the Wall Street tycoons. "I have something else to say. NBC is interested in the TV series adaptation of my movie, Working Girl. You have a lot of experience in TV series production. Are you interested in getting the funding sorted out, and we can collaborate again?" "I'm extremely interested, Ronald. I've told you before, movies are just a small business. The real money is in TV series. Say whatever you want. Just come up with a proposal as soon as possible, and we'll have a meeting with the executives at Daydream, honey." As soon as Ronald hung up the phone, Diane immediately wrapped her arm around him. "I missed you so much. I have so many things to tell you." Okay, I'll listen to you one by one." Ronald sensed Diane's attachment to him. "I'm so disappointed in Julia Roberts. After she got the lead role, she started ignoring me. She wants to do things her way." "Really? Julia Roberts doesn't have much star power in the industry, nowhere near your level. Her movie, Magnolia, hasn't even been released yet. You don't know, girls like that are used to bossing men around and making them act according to their own ideas." Only one chapter today. Chapter 1116, Assembling the TV series team. Julia Roberts knew how to use her charm. She was lobbying director Gary Marshall to change the script to a better ending, preventing the male lead Lewis from going bankrupt, so Vivian could live happily ever after with a prince like a princess in a fairy tale. To achieve this, Julia Roberts and her agent worked on two fronts. On one hand, she spent every day discussing her views on the character and the script with director Gary Marshall. On the other hand, her agent began inviting male stars from all over Hollywood, but with limited success. This infuriated Diane, because it was Julia Roberts, whom she had personally found, who would play the lead role instead of her. If the script was changed like this, she would want to play the role too. Such an ending and role wouldn't affect her image at all, nor would it make her future children feel awkward watching their mother in a movie. Even if she was pregnant now and couldn't act immediately, she could act after giving birth and recovering. If only I had done this." Diane regretted it a little, tapping her head. She wasn't quite used to the role of the wife of a Hollywood star director. "If you really like this role so much, I can arrange something else." Ronald couldn't bear to see Diane in such a bad mood, so he tried to cheer her up. "Ugh, is that really okay? But if we have to wait for me, won't the whole production have to stop? What about Disney's investment?" Hearing Ronald say this, Diane's pent-up frustration and resentment suddenly surfaced. She started thinking about Ronald's situation. "The losses won't exceed $10 million. It's not that I can't afford it, it's just that this movie needs to do very well at the box office so I can explain it to Mr. Katzenberg and Mr. Eisner at Disney. Then let's forget about it. This movie is just a low-budget romantic comedy." Upon hearing this, Diane realized that if she were to take the role, her husband would lose so much money and take on a huge risk, so she immediately shook her head and refused. Actually, what upset her the most was that Julia Roberts was smarter than her, knowing how to use her influence to achieve her goals. "Don't worry, I'll go find people at Disney, Paramount, and 20th Century Fox right now and get all the scripts in their archives. Whichever one you like, we'll get it ready and wait for you." Ronald touched Diane's belly. It was still relatively flat. After she gave birth to their child next spring and recovered for a while, she could be making movies again. "Really? Ronnie, I'm so happy." Diane was actually a rather pure actress. She wasn't particularly good at the cutthroat world of Hollywood. This was one of the reasons Ronald liked her. Actresses who really wanted to succeed had to be like Julia Roberts, using every possible means to scheme and achieve what they wanted. But now, with Ronald's help, Diane didn't need to hone those skills anymore. "How about I star in the next movie, and you direct it?" Diane started dreaming about a couple working together. How wonderful it would be to be a harmonious couple. "That won't do, Diane. If you're the lead, I don't want to direct." Ronald's hair stood on end at this, and he quickly refused. "Why? Aren't there many director-actor couples in Hollywood?" Diane asked, puzzled. "I don't want to lose my temper with you on set, darling." Ronald explained his thoughts to Diane. Having seen and heard so much in the industry, He had a significant psychological barrier to directing a film with his girlfriend or wife as the lead. The relationship between a director and actor is inherently fraught with conflict, inevitably leading to various disagreements about the performance. If it's his wife, it will interfere with that relationship. Many director-actor couples break up because of a film. In the end, both the director-actor or husband-wife relationship are often damaged. Moreover, given Diane's beauty and age, her films will undoubtedly include some romantic scenes. The thought of directing Diane on set, kissing another actor, or gazing lovingly at each other, made Ronald feel extremely uncomfortable. Unlike Bogdanovich, who could tolerate Sybil Shepherd being intimate with a male lead on set. "You're really cute, Ronnie." Diane felt a pang of regret, but on the other hand, she was also pleased that Ronald valued their relationship. After calming Diane down, Ronald called Michelle Canold of Daydream to tell her about the progress of Seinfeld Chronicles and the meeting the following morning with all the executives to discuss the preparations for the Working Girl TV series version. "That's really great news. We should have our own TV series production department now." Michelle Canold was the happiest. A few years ago, he was a manager who was almost fired from a small videotape production company. Now he was an executive at a production company that could produce 3 medium-sized productions simultaneously and was even opening a new TV series production line. "That's really great news," Bannon, who was also present, beamed. The dozen or so Wall Street investors were about to start questioning his vision and abilities in Hollywood. With Ronald's involvement, not only could the old show have a chance to be piloted again, but there was also a new show that could persuade investors to invest a large sum of money. "What about financing?" Ronald asked Bannon. He didn't want to pay for the TV series production himself. There was plenty of money on Wall Street with nowhere else to go. "As long as you and the Working Girls' names are publicized, those people can easily scrape together the money," Bannon laughed. $1 million wasn't a lot of money for those investors, but a dozen people pooling their money would be enough to cover the production costs of one series. "We'll talk about this separately later," Ronald nodded. He also wanted to discuss bringing Douglas Jr. on board with Bannon. The first TV series production couldn't be entirely controlled by Bannon in terms of investment structure. "What about the script?" Ronald looked at David Simpkins, the script supervisor. Dances with Wolves' first attempt to train him as a film producer had failed, but Simpkins was still very capable in his old profession, selecting and producing scripts. "I plan to find a core team of 3 to 5 experienced television screenwriters, and then hire a group of dedicated screenwriters to write the main plot, dialogue, atmosphere, and industry details, forming a screenwriting studio." Television screenwriting and film screenwriting are completely different professions. Film screenwriting is generally done by one person working alone. Or the producer comes up with a story idea, and then finds screenwriters to write the script, with no more than 3 people. But television screenwriting requires an office of screenwriters working simultaneously. In the American public television market, television series are filmed and broadcast simultaneously. And after airing, the subsequent plot needs to be adjusted based on audience feedback. Characters that are popular with the audience will have more screen time given to their actors. Characters that are disliked by the audience will be killed off. In this context, television screenwriting is more like an assembly line operation. Some people write the backbone and key plot of an entire season, while others fill in the details. "Do you have suitable candidates?" Ronald planned to find 1 to 3 screenwriters to write the pilot episode first, and then find actors to act in it. If they could secure a broadcast contract with NBC, they would build the entire writing department around these people. Lawrence Connor, Simpkins tossed out a resume, a promising screenwriter he'd tried to recruit to Daydream several times. However, since Daydream didn't previously have a television business, this screenwriter was reluctant to join as a long-term employee. Ronald saw a long list of familiar names on Lawrence Connor's resume. He'd not only co-written the script for Helen Slater's theatrical film, The Legend of Billy King, but also penned numerous sequels to flops, such as Superman IV, the sequel to Michael Douglas's blockbuster adventure film The Jewel of the Nile, and the recent box office flop, Star Trek V. In television, he'd also written a series called The Legend of Remington Steele, the very show that launched Pierce Brosnan's career, the star of Ronald's Coca-Cola commercial. Would he be willing to come to Daydream? He's always been overshadowed by his partner before, and he wants to lead a team and create a series entirely under his own name. That's excellent. Of course we at Daydream can give him that opportunity, Ronald knew Lawrence Connor's ambition. He definitely wanted to become a television producer in the future. Anyway, Daydream needed someone like him to take charge of producing their first television series. This was definitely a win-win situation. After discussing the production of Working Girl, the Daydream executives tacitly took their leave. Bannon remained in Ronald's office, knowing that the two of them still had some private matters to discuss regarding the investment. NBC has a lot of complaints about Seinfeld Chronicles, mainly because the audience feedback from their pilot episodes was very low. I've seen the original questionnaires, and most of the responses were that the female lead's personality was unlikable. Ronald started by addressing Seinfeld's situation. "I can replace her. Do you have any suitable candidates?" Bannon reluctantly fired the female lead with whom he had a close relationship. He knew that this was the price he had to pay to gain Ronald's help. "No, you misunderstand. I don't have any female lead to recommend. I'm just telling you about a way to potentially change NBC's opinion of your show. We can produce another pilot episode as soon as possible and then market it to NBC and other networks. I feel it's best to start with other networks this time. There are some high-ranking executives at NBC who don't like me." Bannon finally revealed the crux of the matter. He had angered an executive in NBC's drama acquisition department by defending Seinfeld at a purchasing meeting. "We can try 20th Century Fox first. Barry Diller and I know each other well. He's talked to me about it several times. If there are any new projects, we should see him first." "Ronald, what can I say? You're my angel." Bannon stood up and gave Ronald a big hug. "I left you here alone to discuss the financing structure for the TV series Working Girl. Do you want to invest yourself? If so, that would be fantastic news for Wall Street. They've always admired producers who dare to invest in their own film and television projects." Bannon was delighted, one good thing after another. "No, it's not like that. Daydream will make some investments, but I won't personally invest. However, I have a good friend, you've met him, Douglas Hanson Jr. He needs to have a 15% or more investment in the series, with 7% of that being the highest priority for profit sharing. I remember last time in New York, he seemed to." Bannon knew that such conditions were somewhat demanding for him as a middleman, and he had some doubts. "Yes, he's dating my sister, so he's a family member? No problem, we all need to take care of our families first. But to be honest, the share and priority you're asking for seems too favorable for a relative. They might not appreciate it," Bannon probed indirectly. If Douglas Jr. got such favorable conditions, it would make it much more difficult for him to raise funds on Wall Street. "I didn't make myself clear. Douglas Jr.'s money isn't entirely his own. He has other people behind him. Is it the First Family? I asked you about it last time. Many people on Wall Street are saying that you have a very good relationship with the First Family." Bannon's eyes suddenly lit up. "No, that's not it. But this investor does have a good relationship with the First Family. He's someone who can freely enter and leave the White House without prior notice." "Who is he?" Bannon's interest remained undiminished. For a broker, knowing these powerful and influential people could greatly expand their business scope. "It's Prince Bandar of Saudi Arabia, the current Saudi ambassador to the U.S., Daxm. I have no problem with these preferential terms. I only have one request. Ronald, you have to introduce me to him." Bannon was overjoyed. The Saudi oil tycoon's pockets were very deep. If he could make the connection, the consulting fees from their investments on Wall Street alone would be enough to make him rich. "Sure, Douglas Jr. will arrange it in New York, but his investment is through cross-shareholding by several funds, so there won't be any trace of him or Saudi Arabia on the documents." I understand. These people's identities are sensitive. Actually, some of my clients are like that." Bannon understood their caution and left with a slightly demanding investment agreement, extremely satisfied. Ronald called Douglas Jr. and explained the details. "I'll handle things with George Jr., and I'll give Bannon a little something too. Let him meet Prince Bandar and eat camel meat together." Of course, Ronald didn't fully disclose everything to Bannon. He also reserved a share of the 15% for George Jr., giving him the highest priority right to dividends. Previously, George Jr., in order to raise some money, had tried to piggyback on the billionaire's acquisition of the Texas Rangers. He almost sold his early failed investment in the oil company. He then used the box office revenue from Ronald's Daydream to buy shares in the Rangers baseball team. This year, his oil company investment continued to shrink, and he sold his shares at a loss. Although he suffered a loss of about tens of thousands of dollars, This also exempted him from an SEC investigation. The Democratic Party always keeps a close eye on its target politicians. A Texas politician who sold shares in the same oil company is now being reported to the SEC and is under investigation. Without Ronald's help, George Jr. and his mother Barbara would be in a real bind right now. Similarly, to prevent his investment in the TV series from being exposed by the nosy Democratic media, Douglas Jr. hired a professional team to create multiple layers of cover. On the surface, George Jr. only made an investment in a Wall Street private equity fund. However, this private equity fund also purchased shares in an anonymous limited liability company registered in Delaware, which in turn purchased shares in other Wall Street film and television funds. Through several transfers and segregation, the money was actually invested in the production of Ronald's Daydream TV series. Without the intervention of powerful authorities, it would be impossible for ordinary people to penetrate this multi-layered equity structure and find George Jr.'s investment route. Even if they did, it would be difficult to connect the two events. Chapter 1117 Love Bomb. Ronald, I hope our investment will yield good results. Don't worry, George. The revenue cycle for a TV series might be even longer than that for a movie. You can see that from the revenue of the movie Love Is Not for Sale. Ronald had young Douglas pave the way for young George in everything. He only needed to use the profits he extracted from the oil company to buy a few shares of that Wall Street investment firm's fund to enjoy the returns from the Daydream TV series project. But do you think I could put all the investment into that working girl movie you produced? Laura loves that movie too. She said if it were made into a TV series, she'd watch it every day at home. That's stipulated in the investment contract. Through this rather complicated investment agreement, we can only invest in the entire TV series project, not just one episode. Otherwise, we have to disclose the investor's name. Besides, TV series aren't like movies. Nobody can be sure they'll get a renewal from the TV station. Maybe not putting all our eggs in one basket is a better strategy. You make a good point. Let me help you screen them and see which TV series will stand out. I'd love to. Ronald smiled wryly, trying to brush it off, but little George actually took it seriously. I was saying that the military shipbuilding industry is about to receive a huge order. I don't have the capital to participate. Are you interested in making some quick money? Little George was very satisfied with Ronald's arrangement. He thought of the brokers surrounding his father recently, and what they wanted to accomplish. I know absolutely nothing about that. I'd rather invest in my film and entertainment business. Ronald hung up the phone, shook his head. People like the president's son really lacked understanding of the real business world. Did he really think that Ronald had approached him because he needed a few $100,000? Or did he need to borrow Ronald's exceptional appreciation for television dramas? But this was understandable. America has always been a society where money and power are exchanged. Even the wealthy have to appease these people in exchange for other forms of security. Roland Bates, the Wall Street fund manager who acquired the Rangers, also had to appease George Jr., involving him in various aspects of the team's management and even letting him kick off matches. Here he is. Everything is ready outside. No paparazzi. Bodyguard Dan came in to inform Ronald. He had already checked outside. No one was deliberately spying on or following his trip. Ronald nodded, quickly got off the elevator, and discreetly walked down the steps from the Beverly Hilton Hotel exit, opened the car door, and got into Bud Jr.'s car. They drove to Disneyland. Ronald, my sister speaks highly of you, saying only good things about you from beginning to end. It's not easy for someone with her personality to say such good things about someone. Disney's studio was located far from the other major studios. In an empty office there, Gary Marshall was waiting for him in the office of the film Diane had abandoned. It's a pity she didn't stay to continue directing. Diane got along very well with her. I heard about your wife's pregnancy. Congratulations. Gary Marshall looked like a slightly old man, but he gave off a very approachable feeling, like the uncle next door. Plus, Ronald's familiar Castle Rock partner, Bob Reiner, was his former brother-in-law, and Diane was close to his sister, Penny Marshall, so Ronald spoke to him with the complete familiarity of an old friend. I heard the lead actress has been making quite a stir, Ronald asked, referring to the script issues. An actress wanting to change the script wasn't a good thing for the producers and director. Yes, you'd know if you met Julia Roberts. She's in love right now, and she exudes a special charm whenever she meets a man. Gary Marshall chuckled, He wasn't entirely opposed to Roberts's idea. "Oh, you also agree to change it to a happy fairy tale ending? The prince and princess lived happily ever after." "Yes. In a way, it was inspired by you. The happy ending you came up with in When Harry Met Sally was very popular with audiences. It seems that audiences nowadays prefer sweet endings. I've been in this business long enough. Audience preferences come and go like the tides. I feel that their expectations for romantic films are gradually returning to happy endings. They no longer like the stories from the 1980s where reason triumphs over emotion." Really, Ronald hadn't expected Gary Marshall to use his own film as evidence, which greatly strengthened the credibility of his reasoning. It's true, look at this. Gary Marshall wasn't exactly a pure director either. He pulled out a table listing the endings of the best-selling romantic comedies of the last 5 years. The numbers did show a trend. Audiences were gradually turning to classic Hollywood romances, no matter how illogical or impossible such endings might be in real life. Are you serious? Who would believe that a ruthless Wall Street banker who bankrupted his father would fall in love with a Southern girl who came from a streetwalker background and hadn't even graduated high school? That's the main reason I asked to meet with you today. You're a big shot, Ronald. I'd like to invite you to discuss how to make this ending at least logically plausible, so that the audience's beautiful dreams can be realized. Oh, Gary, if Ronald hadn't known that Gary Marshall had a happy family and a loving wife, he would have suspected that Julia Roberts had seduced this steady and romantic director. It's for the box office. Gary Marshall had seen countless people. He certainly knew that Ronald was most concerned about the box office numbers. Okay, let me think. Ronald carefully looked at the script, focusing on the background of the male lead, Edward Lewis. His mother was disliked by his father from a young age. His own background was very similar to those Wall Street experts who used junk bonds to acquire good companies, like Milken, who was relentlessly pursued by prosecutor Rudy. Taking advantage of the long-term low interest rates during his presidency a few years ago, these people went on a bond-buying spree in the corporate junk bond market on Wall Street, using these high-yield bonds. They would raise funds and then acquire companies with strong fundamentals. After acquiring these companies, instead of operating them, they would take advantage of the low valuations of these domestic manufacturing sectors, break them up, and sell them to foreign manufacturing capital, such as the Japanese. Under certain market conditions, the sum of the parts is greater than the whole. These people made a lot of money by breaking up and selling off America's long-established industries. However, in 1988, the last year of the previous president's term, the Federal Reserve began to raise the base interest rate multiple times, and companies that issued junk bonds, including Milken's, encountered great difficulties. For example, Cannonball Studios in Manhattan was dragged down by these soaring interest rates. Edward Lewis in the script was not spared either. He suffered the consequences of his past misdeeds. Okay, then let's have him stop before the stock market crash, stop breaking up America's industrial and manufacturing sector, and instead keep it as a whole. I think this is probably the only way for a Wall Street banker to avoid this disaster. Ronald scratched his head, looking at the script. The male lead couldn't possibly be a high achiever like Milken, with his rampant political and business collusion and outrageous internal connections that led to his prosecution. Nor could he be a business genius who could spot an industry and then use his talent to drive up the company's stock price. Little George had just told him about the government's recent plans to increase investment in the military industry. So let this guy who manipulates political and business connections use his inside information to invest in the military shipbuilding industry and build large ships for the country. DXMN, you're a genius, Ronald. My sister and ex-brother-in-law weren't wrong about you. Lewis, because of his father's cold-heartedness towards his mother, gradually became someone who only cared about making money and had no feelings for anyone. Only Vivian brought him the warmth of family, allowing him to regain a normal emotional world. Only then could he be unwilling to dismantle such a good shipyard because of emotional ties, and continue to run it. Good people get good rewards. Gary Marshall instantly realized the point where the two main storylines intersected. The emotional turmoil between Edward Lewis and Vivian Ward was precisely the key point in the male protagonist's career, ups and downs. Marshall quickly came up with many plot points, such as having Vivian fall in love with a shipyard owner and his son, arousing Lewis's jealousy. It was because of this that Edward Lewis was able to confront his feelings for Vivian. This kind of jealousy was something he had long lacked. Several of his ex-girlfriends married other people because they couldn't wait for his proposal. Sometimes scripts are like that. Often, Just one inspiration is needed to achieve a great breakthrough. But I'm afraid you'll face a lot of difficulties." Seeing that Gary Marshall was very emotional, Ronald had to pour cold water on him. What difficulties? Marshall was an expert. He knew that the difficulties Ronald mentioned were not unfounded. "The problem is with the casting." Ronald spread his hands. "No male star with self-respect would accept this role. The male lead's character in this film is even more absurd than Harrison Ford's role in Working Girl. At least Harrison Ford had some role in driving the plot forward. But in this movie, Lewis' character is merely pushed along by the female lead from beginning to end. All the initiative falls on Vivian. I doubt the audience will remember the female lead's brilliant performance, let alone the male lead. So, which star would be willing to condescend to play such a role? That depends on Julia Roberts' abilities." Gary Marshall chuckled. He had already witnessed Julia Roberts' abilities during the auditions over the past few days and wasn't too worried about the matter. "You seem quite confident." A few days later, Ronald realized that Gary Marshall's confidence was justified. He had participated in several auditions for Julia Roberts and male actors. Perhaps because she had recently found a new boyfriend and was deeply in love, the woman exuded a charm that was completely different from when she filmed Steel Magnolia. Ronald strongly felt that Julia Roberts wasn't acting, but rather naturally expressing the feelings of being in love. In a way, this was a kind of natural performance. Or perhaps it was emotional memory within the method acting style, whatever you call it. Many men couldn't resist her genuine, inner feeling of being in love. "Who is her boyfriend?" Ronald quietly asked Gary Marshall. He was also curious about the boyfriend who had elicited such a huge reaction from Julia Roberts. "Donald Sutherland's son, Kiefer, who presented an award to the Canadian Film and Television Association with his father at the Oscars 2 years ago. He's also a very emotional person." "Oh," Ronald remembered the actor. "He also had a wide jaw and an overabundance of hormones." "Thank you for coming. We'll let your agent know if there's any news." John Travolta, whom he hadn't seen for several years, had just finished auditioning with Julia Roberts. He was also captivated by Julia. Since filming Stallone's dance movie, Travolta had been in a career slump and hadn't received any good roles. Now he was auditioning for a mid-budget production like this at Disney. "Okay, thank you, Julia. It was a pleasure performing with you." "Hey, thank you." Julia Roberts' captivating eyes gave Travolta an electrifying look. After all, she was the idol of countless young girls back then. If he could collaborate with her, he could probably become a big star, right? John Travolta, charmed by Julia Roberts' gaze, happily laughed. Ronald and Gary Marshall were left exchanging wry smiles. These two handsome men and beautiful women together had absolutely no chemistry. "Oh God, it's so hot in here. Could I have a cappuccino?" The other actor who auditioned is Al Pacino, who plays the Godfather. "Oh, a cup for Julia." After Ronald gestured for his assistant to bring coffee, Pacino didn't drink it himself, but instead handed it to Julia Roberts. "Hey, thank you." Roberts was very satisfied with Al Pacino's profound theatrical skills. She enjoyed reading lines from the script with him, though this short guy's height. "Thank you for coming. We'll let your agent know if there's any news." Ronald was also despairing over the height difference between them. How much work had Capullo done to make Michael Scofield, the second Godfather, appear so tall? "Julia, I hope we'll have a chance to work together someday." Al Pacino probably realized the height mismatch between them, but that didn't stop him from asking Julia out. "Ahem, we still need Julia to audition." Ronald coughed twice, shooing the short man away. Al Pacino had previously lost everything raising funds for Revolution, even his underwear. After Al Pacino left the audition room, Julia Roberts brought over coffee and whispered in Ronald's ear. She softly said, "Hey, thank you." Ronald felt a tickle in his ear, as her hair slightly brushed against it. Then, he felt a warmth in his hand. Julia Roberts' other hand grasped his, and a note was quickly slipped into his palm. After he pulled away, Ronald picked it up and read, "Thank you for writing Vivian Ward's story so well. I'm very grateful." Below was a string of numbers, Julia Roberts' phone number. Ronald quickly flipped a note over and hid it in his pocket. It wouldn't be good if Gary Marshall saw it. "Feel her charm." Gary Marshall also turned to Ronald and said, "Ahem, yes," Ronald stammered, trying to cover it up. "Only someone like that would be convincing as Vivian, otherwise, a banker like Edward Lewis wouldn't be interested." Ronald, realizing they were discussing the plot, relaxed. The director had a point. Some actors possess a unique charm on screen, making the audience want to fall in love with them, regardless of how unintelligent or terrible their acting is. The camera's favoritism makes the audience overlook all their flaws, wanting to replace the actor on screen and be intimate with them. Like Julia Roberts, no matter how bad her acting is, she can convey the logic behind the character. But, when the audition footage was developed and shown on screen, Ronald saw it and found it incredibly convincing. "I'm afraid this actor will be hard to find. He'll have to be her equal." Ronald's worries didn't last long, as another actor auditioned. Like Julia Roberts, he was the kind of actor who could gain audience approval solely based on his looks, regardless of his lack of acting skills and foolishness. "I don't know, the audition was very enjoyable, but I just feel this movie isn't right for me." The speaker was Richard Gere, who had previously worked with Diane Capella on The Cotton Club. So, in a private setting after the audition, when Ronald asked for his opinion, Richard Gere was willing to speak frankly. "Okay, I'll keep in touch with your agent." This time, it was Ronald and director Gary Marshall who wanted Richard Gere to take the role. There was no other reason than the undeniable chemistry between him and Julia Roberts during their audition. When a romantic comedy encountered such a pair, Ronald and Gary Marshall both knew that this combination was the best choice. "Thank you, goodbye." After ending their private conversation, when Richard Gere and Ronald returned to the audition room, Julia Roberts was still waiting for him, and she came up to hug and kiss Richard. Ronald, who was talking to the director, glanced back and confirmed that the chemistry between the two was also present off-camera. "Huh?" Ronald inadvertently saw Julia Roberts' hand struggling to free itself from Richard Gere's grasp, seemingly leaving a note in the other's palm. "Hey," Ronald told Gary Marshall during the subsequent discussion, "I'll try my best to get these two love bombs working together." After finishing his day's work, Ronald got into Bud's car. Once settled, he reached into his pocket, pulled out the contact information Julia Roberts had given him, crumpled it up, and tossed it out the window. Chapter 1118 Cindy Crawford's Jealousy. Richard Gere considered it for a few days, but ultimately contacted Ronald through his agent to decline the offer. The agent relayed a plausible reason: Richard lacked confidence in the role, wanted to break through by playing different types of characters, and didn't want to repeat roles he'd already played. However, Ronald, through private communication with Richard's agent, understood the real reason: Richard didn't want to be a supporting character to the female lead. In Ronald's Working Girl, Harrison Ford played a male decorative role. After the film's release, all the female characters received Oscar nominations, even Joan Cusack, who played the secretary. Only Harrison Ford received nothing, only a large female fanbase admiring his physique. This served as a warning to all male stars in Hollywood. If you want to achieve recognition in acting and from critics, you should avoid films featuring female-centric roles, like those starring Ronald. Ronald hadn't expected his successful film to have such a backlash. He went to Daydream to meet with Gary Marshall, and the two discussed it for a long time without finding a good solution. Richard Gere was indeed the one with the best chemistry with Julia Roberts during their audition. When they appeared on screen together, all the viewers could feel the surging passion between them from their body language and expressions. This feeling wasn't just pure physical desire, but a subtle emotion born from mutual understanding. From their close-up shots, both Ronald and director Marshall could see that they both had expectations for each other, a longing for a passionate romance that hadn't yet begun. With no other options, Ronald and Gary Marshall had to recall Julia Roberts. "Sorry, Julia, we have to continue the audition." As soon as Roberts entered the office, Ronald stood up and told her the bad news. "I don't understand, wasn't our audition perfect?" Julia Roberts was getting impatient. She jumped up as soon as she sat down and paced back and forth in the room. "Please sit down first." Gary Marshall, a little dizzy from the actress's antics, suggested she sit down. "Dax Smith, I'm going to call him." "This won't do." Julia Roberts spoke again with explosive force, picking up the phone and dialing Richard Gere's agent. Her decisiveness and determination surprised even Ronald. "Hello, this is Roberts. Please have Richard call me back. I'll keep calling you until I get his call." Julia Roberts' emotions were very unstable, even her southern accent was showing. Ronald and Gary Marshall exchanged a glance. If Julia Roberts could win over Richard Gere with her charm, it would be a very good thing for the film. Sure enough, less than 2 hours later, Richard Gere, accompanied by his agent, appeared in the film's pre-production office. "I want to try some fresh roles. For the past few years, the movies I've made have all featured male leads who are popular with women." Richard Gere was actually a bit slow-witted. He wasn't good at feigning, and he was too embarrassed to voice his true reasons for wanting to decline the role. This made his face look shy. Richard, this movie, actually, Gary Marshall began to give Richard Gere various reasons, trying to convince him that the role wasn't entirely the same as his previous ones. The simplest point was that Edward Lewis wasn't the kind of man who was very popular with women. On the contrary, he had a kind of awkwardness about how to interact with beautiful women and how to maintain intimate relationships with them. This was deeply related to his father leaving home when he was young. I know, I understand. I've actually read the script several times, and I quite like it. It's just that my agent told me that my career has reached a point where a change is needed. The reason Richard Gere couldn't say was that he was afraid of playing another pretty face. Gary Marshall didn't quite understand his thoughts and was still analyzing the character and trying to persuade him from a career perspective. Richard, have you ever considered that the role of Lewis could give your star image a new level of success? Ronald's mind raced, and he thought of a new angle. Richard Gere was already 40 years old, and for the past decade, he had often played roles of sexy, handsome men overflowing with hormones but not very bright. These included military officers, gigolos, band members, or thugs, etc. For example, the musician You and Diane played in the Cotton Club, back then, was particularly popular with female audiences. But today, audiences prefer mature, intelligent men who are also handsome and have slightly less masculine hormones. Richard Gere looked up and exchanged a glance with his agent. Ronald's words struck a chord with him. At his age, playing those sexy men who had nothing but passion was clearly no longer suitable. Ronald proposed that Edward Lewis be a Wall Street banker with extraordinary wealth and control over his life. Female audiences at that age often enjoy such characters, especially if they were a little clueless in some way. With this in mind, Richard Gere was about to agree. But his agent gestured, reminding him that if he truly wanted to break through in acting awards and critical acclaim, he needed to act in films that genuinely centered on male characters. You almost convinced me, Ronald, but the desire for awards and critical recognition overshadowed a star's plans for his future career. At that moment, it occupied the most important part of Richard Gere's mind. Richard, I'm actually giving you a great opportunity, Ronald said to this overconfident actor who wanted awards. He didn't have much patience. It was obvious that Richard Gere lacked acting skills, but he was very handsome. Give him more close-up shots on screen, and audiences would naturally love watching his films. For someone whose status as a celebrity outweighs that of an actor, the most important thing is to create a character that the audience can deeply understand and remember, rather than presumptuously pursuing critical acclaim. It's not difficult for such a handsome male star to gain critical recognition. All he needs to do is disfigure himself and play an ugly character, and the critics will accept him. Richard Gere still wanted to decline. His heart was wavering, unsure which side of the scale weighed more. He couldn't make a good decision. Rip, Julia Roberts, who was beside him, couldn't stand Richard Gere any longer. She tore off a note, quickly wrote a line on it, and stuffed it into Richard Gere's hand. Please say yes. Richard Gere looked up and saw only 3 words on the note, asking him to agree to the role. When he looked up, he was met with Julia Roberts' beautiful eyes sparkling with eager anticipation, her small, straight nose, and her sexy mouth. Julia Roberts just looked at him, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. This fair-skinned beauty looked so fragile, so innocent, so full of childlike wonder, like a delicate, thin-walled piece of Chinese porcelain, needing to be carefully handled. Okay, I agree. A surge of masculine hormones filled Richard Gere's mind and heart. For some reason, all the rational thinking the two directors had shared with him earlier, and the calculations his agent had instilled in him regarding winning awards, were now forgotten. Now, only one thought occupied his mind: to work with Julia Roberts on this film. Sigh, the agent sighed, shaking his head. All the thoughts the star had shared with him last night about his acting career had vanished. He knew this all along. Actors were generally emotional, and his client was particularly so. Bye. Hope to see you at rehearsals soon. Julia Roberts happily embraced Richard Gere and gently kissed him on the cheek. You too. Richard Gere happily picked up Roberts, her figure so light and graceful at just 22. Keep this feeling. Do everything you can to prevent these two from dating, or, Ronald whispered to director Gary Marshall, covering his mouth. Gary Marshall understood perfectly well that this special feeling was something only couples about to enter a romantic relationship could express. For the first half of the film, The two maintained this strange connection emotionally. So, until halfway through filming, it was best if they simply longed for romance. I can't stop that. Few people can resist two love bombs like that, Gary Marshall replied in Ronald's ear, something he couldn't control. Don't worry, just follow the rules in the rehearsal space and during the actual filming. I think Julia Roberts is a very smart person. She'll take full advantage of this situation to achieve what she wants. As usual, after finishing his daytime business, Ronald returned to the hotel early to spend time with Diane. At times like these, Ronald was always grateful that he was married, no longer having to go through the agonizing process of dating, testing each other. He no longer had to worry about whether his proposal would be accepted, or what his partner saw in him that made them together. In the living room, Dane was flipping through a large stack of scripts. She was half reclined on the sofa, one leg propped on the armrest, bobbing up and down. On one side of the sofa, many scripts were scattered haphazardly on the floor, all of which Dane disliked. On the other side, there were 3 or 4 that she found interesting. Any scripts you like, Ronald hadn't forgotten his promise to Dane. He had contacted 20th Century Fox, Disney, and Paramount, getting them to send various scripts from their stockpiles for Ronald and Dane to choose from. There are several here, I think they were all very interesting. Dane handed the selected scripts to Ronald. Is this some kind of ghost story? Ronald noticed a script with the word ghost prominently displayed on its cover. It was a script from Paramount's archives. Yes, it's about a man who dies but remains by his wife's side. He can only communicate with her through a medium to protect her from harm. Okay, do you like it? Ronald knew Hollywood generally didn't like making ghost movies, but he was glad Diane liked it. Actually, I don't really like making ghost movies either. I find it strange. I like these 2 more. Let me see. Ronald opened the 2 scripts. The first one was a futuristic science fiction story called Total Recall. In the future, people don't know if their memories are implanted or if they experience them firsthand. The protagonist eventually escapes everything to pursue a journey to Mars that frequently appears in his dreams, ultimately achieving great things. This script had been lying dormant in Columbia's archives for a long time before being rediscovered recently. The project was taken over by a mid-sized studio, Carlock Entertainment. They had their eye on Schwarzenegger for the female lead, and Diane had previously worked with him on another film, Running Man, where they had a good relationship. A collaboration this time would be a good option. However, the film was already in pre-production, and they might already have a choice for the female lead. If Diane wanted to get involved, Ronald would have to use his connections to interfere and adjust the film's shooting schedule. The last book was a movie called Firebird. Ronald opened it, looked at it for a while, and then frowned. This seems to be. Ronald turned to Diane and asked. That's right, it's the Army version of Top Gun. Hell, Diane actually envied big-budget productions like Top Gun, and Ronald had made the female lead, McGillis, look so sexy, and she got to act alongside a handsome guy like Tom Cruise. She was actually quite envious. The structure of Firebird is essentially a remake of Top Gun, except that the F-14 fighter jets are replaced with Apache attack helicopters, the Navy with the Army, and the enemy is changed from sovereign fighters in the Pacific to helicopters belonging to drug lords in Central America. Furthermore, the film's background subtly echoes another currently popular TV series, Airwolf, where the prototype of a highly advanced American Army armed helicopter is stolen by someone dissatisfied with the government. This film contains some elements even more radical than Top Gun, such as Diane's character, who is not just a classroom instructor but also an armed helicopter pilot, going on combat missions alongside the protagonist. This script is also from Disney's backlog. Okay, you can keep watching. Let me know if you like anything. Ronald shook his head, and Diane was also hinting that she still wanted to act in Ronald's film. Ring 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 ring. Just as the two were about to continue their discussion, the phone rang. Hello, this is Ronald and Diane's home. The answering machine played Diane's recorded message. It took her a long time to record. Ronald, answer the phone. This is Cindy. Don't forget what you promised me. A sexy, magnetic female voice rang out from the answering machine. Ronald recognized Cindy Crawford's voice and quickly pressed the speakerphone button. He spoke a little unclearly, not wanting Diane to misunderstand. Ms. Crawford, it's Ronald. What's wrong? What happened? Ronald, I remember I contacted you through your agent, and you promised me. Now Richard tells me he's agreed to act in a romance film with that actress Julia. I want you to keep your promise. No problem, you can visit the set anytime. All expenses will be on the production team's tab. What's wrong? Isn't that the model? Why is she visiting the set? Diane stared at Ronald with a grin. I'm telling you it's nothing, but please don't tell anyone. Cindy Crawford is Richard Gere's girlfriend, the official kind. She contacted me through her agent last time, demanding that if Richard Gere accepts the offer to star in that movie, she must have the right to visit him at any time. Poor Richard. She started to say something, but then pursed her lips. If she weren't pregnant, this model would be the one coming to the set to stalk him. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1119 Show Off Your Wedding Ring. The actress, Richard Gere's female friends have the right to visit him at any time. The crew must be responsible for her food, lodging, and schedule, and she will enjoy the same level of treatment as the actress, Richard Gere. Richard Gere read through all the details of the agreement. The last clause made him hesitate for half a second, but under Julia Roberts' expectant gaze, he still signed his name on the contract agreeing to star. Besides Cindy Crawford's right to visit him at any time, he also enjoyed top-tier privileges that a male actor could enjoy. On set, his trailer was larger than all the other actors, including Julia Roberts, with a wider bed and more luxurious interior. He also had a dedicated chef to prepare his meals daily, with a crew covering this expense. A separate team of costume designers, hairstylists, and makeup artists served him, all of whom were long-term, expensive professionals. Of course, the crew also covered these costs. Finally, of course, there was also a dedicated driver and bodyguards. They separated him from the inevitable fans who would visit the set whenever he starred in a movie. With the male and female leads confirmed, Disney held a small celebration for the crew. Well done, Ronald. Jeffrey Katzenberg, Disney's producer, gave Ronald a thumbs up and raised a glass of champagne in a toast. Disney doesn't usually feature big stars in live-action films, so they mainly focus on mid-budget productions like this. Finding Richard Gere to star was already a pleasant surprise for them. We need to increase investment, Ronald made his crucial request. Not only was Richard Gere's salary extremely high, but all his perks had to be paid for by the production team. If you calculated it, adding all those perks to his salary would almost reach the market price of $5 million for a top male star. Of course we'll increase investment. Do you want to add some too? Katzenberg was very satisfied with getting Richard Gere into a Disney film. But the script was, after all, an R-rated film, and its box office potential wasn't as good as a PG-13. But he would undoubtedly be happy if he could share some of the risk. No problem, I'll increase my share too. Ronald thought of the fund he had tailored for George Jr. He could also bring in some investment from Bannon, along with the screen fund managed by Disney President Eisner, to invest in the film's production. However, this would make the investment for the film incredibly complex, involving a dozen or so investors in 3 tiers, divided into 3 groups based on their relationships in order of arrival to share the box office revenue after the film's release. The first tier consisted of Disney itself and Ronald's Daydream, the main producers leading the project. The second tier comprised Hollywood insiders, along with many others with substantial funds and long-standing connections in Hollywood, who were not to be exploited too much. The third tier consisted of investment funds that had made some segregation arrangements with the project. If the film were a huge success, they would at most receive a small share of the profits in the final rounds, as a ticket to enter the Hollywood game. So, is your film still called 3000? Katzenberg inquired. This kind of film title is generally more common in directors' creative works. For commercial films, it's best to change the title to one that clearly indicates the genre. It's also related to the budget. If you could allocate extra funds to buy the rights to a song, Ronald laughed. Bannon's involvement gave him some inspiration. Back then, Bannon directly used the Beatles' Love Is Not For Sale as the film title. He even wrote a script around that title, which was a huge success. Now, with Julia Roberts and Richard Gere having such great chemistry, the entire film scenes and dialogue had to be redesigned based on their chemistry. Ronald discussed it with music director Jimmy and quickly found a well-known pop song, the 1964 swing hit "Oh, Pretty Woman," This song was also covered by the rock band Van Halen in the 1980s, making it a very popular song. Using this song as the film's title is very fitting, because the lyrics include lines like "Pretty woman, walking down the street, pretty woman, the one I like." It perfectly matches Vivian's identity as a streetwalker and her encounter with Lewis in the plot. Haha, no problem. Katzenberg was extremely satisfied with the suggestion. Indeed, this name was far superior to the nonsensical 3000. Moreover, it was an old song from 1964, so buying the rights wouldn't cost much. Mr. Lee, it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to interview you. What are your expectations for this new film? Disney's Celebration also invited some familiar media outlets to cover the film's initiation. Besides The Hollywood Reporter, published in Los Angeles, which interviews and reports on every new film's initiation and development, Ronald's familiar New York Daily News also sent their entertainment section reporter. I'm just one of the producers of this film. For artistic questions like these, you should ask our director, Mr. Gary Marshall, and the two lead actors. Ronald, seeing that the new reporter wasn't quite up to the task, quickly directed her to the interview. Sorry, Director Lee, I just really liked your interpretation of women's films. The female reporter stuck out her tongue. It seemed that Ronald's reputation for feminist films had already spread quite widely both inside and outside the industry. Ronald shook her head. She didn't actually make women's films, she just gave women more screen time than usual, and some films simply had female protagonists. However, this did create a new genre in Hollywood, and she and Jim Cameron were the representatives of this genre. In their films, women's stories always occupied a main narrative thread, which was quite different from the traditional Hollywood script structure where male stars dominated and women were just supporting characters. Moreover, the two had one thing in common: female characters were not limited to young and beautiful women, they often had the opportunity to portray professional women over 30. The allure of a Hollywood starlet is clearly greater than that of a typical director. Richard, what are your expectations for working with Julia? The new entertainment reporter asked the male lead. Julia is amazing, I'm really looking forward to working with her in this film. In fact, if it weren't for her, I might not have accepted the offer, Richard Gere said, changing his usual acting style and leaning towards a more understated, reserved, and handsome banker persona. For a photogenic star like him, acting is simply about playing handsome bankers, handsome workers, and various other dashing characters. It's common practice, and even an obligation, for stars to speak well of other characters during pre-production meetings. A large part of their high salaries comes from their appeal, attracting more fans to the film through media coverage. But his praise of Julia Roberts today angered another beautiful woman present. Ahem, Richard Gere's girlfriend, Cindy Crawford, approached and took his arm. Her beautiful eyes glared at the reporter, waiting to see what questions she could ask. This assertive gesture of female dominance surprised the reporter. She quickly ended her interview with Richard Gere and went to interview other actors. Richard Gere, seeing this, also became very impatient and made a shrug. The clause allowing him to visit the set at any time was clearly something Cindy Crawford had deliberately added. Cindy Crawford wasn't one to back down either. Seeing this, she also flung her arm away and strode over to Ronald in her high heels. Ronald, Richard won't let me see his script. You have to tell me, how many intimate scenes are there in this movie? Ahem, Cindy, you don't need to do this. Ronald had never seen anything like this before. Back in the day, Harrison Ford's wife, to keep an eye on her husband, only came to the set every day, and Ronald would take the couple out to dinner. Don't do that. What do you want me to do? What's the entertainment industry like? I've seen it all, it's even more. Cindy's mole on her lip was still so alluring, and her wavy hair perfectly matched Ronald's aesthetic. As she spoke, she tossed her head, the ends of her hair flying, making Ronald's heart flutter. He quickly touched the wedding ring on his left ring finger. I'll grant you all your requests, Cindy. You can visit the set whenever you want. I only have one request, don't interfere with the filming. You know, many times, this type of movie relies heavily on the chemistry between the male and female leads. But that's not real. They're just acting like that on screen. Once filming is over and they're back in their trailer, here's your wonderful boyfriend again. Good actors can separate their performances from their personal lives very clearly. I've never made a movie, I don't know. Ronald, I believe you. Can you guarantee that what you're saying is true? Cindy Crawford put her hands on her hips, thrusting her hips forward, exuding the sexiness of an American woman from the inside out. Come on, Cindy, have some confidence in yourself. No one can resist your charm, HMPH, you're just... Cindy was quite pleased with Ronald's compliment. She also felt that as long as she frequently visited him on set and appeared in front of her boyfriend Richard Gere, no one could steal him away. Christy Turrington is still living in our old New York apartment. Sometimes when she calls me, she talks about you. She misses you. If Christy needs help, just have her call my agent. Hey, how can you be so heartless? Cindy Crawford slapped Ronald's arm. Ahem. Ronald raised his left hand, indicating that he was already wearing his wedding ring. He glanced at Richard Gere, who was still giving several interviews with Julia Roberts, unaware of what was happening here. Fortunately, Cindy Crawford's attention immediately shifted back to her very dangerous boyfriend. Damn it, Ronald thought to himself, watching Crawford swaying back as she walked towards her boyfriend. The runway model's athletic physiques and graceful demeanor made him feel, plus, Cindy Crawford's traditional catwalk required a lot of strength in her waist and hips. Looking at her from behind, Ronald quickly took a sip of champagne, then touched his wedding ring to compose himself. Now, coming home on time every day wasn't just Ronald fulfilling his husbandly duties, but also a way for him to escape his dangerous thoughts. I feel like we're a couple in a classic Hollywood movie now. You come home on time every day, and I prepare food for you. What did you order Wang Ma to cook today? As long as Diane didn't cook herself, Ronald felt it was fine. Just some usual stuff, nothing special. Diane smiled, having the maid bring the dishes. Sometimes she would cook a dish herself and then have Ronald guess which one she made, a little game. I can't guess. I think all the dishes tasted equally good today. Ronald was surprised to find that his keen sense of taste was a bit off today. And some baked cookies. Diane smiled as she brought out dessert. Ronald took a bite. This was clearly Aunt Karen's recipe, but it seemed there was something wrong with how the butter and eggs were mixed. What's wrong? Dane took a bite and also realized her baking wasn't very good, so she laughed. Someone from Paramount called you today, asking if you've seen any of their scripts. Dane waved for the maid to remove the cookies and took out the treasured gift Aunt Karen had given her. Then she told Ronald about some of the phone calls she'd received that day. Do you like that ghost movie? I'm not really interested. Dane had worked with Hollywood veteran Oliver Lawrence since she was a child, and she knew it was an unspoken taboo among male stars. It was hard to find an established star to play a ghost. Then I'll try to turn it down in a couple of days. After dinner, the two snuggled on the sofa to watch TV. NBC, as the highest-rated network at the time, often pioneered new trends in its dramas. And ABC, as the base of the Democratic Party's left-wing ideology, often copied NBC's drama themes and then created a left-wing version. Just as Growing Pains affect family bonds, they also developed a more progressive version of the detective dramas on NBC. Today, Ronald was watching a show called Seinfeld, where the protagonist, Magath, is a special forces soldier tasked with resolving various crises around the world. However, because he's a pacifist, he never uses weapons or kills enemies. Instead, he uses all sorts of things you can buy in a supermarket to achieve his goals. This ridiculous show actually gets good ratings, and housewives like Diane, temporarily, particularly enjoy it. They're not worried about their children imitating guns and violence after watching it. Just then, Bannon called. How is it going? Has Fox considered buying Seinfeld? They really like it, but they've encountered a problem with low audience reception. So they only gave us a 6-episode first season order. Are you willing to accept that? Ronald recounted to Bannon what Barry Diller from 20th Century Fox had personally told him over the phone call. Barry Diller and his boss Rupert both owed Ronald a favor, so they wanted to know if Ronald truly valued the series that much. If so, they were willing to push it through to repay the favor. If it's only 6 episodes, I might as well take it from NBC. They're willing to offer a 4-episode contract, but NBC is definitely much better than Fox, Bannon quickly decided. This choice wasn't difficult, as NBC was one of the 3 major national syndicated television networks, while Fox was only a regional, local network. Okay, I'll turn down Fox. As for the investment in Pretty Woman, I secured a $1.5 million share for you. Ronald invested part of his own Daydream fund, then left several $100,000 for George Jr.'s fund, and sold the rest to Bannon on low-priority terms, letting him sell it on Wall Street. Very good, very good. The market is really enthusiastic about the romantic comedies you've chosen. ban wasn't entirely flattering. After its release in over 1,000 theaters, When Harry Met Sally immediately soared to $12 million at the weekend's box office. It surpassed Batman and was second only to Warner Brothers' other new film, Lethal Weapon 2. Ronald's vision for women's films was once again proven, and the film's overseas release was now on the agenda. Chapter 1120 Intensifying filming of the Stars and Stripes movie. The Supreme Court's ruling in the Texas case of John Johnson continues to have a lasting and profound impact on Congress. After getting married, one of Ronald's major changes was making a point of having breakfast at home with his family every day. An American family tradition was to watch ABC's Good Morning America while having breakfast. Due to the time difference, Ronald and Diane were actually watching a pre-recorded version of the East Coast program from 3 hours earlier. Ronald remembered the case of the rebellious Texas youth who burned the Stars and Stripes, which ultimately reached a 5-4 Supreme Court decision, declaring that burning the Stars and Stripes was protected under the First Amendment. President George H.W. Bush also took the opportunity to address a mass rally, claiming he wanted to express his support for the patriotism of the majority of Americans and urging both houses of Congress to amend the law to make protecting the new flag a new amendment. Of course, this required a 2/3 majority in both houses and then to be sent to the states for a vote. Only if 2/3 of the states' legislatures, that is, more than 38 states, passed it could it become a new 27th Amendment. The last time such an amendment was passed was in 1971. Due to the impact of the Vietnam War, more young people were participating in politics, so the voting age was lowered from 21 to 18. However, for senators and representatives from most states, this was a golden opportunity to garner votes. Unlike representatives from large cities on the East and West Coasts who faced voters with progressive values, these representatives from inland states, with their patriotic sentiments, could gain the support of many voters in their home states. This amendment, which was repeatedly debated in Congress and sought to be proposed, was named the Insult to the Stars and Stripes Amendment. Senator Bob Dole, from Kansas, Elephant Party, stated, "Americans may not understand every nuance of the law, but they know it's an insult when they see it. They demand action." Senator Strom Thurmond, from South Carolina, Elephant Party, stated in a statement to the Senate that this ruling has sparked a fountain of emotion in our nation, demanding immediate action. Senator Trent Lott, from Mississippi, Elephant, told the Senate that while visiting voters in Mississippi, he heard anger, and in city after city, he claimed to have witnessed several people weeping uncontrollably over the decision. These three senators share a common thread: they all served in the U.S. military. However, senators from several major states on the East and West Coasts voiced their opposition. Senator Alan Cranston, California, Democratic, stated, "The First Amendment is the most important amendment. It guarantees our freedom of speech, including the right to express opinions on the Stars and Stripes, even if those opinions are unpopular." Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, New York, Democratic, said, "The Stars and Stripes is a symbol of our nation, but it is no more important than our laws. The First Amendment is the cornerstone of our democracy, and we cannot violate it to protect a symbol." Remarkably, the two senators who supported the Supreme Court's ruling were both former professors at Harvard and Berkeley. A clear divide exists between voters in major East and West Coast cities and those in the inland and southern states, whose perceptions of this issue are entirely different. And this rare ruling doesn't significantly impact everyone's economic interests. So these senators were happy to speak out and appeal to their supporters. Due to strong resistance in both the House and Senate, it's expected that no new amendment motions will be passed before the 101st congressional summer recess. Some senators told our reporter that they might bypass the amendment and seek ordinary legislation to stop this unpatriotic behavior. This kind of ordinary legislation is much simpler. As long as both houses pass it by a simple majority, and the president signs it, it becomes law. Ronald never discussed these things with family and friends. He quietly changed the channel, and after dinner, he went to daydream and met with high-ranking officials to expedite the filming of 3 low-budget patriotic movies. The fastest-forming crew of the 3 films was for Showdown and Little Tokyo. The director was Mark L. Lester, director of Commando, starring Schwarzenegger. After directing the box office success of Commando, his second film, The Bodyguard, was a box office flop. After that, he couldn't find any projects, but the executives at Daydream, seeing the excellent return on investment in his previous series of action B-movies, persuaded him to direct this small-budget production. Daydream planned to invest $6 million in the production cost and recruited a large number of suitable actors and action directors. In addition to Lundgren, who once served as Ronald's bodyguard, all the other supporting actors had Ronald-related backgrounds. For example, the female lead, Tia Carrera, is a Japanese-American singer and model from Hawaii. Another detective playing a background character is Brandon Lee, the son of martial arts master Bruce Lee. And the villain Yashida in the film is played by Hiroyuki Tagawa, a Japanese-American actor who looks evil at first glance. This actor has an extraordinary background. His mother is Mariko Hata, an actress from the Takarazuka Review, and his father is a Japanese-American soldier stationed in Japan. Unlike many children born to mixed races, his childhood was relatively happy. After his mother retired from the military, she emigrated to the United States with his father. Tagawa Hiroyuki was a big fan of Ronald's Dragon Boy, as he himself was a black belt in karate at the Shotokan. He had the opportunity to meet Ronald at the meeting and even got his autograph. "I think you had a role in The Last Emperor," Ronald said, looking at Tagawa's mischievous face, which was truly memorable. Some actors may not become huge stars, but their roles are always memorable. "Hey, I played a eunuch in that movie," Tagawa replied with a grin. Not only that, he also played a Hong Kong policeman in the latest 007 License to Kill, said Eddie Cohen, Ronald's earliest partner and the first president of Daydream Productions. However, as Daydream expanded and became more complex, Cohen, having made a considerable fortune, had already asked Ronald to let him step down as president to pursue his own career, with Michelle Canold taking over. Ronald didn't treat this former boss of a small New York talent agency who had helped him unfairly. He gave Cohen some symbolic shares and arranged for him to sit on the board of directors of Daydream. Eddie wanted to return to his old profession, and opening a small talent agency would perfectly complement Ronald's business. Tagawa Yasuke was one of his first clients. "Very good," Ronald praised the actor's performance ability. After Tagawa left, he asked Eddie, "Would this client be willing to sign with your small company?" "No problem." His face indicates he doesn't have many projects in Hollywood. Only a few studios, like our Daydream Studios, can mass-produce stories with East Asian characters. "Oh, I see. Don't miss out on Tia Carrera either," Ronald said, pointing to the actress's audition photo. He had seen Tia Carrera in person. She had a bronze complexion and a unique, sexy beauty. Many Americans and East Asians would like her type of actress. "Actually, I've talked to all the Asian actors in Little Tokyo. Most of them are willing to have their management contracts with us, except for Brandon Lee. Then you don't need to worry about him." Ronald knew that the son of this kung fu master was arrogant and had even gone to Hong Kong to film with his old acquaintance Jackie Chan. Although his background was actually very suitable for developing with Ronald, Ronald preferred to promote the American-Chinese actor Chiu Yunbo and a group of action actors from Hong Kong rather than him. There was no other reason than that this guy was just too self-important and liked to tell directors how to film. But the director had taken a liking to him, and it was uncertain whether the collaboration would go smoothly. The second topic of discussion at the meeting was Black Belt Hero, Best of the Best. Ronald also met with a confirmed cast. There was an old acquaintance among them, Chris Penn, Sean Penn's brother. Ronald had dealt with him before, but today he noticed that his face seemed a little puffy. He even asked him how he was doing. However, these Hollywood actors always seem to get into all sorts of trouble, whether it's alcohol or drugs. Chris Penn said it was just swelling from lack of sleep, so he didn't say much more. In contrast, the lead actor, Eric Roberts, was in relatively good shape. Although his dark circles and sallow complexion from his excessive drinking hadn't changed, this actually suited his role as a reformed playboy. Similarly, the film also featured many Korean actors, all of whom were eventually signed by Eddie Cohen. Their last names were either Ray or Park. Ronald couldn't remember many at once, but he shook hands with them to congratulate them. One of the actors, Philip Ray, was also a martial artist, and he even gave Ronald a demonstration of Taekwondo. This martial art was clearly different from Japanese karate, focusing primarily on leg movements. This was a great thing for the film's production and brand building. Finally, a black actor played the coach of the American team at the World Taekwondo Championships. He was a middle-aged man with a stocky build, wore black-rimmed glasses, and had a very deep voice. "James Earl Jones, you can call me James. It's a pleasure to meet you, Director Lee. Did I hear you right? Or are you?" "Yes, I'm the voice of Darth Vader." Most people ask me that when they meet me. Haha, George Lucas didn't tell me that. Ronald shook hands with him for a long time and chatted with him about the current situation of Star Wars actors. The actor who actually played Vader had a very strong Welsh accent, so they had to find him to do the voice acting. His voice is very distinctive. If he were a white actor, he would definitely be inundated with offers for all kinds of supporting roles. But because he is black, there aren't many suitable roles for him in Hollywood. Only last year, in Eddie Murphy's American Adventure, did he play the king of an African country, which was a relatively important supporting role. In Hollywood movies, black people are either slackers, gangsters, musicians, and other roles with very stereotypical black characters. James Earl Jones' voice has a righteous quality, and such opportunities are indeed rare. This time, he plays the coach of the U.S. team, a role that perfectly suits his voice and appearance. His final Stars and Stripes patriotic film is Kickboxer, starring Jean-Claude Van Damme. Kickboxing, a sport invented based on the fighting philosophy championed by Bruce Lee, was a popular fighting sport in the U.S. in the 1980s, second only to boxing, before the rise of karate. Besides Daydream Films' investment, Van Damme also raised funds and enlisted his stunt friends in Hong Kong to participate in the filming. He also invited Chen Guoxin and Li Jiading to play supporting roles. However, Van Damme decided to cast Rochelle Asana, a Filipino actress, as the female lead. This actress, who had previously worked as a stunt double in many films, performed many of her own stunts in this movie. Daydream's production capabilities had proven themselves. Ronald had learned B-movie shooting methods from Roger Corman, shooting as cheaply and quickly as possible, and tearing up the script if it went over time or budget. This spirit allowed a small company like Daydream to simultaneously shoot 3 low-budget films without any problem. However, for big-budget productions, Daydream couldn't handle it alone. Joel Silver's Die Hard 2 once again required additional investment from Fox, and he chose Alpena, Michigan, as the filming location. Located on the west shore of Lake Michigan, it boasts beautiful scenery and excellent outdoor activities. People can participate in various activities such as hiking, fishing, boating, and diving. 20th Century Fox had some doubts about Joel Silver's approach. They approached Ronald, hoping he could confirm whether these scenes really needed to be filmed in this relatively expensive tourist destination. "Hey Joel, you're not planning to go on vacation, are you?" Ronald confronted Joel Silver, asking him bluntly. "It wasn't me, I'm innocent. You should ask Bruce Willis's agent." Bruce and his wife, Demi Moore, requested that it be convenient for his wife and children to visit during filming. They love water and outdoor activities. Joel Silver looked completely innocent, wearing pajamas and embracing the Canadian Playboy beauty, Pamela Anderson. Ronald didn't know if he was telling the truth or not. However, he was on good terms with Demi Moore, so he called her home to inquire about the situation. "Is this Ronald? I'll talk to him." Bruce Willis heard Demi's voice and picked up the phone. "Hey, Ronald, do you want to come over? Bring your wife, we haven't hung out in ages." Chapter 1121 Ronald, the indispensable. 20th Century Fox were extremely dissatisfied. Bruce Willis had imposed all sorts of outrageous filming conditions, a typical symptom of a leading actor losing control in a film project. Joel Silver was also not happy. With the project's star power spiraling out of control and the budget remaining the same, his potential profits, both reasonable and unreasonable, would be drastically reduced. And it was obvious that Bruce Willis, having invited Ronald to his home for discussions, must also have had his share of dissatisfaction. 20th Century Fox provided the production costs and distribution channels for this project. Joel Silver had to handle all sorts of problems and conflicts from start to finish. Bruce Willis contributed his unique screen image and, seemingly, death-defying action performance. Ronald, who only participated in the filming of the first movie and had some production rights, was not involved in the sequel. He wasn't on set, casting, directing, or contributing any special effects. So, how could he possibly carve out a substantial slice of the potentially hugely successful sequel pie? Ronald's unique value lies in his ability to manage these people, making them content with their positions and accepting the share they deserve for their efforts. Without someone like him to divide the pie, everyone would be fighting amongst themselves, each wanting a larger share. The end result would be the project collapsing, failing to be filmed, and nobody getting a piece of the pie. Diane, Ronald, welcome. Bruce Willis and Demi Moore welcomed Ronald and Diane into their home. Diane's first action was to look at Demi and Bruce's almost-year-old daughter, Rumor, sleeping in her crib. "Ah, the little baby is so cute. Will she be noisy at night?" Diane asked, looking at the soundly sleeping Rumor. "Oh, there's always the need to get up to feed her at night. It's a hassle," Demi Moore began to complain. Bruce Willis was always very chauvinistic. Sometimes, when his daughter woke him up at night, he would throw several $100 bills at Demi, telling her to deal with it. The two women then gathered around Demi's eldest daughter, naturally starting a conversation about parenting. "Ah, brother. Marriage is really a troublesome thing for us men. Demi often does things that are hard to understand. Women become a different kind of animal after marriage." Bruce Willis took Ronald to see his new Hall of Fame and opened a bottle of fine whiskey, trying to get closer to Ronald. The two drank and ate Italian sausage, and naturally talked about married life. For example, Ronald raised an eyebrow, not expecting that a modern woman as independent as Demi Moore would become so demanding after marriage. "For example, we could hire a nanny to live at home and take care of Rumor. But Demi thinks that would affect our family life. When the baby cries in the middle of the night, she kicks my bottom, making me change the baby's diaper. I think she just wants to order me around." Oh, Ronald rubbed his forehead. It seemed that Demi Moore, like Diane, had some kind of identity crisis and always wanted to do things to get her husband's attention so she could show her independence. In contrast, Diane just tried different new dishes to satisfy her own cravings, which might just be considered good luck. The two drank and watched TV. Today was the MLB All-Star Game, and Bo Jackson hit a home run to start the game. This was one of the most exciting moments in recent All-Star games. "Is there anything you want to say to me, Bruce?" The two high-fived and finished the rest of their drinks. Ronald signaled to him that it was time to get down to business. "Ronald, you know I'm not a greedy person, but my salary for the sequel is still significantly lower than expected. Tell me how you feel. Why do you think this salary is too low?" "I'm not particularly familiar with the current salary levels of male celebrities," Ronald chuckled. All those excessive demands, it seemed, stemmed from the issue of pay figures. It was all Bruce Willis's deliberate attitude towards 20th Century Fox and the production company. "Actually, it has nothing to do with money, but it has to do with respect." Bruce Willis pursed his lips, stating his reasoning. Recently, People magazine did a roundup of Bruce Willis and other male celebrities with similar characteristics, with a rather sensational headline, "The Battle of the Biceps." They're panting, sweating, their faces contorted in pain. They lift weights, dodging bullets. Beautiful girls cling to their overdeveloped chests as they rush and roar into movie theaters. The real battle unfolds at the box office. They're the summer's heartthrobs. Their team has never been bigger. Ronald listened to Bruce Willis as he picked up a People magazine Willis had prepared and placed on the table, flipping through the article. First up was Australian star Mel Gibson. Among these action stars, he was lightweight, with the smallest biceps. His Lethal Weapon series had become a unique branch of the action genre. There are some crazy action stars. His salary reached over $7 million. In comparison, the largest biceps belonged to Arnold Schwarzenegger. His highest salary was $10 million, plus a share of the profits. Bruce Willis's muscle mass was in between the two, but his blue-collar quality and the storyline of ordinary people forced into adventure made Die Hard unique and memorable for audiences. It's reported that 20th Century Fox paid him $7.5 million for the Die Hard sequel. The last one. The member of the Biceps Club is Eddie Murphy, a famous black comedic action star whose new film, A Trip to America, performed exceptionally well at the summer box office, earning him a $9 million salary from Paramount. For his upcoming film, the sequel to his 1982 hit 48 Hours, titled Another 48 Hour, he's reportedly receiving $12 million, plus a reasonable share of post-production profits. Without this report, Bruce Willis might have tolerated his $7.5 million salary. Now, the media has placed him alongside three other action stars in a comparison of their earnings. This raises the issue of similar male stars competing for attention. It seems that what Bruce Willis is talking about isn't entirely about money, but about dignity, and it's not entirely empty boasting. In terms of box office explosion and audience frenzy, he's at least better than Schwarzenegger. Mel Gibson, on the other hand, is Australian, and for the average American audience, someone who occasionally displays some foreign stars with accents didn't seem to like him as much as they liked Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis was probably most dissatisfied with Eddie Murphy. Strictly speaking, Murphy wasn't entirely a muscular action star, but rather incorporated many comedic elements into his films. The fact that such an actor received almost double Willis's salary and had significant control over the project greatly displeased Bruce Willis. But this salary doesn't entirely represent the studio's recognition of you. There are many historical and contractual reasons, which we also need to consider. Ronald scratched his head. How could he reasonably explain these reasons to Bruce Willis in a way that would gain his acceptance? First, Schwarzenegger's salary of over $10 million was the result of Menahem Golan's extravagant spending after securing huge funding during the Cannonball era. At that time, Schwarzenegger and Stallone were the two leading action stars, and Menahem was the first to raise Stallone's salary. The salary rose to over $12 million, which also boosted Schwarzenegger's pay. He only received such a salary for a short period, as pure muscle action films soon lost their appeal in the market, and they could no longer command such high salaries. Mel Gibson's fundamentals are excellent, and his performance transcends those action stars who are merely muscular. His slightly lower salary now is entirely due to the fact that he is not American. As for Bruce Willis himself, his number of blockbuster films has not yet caught up with the previous two. There are still some doubts in the market about the huge success of Die Hard. Was the reason for this box office success the lead actor, or the director McTiernan? Fortunately, in the sequel, Ronald and Joel Silver changed directors, and it will soon be clear who is more important in the Die Hard series. Bruce, let me put it this way. Do you know how much Tom Cruise was paid when I was filming Top Gun? How much? Bruce Willis really didn't know. $3 million or $4 million, he just guessed a number. At that time, Tom Cruise had already filmed his breakout role in Good Boys Over Flowers and several movies with big-name directors. It's just over $1 million. You can ask your agent to confirm. It's not a secret in the industry. Ronald thought for a moment and decided to use the comparison method. He wanted Bruce Willis to take a good look in the mirror and compare himself to other popular male stars to see how his salary for his debut film really matched theirs. Generally speaking, a male star receives a relatively low salary when he first tries his hand at the big screen. Given Tom Cruise's popularity at the time, $1 million was a reasonable price. But Bruce Willis received the standard salary of a top male star for the first Die Hard film, $5 million. This was largely due to Barry Diller, the junior executive at 20th Century Fox, wanting to deliberately boost his salary and prove the success of his integrated film and television strategy. In other words, if judged by normal rates, Bruce Willis actually earned over $3 million more in the first film. If you consider the first and second Die Hard films as a whole, then the salaries of other stars in his cohort were actually roughly the same as his in the sequels. I believe you, Ronald. You're one of the few people in Hollywood who tells the truth, and I completely believe your explanation. Bruce Willis, upon hearing this, agreed with Ronald's statement, but then his tone shifted. But that was several years ago. The film market now is completely different from what it was a few years ago. Paramount offered Eddie Murphy $12 million for the sequel, plus a share of the profits. I don't understand. Is there really such a big difference between me and Eddie Murphy? Whether something is valuable or not is ultimately a matter of comparison, and Ronald could only shake his head and smile wryly. Murphy is different. How is he different? Bruce Willis was full of dissatisfaction. Why should a black star receive a higher salary than a white star of the same status? He didn't think he was being racist, it was just that the sheer size of the audience naturally represented box office potential. Ronald actually had many explanations in mind. For example, although Eddie Murphy was black, white people also enjoyed watching black people act silly and goofy on screen, getting a sense of superiority. Also, Eddie Murphy wasn't just a pure action star, his comedic talent was very strong, and his face was inherently funny. Furthermore, the combination of action and comedy was a very successful direction for commercial films in the 1980s. Eddie Murphy's truly breakout role in Beverly Hills Cop was only made popular after he took over from Sylvester Stallone. Ronald didn't mention any of these reasons in the end, instead choosing one that Bruce Willis could accept more. You have to understand, he signed a contract that sold him out, while you enjoy much better creative freedom. Creative freedom. Sure enough, Bruce Willis became interested. Yes, Eddie Murphy signed a 5-film exclusive contract with Paramount. So no matter what bad movies Paramount gives him, he has to do them. Of course, Paramount usually doesn't do this, but Ronald didn't say that. If other studios have suitable movies and want to cast him, he can't do them either. Actually, It's negotiable, and the scripts offered by other studios might not be as suitable for Eddie Murphy as Paramount's. Isn't it like before, Bruce Willis had a word he couldn't remember how to say, but he'd heard his agent mention it. Like the old studio system, where actors were studio-owned, Ronald chimed in. Yes, the studio system. It's really bad for actors, but it's good for directors. They can cast whoever they want, Ronald thought. Had he found the right button for Bruce Willis? Oh, I see. I can hardly imagine if I had signed an exclusive contract like Eddie Murphy's with 20th Century Fox, could I have made that movie? Bruce Willis was referring to his new film with Canadian director Norman Jewison, In Country, in which he plays a Vietnam War veteran suffering from veterans disorder, PTSD, with only his 17-year-old niece showing him kindness. It's no longer the era of Hollywood churning out Vietnam War blockbusters. A film with such a strong directorial personal touch and a Vietnam War backdrop isn't expected to do well at the box office. Bruce Willis is aiming for critical acclaim and awards. The film will be released by Warner Brothers this fall. Frankly, if he had signed an exclusive contract like Eddie Murphy's, he probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to make this kind of film. Okay, I can accept a $7.5 million salary, but could I also include a profit-sharing clause? Bruce Willis revealed his true thoughts to Ronald. In truth, if Willis had spoken directly to 20th Century Fox or producer Joel Silver, some of his words would have raised doubts about the sincerity of their collaboration. However, by having Ronald, a trusted intermediary, relay the message, everyone knew that what he said would be close to their bottom line, avoiding any deceptive tactics or misleadingly inflated prices. Times have changed, Bruce. I really doubt that after the Jack Nicholson incident, who else would offer you a profit-sharing contract like I'm a poor pauper? Ronald mentioned two things. The first was Jack Nicholson's huge profit-sharing income for playing the Joker in Batman. This certainly had an element of luck, as no one expected a comic book adaptation like Batman to achieve the same commercial success as Superman a decade earlier. Moreover, Jack Nicholson signed a global box office revenue-sharing contract, not a profit-sharing arrangement linked to accounting details. This likely cost Warner Brothers, the distributor, tens of millions of dollars. After this incident, most major studios became extremely cautious about offering such inconvenient box office revenue-sharing figures when producing commercial films. They preferred to raise star salaries to a ridiculous level rather than give them profit-sharing rights. After all, offering a fixed salary could be financially justified by senior managers as being based on market prices. However, offering such an unimaginable profit-sharing figure would draw attacks from Wall Street analysts during the annual report disclosure, who would accuse them of completely wrong box office predictions and being unsuitable to work at such a large studio. The second incident involved Ronald's commission of Bruce Willis to voice the character in Who's Talking. Amy Heckling's film had completed post-production and was scheduled for release this fall. Because it was a small production invested in by Ronald, he didn't have the money to pay Bruce Willis a salary befitting his status, so he offered him a profit-sharing agreement. Bruce Willis didn't take it seriously and completed the voiceover for the baby in a weekend of part-time work. That's completely different, Bruce Willis laughed. How could a movie like this possibly compare to a $50 million big-budget production from 20th Century Fox in terms of box office revenue? Finally, Ronald agreed to convey his request for a raise to the producers. Bruce Willis was relieved, knowing that Hollywood wouldn't doubt his status just because his salary was much lower than Eddie Murphy's. Meanwhile, Demi Moore and Diane had finished their conversation, so Ronald said goodbye. Demi Moore, arm in arm with Diane, escorted the couple a little further to the driveway. Diane had already gotten into her car. Suddenly, Demi Moore took Ronald's arm, leaned close to his ear, and whispered something in a very soft voice. "Ronnie, let me star in your ghost movie. It's time for you to direct me, huh?" Ronald's ear was tickled by Demi's breath. "I've already gotten Diane's consent." Demi Moore slapped Ronald's arm hard, then leaned down and waved frantically to Diane, who was already in the car. Inadvertently, her local dress revealed a glimpse of white. "What did you promise him?" Ronald asked Diane after getting into the car, waving goodbye to Demi Moore. "I promised him that if you had the chance to direct his movie, I would let you work." Diane pressed her chest against Ronald's arm, holding him tightly. "Since I entered Hollywood, I've been very busy every year. Now that I'm married to you, and our child is about to be born, I want to take a good rest. Don't you think it's wonderful to be idle, go home on time every day, and wait for the baby to be born, but if I do that, all the other actresses in Hollywood will criticize me." Diane chuckled. Hollywood actresses all knew that Ronald was good at making films centered around women. However, anyway, it would be difficult to find a suitable big star to play the male lead in that ghost-themed film. Diane wasn't worried about a small-budget production. "But I feel so happy with my life right now, and I don't want to give up these days where I can come home to see you every day." Ronald actually longed for this ordinary 9-to-5 family life. "You always have to go out and make movies." Diane also really enjoyed this family life. Both of them had experienced family setbacks in their youth, and they cherished this time together. "Unless someone is willing to invest in filming the entire movie in Los Angeles or Hollywood, so I can come home to see you at 6 o'clock every day," Ronald laughed. These days, who's willing to invest in a movie filmed entirely in Los Angeles? Everyone's either going to Canada, Australia, or some less developed states in the Midwest or South, trying every possible way to reduce production costs. Chapter 1122. There really is a sucker who'll pay. A sucker had appeared. Diane informed Paramount of the conditions Ronald had jokingly discussed with him. Lindsay Dolan, a female executive at Paramount, was overjoyed and immediately visited Ronald with her secretary. "We agree to all your conditions, as long as you agree to direct and oversee all script revisions, casting, filming, and post-production marketing." "Are you kidding me?" Ronald's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Shooting such a film in a Hollywood studio could easily cost more than double what it would have cost to shoot in Canada. "Why don't you find a young director who's good at romantic comedies? It would be easy to keep the entire film's production cost around $10 million. As a distinguished graduate of Roger Corman Film School, Ronald instinctively resented this money-wasting production method. Although this madcap approach was highly advantageous to him, Lindsay Dolan not only agreed to let him lead all aspects of the film, but also gave him a certain investment amount for Daydream Productions, allowing him to participate in the entire production and profit-sharing process. This was especially significant given the current climate in Hollywood, where Jack Nicholson's multi-million-dollar takeover from Warner Brothers was a huge blow. "This is the best script in Paramount's library. How could I possibly just find some young, inexperienced director to direct it? You know, Ronald, before you expressed interest, I only wanted 2 directors to direct this film." Lindsay Dolan seemed quite agitated, clearly displeased with Ronald's idea of wasting such a classic script on a young director. "Huh? Who do you want?" Ronald was taken aback by her serious expression. Did she really intend to make this film a cinematic classic? "Of course, before you, I only considered 2 directors, Milos Forman and Stanley Kubrick." Lindsay Dolan adopted a "look at you, we're discussing something very serious" expression. "Huh? Oh." Ronald stared at the woman in her early 40s for a long time, finding no trace of acting on her face. She seemed genuinely hopeful about the script. "When I heard the news, I was in a meeting at the Western Film Festival in Las Vegas. As soon as I heard you were interested, I immediately dropped the meeting and rushed back," Lindsay Dolan continued, emphasizing how much she valued Ronald's interest in the film. Ronald put his arm around Diane, who was sitting next to him, and watched Lindsay Dolan recount her reasons, becoming somewhat more convinced. This wasn't because Lindsay Dolan's reasons were particularly compelling, but rather because of her professional family background. Her father was a veteran Hollywood producer, and her mother was a script typist at Columbia Pictures before marriage. She also had an older brother who had been a marketing manager for Stanley Kubrick's 2001, A Space Odyssey. She herself had also served as a production manager for a television station for a long time, possessing considerable experience in identifying scripts and assessing commercial potential. However, Ronald still couldn't understand why he felt that he was the most suitable choice to direct the film. "It's simple. Who can film a more touching love story than you? Especially since it's a love story between a human and a ghost that transcends life and death." "Is that so?" Ronald, of course, didn't believe it. Hollywood wasn't just about him. He wasn't the only director skilled at making romance films. "Of course, the more important reason is that all the actresses want to work with you." That sounds like a reason that makes sense. Ronald understood. The real reason was here. For a commercially successful romance film like this to succeed at the box office, the most crucial element is finding the right actresses and then finding men who have chemistry with them. With Ronald on board, every actress in Hollywood who could participate in this film would be willing to audition. "So, I'll decide the entire crew." Hearing him say this, and seeing Diane nod slightly, Ronald felt it was worth exploring the possibility of making this film. Lindsay Dolan shrugged, indicating that of course, she would agree to any candidate Ronald suggested. How about this? I'll find some time to talk to screenwriter Bruce Joel Rubin first. Ronald's understanding of the script wasn't very deep yet. He needed to speak with the screenwriter before making a decision. Okay, I'll arrange it. I need to find long-term partners for the director of photography, art direction, editing, and sound design. No problem. Daily shooting will be at Paramount's Hollywood studio. I'll go to work every morning and leave promptly at 6 o'clock in the evening. Of course, no one will clock you in or out. I can guarantee that. I see there are quite a few ghost scenes in the script, which requires a special effects team. I have my own preferred partners. Ronald remembered Cameron's Abyss special effects team and the Frosted Glass set design team from Die Hard 2, both of which could be used to shoot the special effects shots for this film. We'll certainly consider your suggestions. Seeing that the other party readily agreed to all his conditions, Ronald felt Lindsay Dolan's sincerity. What's your investment share in Daydream, and what's the profit-sharing range? I estimate the entire film will have a budget of $22 million to $25 million. You'll get no more than a quarter of that, plus you'll have the second highest share after Paramount. What about overseas distribution, television broadcasting rights, and video rights? The percentage will be lower than the box office revenue share. Why don't we let our agents and lawyers finalize a figure that satisfies both sides? Seeing that all the conditions were agreed upon, Ronald had no reason to doubt the other party's sincerity. After arranging a time to discuss the specific investment details, he picked up the script and slowly began to read through it. Honey, are you really going to let Demi Moore play the lead role? Diane came over and asked Ronald. I don't know, she's just one of the final candidates. Ultimately, it depends on who's most suitable for the role. Demi, Paramount is interested in making that ghost movie. Have your agent send me the audition photos. Really? Really? Oh, Ronald, I love you. Demi Moore jumped up excitedly on the other end of the phone after receiving the call. Everyone knows that working with Ronald in Hollywood now is like riding a roller coaster to the top. Hey, who are you in love with? Bruce Willis overheard. SHH, Ronald wants to invite me to audition for his new movie. Ronald? Give me the phone. Bruce Willis grabbed the phone and said to Ronald. Hey, bro, thanks for the message. 20th Century Fox has increased my salary. I heard about the extra $1.5 million. Ronald laughed. Bruce Willis's salary for Die Hard 2 increased by $1.5 million, but 20th Century Fox resolutely refused to let him participate in any profit sharing. Thank you, I owe you one. We don't need to talk about that, but let's see who's speaking at the premiere. Are you free to attend as a voice actor? I'll have my agent reserve my time that weekend. I'll go with Demi. By the way, speaking of Demi, is she really going to be in your movie? Attending auditions, you know I always choose the most suitable one. Hey, it seems there are other candidates besides you. Bruce Willis hung up the phone, teasing his wife. Really? Did he say who it was? No, I forgot to ask. Damn it, what's the use of you? I'm calling my agent right now to find out which bitch is trying to steal this role from me. Demi Moore cursed angrily, then immediately went to discuss with her agent how to win the role. Ronald didn't start auditioning immediately, but instead began studying the box office and reviews of When Harry Met Sally. Seeing the box office results for the second weekend after the expanded release, Ronald understood why Lindsay Dolan was so enthusiastic about collaborating with him on a romance film. In its second weekend of widespread release, Harry Meets Sally still maintained a per-theater box office of over $10,000. Its nationwide release in over 800 theaters generated more than $10 million in revenue. Even more remarkably, the film sparked a viewing frenzy in urban cinemas across the East and West Coasts, and in Midwestern regions like Chicago. Meg Ryan's market value skyrocketed, and her current romantic comedy film In Hawaii may be Hollywood's last chance to secure her a leading role in a romantic comedy for less than $2 million. Most shockingly, even comedians like Billy Crystal, primarily known for his comedies, received numerous offers for romantic films, demanding fees comparable to A-list male stars. Hollywood is that extravagant, that pragmatic. Many producers are asking, why didn't anyone discover Billy Crystal's talent for romantic roles before? Hollywood's standard answer is, don't ask why. Now that Ronald has developed this aspect of him, the rest is about squeezing every last drop of value out of Billy Crystal. Ronald, who was discussing the film's post-production marketing with marketing consultant Michael Gray, also noticed this. Male stars who are only suited to one type of film generally receive 30% less pay than those suited to 2 or 3 types. Take Stallone and Schwarzenegger, for example. Despite being among the first Hollywood stars to break the $10 million mark, they are now far behind actors like Eddie Murphy and Bruce Willis, who combine comedy and action styles. What are the film's prospects for awards season? Ronald asked Michael Gray, still bothered by his 2 consecutive Oscar losses. It's not just you, the actors and screenwriters of this film aren't getting much recognition from the voting groups at the Academy. Those lingering poison from the method acting school is really annoying. Ronald was also angry. The Oscars have a clear characteristic: their winners are primarily influenced by the actors' voting preferences and tastes, and actors generally don't favor those who achieve big box office success with romance films. Comedy and romance films have always been a weak point for the Oscars. Actors trained in the so-called orthodox Hollywood method acting believe that comedy isn't a legitimate form of acting, and are inherently inferior to actors in dramas and tragedies. Romance film actors are even less desirable than comedic actors. As long as they're pretty and have chemistry with their co-stars on screen, the rest is up to the director and the camera. What acting is there in romance films? It doesn't exist. They simply look good on camera. If a director like Ronald were to cast me, I could be the leading lady in a blockbuster romance. This is the typical mentality of Hollywood actors with voting rights. They crave stardom, yet outwardly look down on stars. However, we can try our luck in Britain and continental Europe. The film's European distribution also needs some nominations in awards across the Atlantic. Michael Gray offered Ronald another workaround from a film marketing perspective. Across the Atlantic and Britain, there's their own Academy Awards called the BAFTA Awards, often referred to as Britain's Oscars. This award isn't limited to British films, it's open to all English-language films worldwide. Of course, if your film is British-made or features British directors or actors, it will undoubtedly receive extra support at the BAFTA Awards. I'll call The Princess's Secretary, even if it doesn't get an Oscar nomination. Trying your luck at the British Oscars is a good idea. Ronald certainly wouldn't let go of his biggest connections in Britain. He contacted Princess Diana's secretary and extended a formal invitation, asking the princess and prince consort to invite members of the royal family to the film's London premiere in November. The British people really liked the populist Princess Ronald, and this was a way to leverage that connection and create buzz. On one hand, it promoted their overseas distribution. On the other hand, they hoped to influence the BAFTA Awards committee to get their film nominated. Good news arrived. Not only the princess, but even Her Majesty the Queen was very interested in Ronald's new film, and she and her husband would attend the royal premiere in London. Her Majesty the Queen said she hopes your new film will please the King and Queen. The latest James Bond movie was a huge disappointment for them. I'm happy to serve your Majesty. Ronald laughed heartily, his overseas distribution capabilities a testament to his daydreams. This time, with When Harry Met Sally, it would be a good test. After finishing this, Ronald met with Ruth Jo Rubin, the screenwriter of Ghost, to discuss their understanding of the script. Rubin was very satisfied with Ronald's ideas. To him, Ronald was far better than Stanley Kubrick or Milos Forman to direct his script. This 45-year-old screenwriter actually had a deep connection with Ronald. Like Ronald, he was a dropout from NYU's Tisch School of the Arts. However, unlike Ronald, he didn't quickly break into Hollywood. A member of the class of 1962, he didn't see his first screenplay brought to the screen until the 1980s. Back in his NYU days, he was classmates with Martin Scorsese and Brian De Palma. Life's circumstances are often quite unpredictable. Could you tell me who you've got your eye on for the lead roles? Ruth Jo Rubin asked Ronald. He'd actually finished the script in 1983, but it was Brian De Palma, who saw its potential, who persuaded him to return to Los Angeles from San Francisco. In fact, Paramount is very supportive of our film, sending audition invitations to all the top male and female stars in Hollywood. Rubin handed him a list. The male star list included Jack Nicholson, Harrison Ford, Michael J. Fox, Paul Hogan, Alligator Dundee, Tom Hanks, and even less likely candidates like Tom Cruise and Bruce Willis. The female star list also included past and present stars. Michelle Pfeiffer, Molly Lindward, and Meg Ryan were all potential candidates. Paramount's top choices were Tom Cruise's new girlfriend, Nicole Kidman, and Bruce Willis's wife, Demi Moore. A husband and wife team would undoubtedly be a huge selling point for the film. If you were directing, which actress would you choose to play Molly? Ronald asked screenwriter Rubin. Sometimes, screenwriters' opinions are very valuable, as they often use a particular actress as a model for the character when writing the script. I don't know if I was imagining a black actress like Diana Ross when I wrote the script. I always felt that the protagonist, Molly, had a romantic, artistic quality mixed with a very realistic, housewife-like quality. I think she's more like the protagonist I imagined. Michelle Pfeiffer is too beautiful. It's unlikely she'd be the wife of an ordinary bank manager. Rubin's finger pointed to two audition photos, one of Demi Moore and the other of Nicole Kidman. Ronald put away the audition photos. He hadn't noticed them at first. They were the audition photos Demi Moore had sent. It was the one he had taken of her many years ago when he was a portrait photographer. Nicole Kidman, with her strawberry blonde hair and bright, piercing eyes, also looked ethereal. Chapter 1123 The Surprising Audition. Ghost seems to have a dark magic about it. Every male star who saw it rejected the project without exception. On one hand, Ronald's film highlighted the female lead's fame. On the other hand, Nisita cleared up Ronald's doubts. It turns out that since Hollywood's golden age, male leads playing ghosts have typically been categorized as lacking masculinity. This is a cultural difference. Hong Kong ghost films feature female ghosts, male ghosts, and even Taoist priests who exorcise ghosts as protagonists. Hollywood ghost films are relatively feminine, possibly because ghosts are a very niche role in American film culture. For example, in Hollywood's earliest classic ghost film, The Phantom of the Opera, the male lead, Ron Chaney, was a master makeup artist known as the Man of 1,000 Faces, meaning he could only play strange male roles. Besides the ghost in The Phantom of the Opera, there were only ugly men like Quasimodo in The Hunchback of Notre Dame. This started a tradition where male leads in ghost films were not handsome male stars. After the 1950s, ghost movies, primarily aimed at female audiences, lost market share to television series. Therefore, the tradition of ghost movies being unrelated to male hormones has persisted to this day. Of the male stars who received audition invitations, only Tom Cruise expressed interest, hoping to discuss the details of the collaboration in person. But the ghost lead in this movie is completely unrelated to the feminine image of the Phantom of the Opera. These people will regret it. For casting director, Ronald hired Julia Taylor, with whom he had collaborated many times. Paramount readily complied with his requests, assembling a top-tier cast and crew. Let's not talk about regretting it now. You should help me think of other stars, even those past their prime, to play this role. Ronald thought to himself, don't even mention them, I'm already starting to regret it. I didn't expect Hollywood to still discriminate against ghost movies. Don't worry, Ronald, with your current influence in Hollywood, there will always be male stars who want to work with you. The speaker was Polly Pratt, the producer Ronald had sent to the Dances with Wolves production team. Kevin Costner's filming pace was extremely slow, partly due to his lack of directing experience and partly due to his sequential shooting method, which frequently involved moving the crew between locations. However, Polly Pratt's experience kept the budget under control. Filming progressed gradually, and film stock accumulated bit by bit. Polly Pratt missed her daughter, and the constant travel to pristine national parks was taking a toll on her health. Ronald decided to bring her back to Los Angeles to serve as art director for his new film, allowing her to enjoy a more relaxed 9-to-5 work schedule. Taking over Pratt's duties was another strong woman from the Hairspray crew whom Ronald had handpicked. She later produced Ronald's Hong Kong-based Fist of Fury, and was known for her tough work with action film crews and strong work ethic. Having just finished handing over her duties to Pratt, Taliel came to Ronald asking what instructions the boss had for her as a producer of a Western film shot entirely on location. That's all the key points Polly told you. Ronald wouldn't interfere with a seasoned producer's work. I'll only give you one last-ditch promise. Taking over such a large production mid-production will be challenging for Rachel Talalay. However, Ronald has a lot of confidence in her. He can handle even the Hong Kong stuntmen who don't speak the language, so dealing with some fake Native Americans shouldn't be a problem. What promise? Rachel Talalay will be working with a star like Kevin Costner this time, and having more authorization from Ronald will make things easier. After all, he's not a Hollywood veteran like Polly Pratt, and Costner has to respect him. If anyone doesn't listen to you, you call me and tell them that if they don't follow your plan, they can come to me and talk to them face to face. Let them choose one. Ronald imitated Michael Ovitz's method, having Talalay play the bad cop, and himself playing the even worse cop, to deter the crew from deviating from the shooting schedule. Ronald was both a major investor and a well-known figure in Hollywood, his reputation as a tyrant on set widely known. He could be amiable and agreeable to the leading actors and actresses, trying to appease them for the best results. However, he had little patience for ordinary staff and supporting actors, and always prioritized adhering to the script's schedule. He rarely delayed even when a scene wasn't perfect, often preferring to cut scenes rather than delay. Kevin Costner might have some room to negotiate with the two female producers, but if it were Ronald, he would definitely approve it at 60% and then rush to catch up. I understand, I'll use you as a nuclear deterrent. Bingo. Nuclear deterrence is only most effective when there's a threat. It's best not to send me. Ronald was used to working regular hours and wasn't particularly enthusiastic about business trips anymore. Casting director Julia Taylor pointed to a large pile of audition photos on the table. These were actors recommended by various agents through connections, after hearing that Ronald was going to be making this romantic drama with Paramount. No, this movie can't use newcomers. Ronald waved his hand forcefully, signaling his Julia Taylor to throw all the photos into the box next to him. The male lead's audition hadn't gone well, and Ronald didn't want to go back and cast another newcomer. These kinds of commercial films need stars, it saves everyone trouble. Most importantly, there are marketing costs. Without stars, Paramount and Ronald's own marketing budget could be twice as much as if they had cast a star. So, in some cases, hiring stars is cheaper than not hiring stars. There aren't many shortcuts in this kind of romantic comedy. Unlike Office Girls, which can leverage successful female secretaries, or Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, which can capitalize on word of mouth from middle-aged audiences, this script targets a very broad audience, men and women who yearn for love. Given the ghost story, it's impossible to get the church to endorse it or help with marketing. There are no shortcuts, they have to go all in and get stars, preferably the kind of male stars that female audiences particularly like. What's this? Among a pile of audition photos, one set of material stood out, thick and carefully wrapped in an envelope. Julia Taylor found it intriguing and opened the envelope. Besides a resume and audition photos, there was also a videotape. Take a look. Julia Taylor was intrigued by the fact that an actor could make such a big fuss over a self-recommendation. This at least indicated that the person had a powerful background, able to use connections through their assistant. I'm not interested. Someone like that can't possibly be a star. So it's Godwin's grandson. Julia Taylor had already opened the envelope, and out fell an audition photo of a strange-looking person. His nose and forehead clearly indicated he was an Eastern European Jew. Which Godwin? Ronald took the audition photo from Julia Taylor and flipped it over. On the back was the actor's resume. Tony Goldwyn. Ronald read out his name, then glanced at the resume. Sure enough, he was the grandson of Samuel Goldwyn, the founder of MGM and a Hollywood production mogul, and the son of Samuel Goldwyn Jr., the producer of the previous Academy Awards. Why isn't he inheriting his grandfather's and father's business? What's he doing here, wanting to be the lead actor? Ronald tossed the audition photo into the box. No, Tony Goldwyn, it seems to be the villainous supporting actor he's aiming for. Julia Taylor had already put the videotape into the machine. It showed Tony Goldwyn's self-introduction and clips of many of his previous villainous roles. Alright, let's keep him on for a try. This guy looks really evil. Ronald took his resume out of the trash can and handed it to Taylor. This guy not only looked like a villain, but also had the typical timidity of a boy from a wealthy family. In the movie Ghost, the villain is the male lead's best friend, who covets the protagonist's career and wife, but usually obeys the protagonist's every command. Tony Goldwyn seems like the kind of guy who's a good boy, but given the chance, he'll do something very evil behind the scenes. Yet, right, while there are still some male actors in Hollywood who haven't seen this script yet, let's just change the title to a pseudonym, like Unfinished Love. Ronald sighed, thinking about the male lead. He'd put the male lead aside for now and start auditioning for the female lead. Ronald had scheduled auditions for Nicole Kidman and Demi Moore, whom he thought had the best chances, for the next day. The next morning, Nicole Kidman auditioned first. Her acting wasn't mature enough, having grown up in Australia. Her reactions to certain situations that American girls should have were still a bit unnatural. Very good, Miss Kidman, we'll let you know when we have news. Ronald personally filmed Nicole Kidman's audition scene. Her slightly reddish blonde hair made her facial features appear even more flawless on camera. Although her acting was still lacking, the audience's empathy she conveyed on screen was enough to mask any unnaturalness. More importantly, if Kidman decided to take the role, there would be an opportunity to co-star with Tom Cruise, which would be a significant boost to box office revenue. "Ronald, do you have a chance to talk?" Kidman had come to the audition with her boyfriend, Tom Cruise. After Kidman left, Tom Cruise's head peeked out from behind the door. He wanted to speak with Ronald. Of course, Ronald gestured for the audition director to leave first, then closed the door, and the two sat down for a private chat. "The movie I'm writing is scheduled to start filming before the end of the year, and I'd love to play a couple with Nicole in it. If your movie could be postponed for a while, how about you and your girlfriend film a movie first?" Ronald looked at Tom, who seemed completely infatuated with the Australian girl. He even abandoned his usual practice of dating older women and spent all his time with the younger Kidman. And judging from his intentions, he wanted to personally bring Kidman into Hollywood, co-star in romantic films with her, and use his fame to help her achieve rapid stardom. I didn't know, Ronald. This film is a new attempt for me. You know I have dyslexia, and this film took a lot of effort to make. Okay, I understand. Then you go and shoot your racing movie. I'll have to find other male and female stars, and I'll let you know whether there are any results. Thank you, Ronald. Cruise smiled happily and sweetly. It seemed this girlfriend meant a lot to him. In the afternoon, it was time for the Demi Moore audition. Ronald and Julia Taylor sat in the audition room, each with a cup of coffee, discussing whether to wait for Kidman. If we use Nicole Kidman, then the male lead definitely has to be Tom Cruise. I'm not saying Cruise is bad, but if he plays this role, the whole script might need some revisions. Yes, he's too handsome. For the audience to believe in such a man, someone who would wholeheartedly love a woman and have such an obsession that he wouldn't go to heaven, really needs some build-up and revisions, right? You feel the same way? Actually, I think this script needs an actor who isn't the most conventionally handsome, but has a lot of masculinity, like. Julia Taylor hadn't finished speaking when there was a knock on the audition room door. "Come in. Good afternoon, Ronald." The one who walked in was Demi Moore, who had come for the audition. SHXT, Ronald was surprised and stood up from his chair. He looked at Demi Moore, who had cut her long, shiny black hair short, into a bob. "Are you wearing a wig? Tell me, you're wearing a wig." Ronald jumped from behind the audition table to the front, approaching Demi Moore for a closer look, even pulling on her hair. "Wow. It's real hair." Demi Moore anticipated shocking the audition director and Ronald, but she hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Plus, the pull on her hair hurt a little, so Demi Moore took the opportunity to fall into Ronald's arms, pressing her chest against his. Her two dark eyes looked up at Ronald playfully, making a funny face. Ronald shoved Demi Moore away from him, his eyes wide, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Her hair was indeed cut short, and there was no going back. "Why did you cut your hair short? Why didn't you ask me before you did?" Ronald shook Demi Moore a couple of times, realizing his lapse in composure. He grabbed a chair with a back and pushed it towards Demi, then sat back down in his audition chair. "I just had a feeling it was right. I didn't think too much about it. When I was reading the script, I felt Molly should have short hair." "Okay, with such a big decision, you should consult the director first." Ronald lost interest in continuing the audition. He had Demi Moore take 2 photos and a short monologue, then told her to go home and wait for news. "Ronald, I really want this role. I really want you to guide me. I'm willing to pay any price." Demi Moore persisted, turning back to hug Ronald at the door and whispering in his ear, "Trust me, in a couple of days, you'll find my intuition is right." Really? Ronald didn't know what to say. Was Demi Moore's judgment really correct? He seemed to have grasped something, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. "Let's go home first. I'll think about whether Demi's statement makes sense tonight." Ronald looked at Julia Taylor, gave her some instructions, and prepared to go home. "I think it's perfectly acceptable. Do you remember? Back then, The Graduates, if they were casting according to the script, should have cast Robert Redford, but they ended up finding Dustin Hoffman. If the character of Molly has a short-haired look like Demi Moore's, with a gentle exterior but a strong interior, then the choice of the male lead I was about to mention would have a basis. Even the most testosterone-fueled man would fall for a woman with short hair, gentle yet strong. Female audiences wouldn't have too many doubts about their love story." "Who are you talking about? How about Patrick Schwitz?" Julia Taylor mentions someone Ronald hadn't considered, the male lead from Sex and the Beast, the Irish dance king. Him, is he suitable? Ronald has worked with him before and knows he's the kind of actor bursting with hormones. He could easily pull off that kind of passionate, sizzling dance. But this script has a lot of tenderness and romantic nuances, and it requires some real acting skill. Ronald wasn't sure if Patrick Schwitz could handle the role well outside of his forte, dance, which was why he hadn't initially considered him. Of course he can. I recommended him because I've seen a video of him being interviewed. In that interview, he was reminiscing about his father and cried so hard. Oh, really? You still have that video? Can I see it? Ronald hadn't seen the interview, which was a pleasant surprise. If Patrick's crying scene was convincing, Ronald would have even more confidence in him playing the male lead, Sam. Chapter 1124 Demi Moore with a tear in one eye. Paramount executive Lindsay Dolan, after watching Ronald's audition tapes, also disliked Demi Moore's short hair and preferred Nicole Kidman for the lead role of Molly. Look at those eyes, look at that delicate nose. Male viewers would be mesmerized, wouldn't they? Lindsay Dolan was very satisfied with Kidman's appearance. Should we have them audition for the second round? Ronald had been studying the script at home for the past few days. He realized that Molly's crying scene after Sam's death, and the scene where she and Sam were doing pottery in the basement late at night, were extremely important scenes. He knew Demi Moore's abilities well, but still had doubts about Kidman, so he wanted to have both actresses audition for the crying scene before making a decision. Great! Can I participate? Lindsay Dolan's words clearly showed his strong approval of Ronald's idea. Okay, but I have a small request. Before you've seen either of them perform, please don't say anything biased. Ronald knew that these executives from big companies, despite their high positions and influence, weren't professional when it came to casting, and he was afraid she might say something she shouldn't. Whatever you say, of course. Before the actress's second audition, Ronald had two more important roles to discuss with Lindsay Dolan. Tony Goldwyn? He's quite good. Although he's a Goldwyn, he's passionate about acting. Lindsay Dolan knew the eldest grandson of one of MGM's founders fairly well. He has good judgment. He knows he doesn't have the chance to play the male lead, so the videotapes he submitted were all of him playing the villain, Kel. Ronald never disliked actors with self-awareness. He later had him audition, and even a high-ranking person like Lindsay Dolan couldn't find anything wrong with him. The other role is the medium. Do you have any recommendations? Ronald asked, as he couldn't find a suitable candidate for such a black medium role. Who's on your mind? Who do you want to play this role? Lindsay Dolan rephrased the question. For a director of Ronald's caliber, casting such a supporting role in a comedy was practically a matter of choice. Oprah Winfrey. Ronald had been watching black-led movies at home every day for the past few days, and finally, he found the perfect candidate from Spielberg's The Purple from a few years ago. She was now a talk show host in Chicago, broadcast nationwide via a syndicate. Lindsay Dolan wasn't particularly fond of this woman. She was no longer the young actress Spielberg had once promoted. She was now a top star on a daytime talk show, known for her emotional appeals, but giving it a try wouldn't hurt. Knock knock. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Ronald looked up and saw Patrick Schwitz walking in from behind the door. He was still dressed in a black t-shirt and jeans, a typical cowboy look. Hi, Ronald. Patrick. The two hadn't met often since the spicy dance incident, with Ronald always writing Schwitz huge checks. So, although the offer for the film had reached Patrick Schwitz, he wasn't particularly interested. However, to fund his ranch expansion and horse purchases, he still had to come and talk to Ronald in person. This was the director who'd bring him wealth and status. He couldn't be negligent. Schwitz's wife had specifically instructed him. Patrick. Lindsay Dolan's eyes sparkled. Like all Hollywood female executives. Upon hearing that Schwitz was auditioning, she insisted on canceling all her other commitments to come and dance with a real-life male lead of the spicy dance. Patrick Schwitz was already used to this kind of thing. From initial excitement to later aversion, he now considered it an obligation. As long as so many female viewers bought the spicy dance videotapes every year, he felt obligated to fulfill their dreams. Boom boom, boom boom, Lindsay Dolan started clapping to herself. Ronald, seeing this, knew exactly what she was up to. He simply pulled out a videotape of a sexy dance, fast-forwarded to the final dance scene, and had them dance a bit. Lindsay Dolan's secretary recorded it with a camera, something she could brag about to her grandchildren later. Seeing Schweitz so cooperative, dancing a round of the mambo with her, Lindsay Dolan laughed like a 16-year-old girl. She sat down, constantly saying, "Quick, quick, say one, nobody can leave a baby in the corner." Patrick Schweitz, often asked to repeat this line by housewives at the supermarket, knew exactly how to make them happy. "Oh, God," Ronald covered his face. Lindsay Dolan was completely abusing her power, indulging her own fantasies. Schweitz, however, wore an expression that said it was no problem, satisfying her fans was her duty. Lindsay Dolan, however, seemed displeased with Ronald's facepalm gesture. This shows how popular Schweitz is among our target audience. "You probably don't know how famous he is now," Ronald was puzzled. "Famous? My film, Roadside Bar, and Blood Brothers just came out, and a lot of viewers went to the theater specifically because of me." Patrick Schweitz therefore considered Ronald his closest confidant. After shooting the audition photos and self-introduction video, Schweitz wanted to talk to Ronald. He said, "Ronald, you see, I'm having trouble getting rid of that sexy dance role. What happened to your knee?" Ronald didn't respond. He noticed Schweitz's hand was constantly on his knee. "It's a little memento from filming that action movie. My old knee injury has flared up a bit, and I haven't been able to ride horses very well lately." "Were both action movies?" "Yes, I've always wanted to break free from the image of dance and romance drama leads. Action movies are tough to film, you know what? Breaking a character's established image isn't about playing a different type of lecherous woman, but about starring in a more commercially successful movie." Ronald knew what Schweitz was about to say and interrupted him. Not many actors have a clear understanding of their acting skills and their own image. More often, like Schweitz, they believe they are worlds apart from what the market tells them. But their past success reinforces their omnipotent mentality, always wanting to achieve something they can't possibly achieve with their next film. "You mean, I can take this role?" Patrick Schweitz's prepared refusal was shaken by Ronald's words. Indeed, after playing so many different types of roles, he hadn't made a lasting impression on the audience. Now, the audience still wanted him to say that line from the sexy dance scene. "Don't you think that after making so many action movies, you should make a soul-stirring love story to balance things out?" Ronald pointed to his knees. "Do you really think I'm suitable for this role?" Patrick Schweitz still vividly remembered the treatment he received in Sex Dance. "What if this one was a success too?" "Of course, I'm very confident. In this movie, you're a bank manager. No one will mistake you for a gigolo anymore. People will only remember your love with your wife." Schweitz was delighted by Ronald's words. His agent had repeatedly advised him to do the same, but Ronald was Ronald after all. The same words coming from him carried much more weight. "Come audition in a couple of days. I found two very beautiful actresses to act opposite you. Tell me then which one you have better chemistry with. Is it still Jennifer Grey?" Schweitz remembered the actress who played Baby in Sex Dance. "She won't do. The female lead in this movie needs to be very beautiful." The next day, Nicole Kidman and Demi Moore both came for another audition. Ronald and Patrick Schweitz were waiting in the audition room, along with Tony Goldwyn, who played Carl, the villain and Sam's friend. The three of them filmed a short scene together to see their chemistry. Ronald was a little unhappy with Demi Moore's short haircut, so he called Nicole Kidman to audition as well. She was also happy to have a chance to break into Hollywood without relying on her boyfriend Cruz, and came without telling him. Kidman came first, and the three of them filmed the opening scene where Sam, Molly, and their friend Carl were renovating their new house. Ronald looked at the three of them. Kidman was about an inch taller than Schweitz, but such a height difference was easily compensated for by the magic of the camera lens. At least it was much more convenient than filming with her boyfriend Cruz. Then, Ronald asked the two male actors to leave, leaving only Lindsay Dolan, Julia Taylor, and Kidman. He wanted to test a crying scene. This is the scene where Molly remembers Sam's death at night, sitting alone on the floor, silently crying. "I want to see your understanding of it. It doesn't have to be loud crying, you can decide for yourself." Ronald handed Kidman the relevant pages of the script, giving him ample time to prepare emotionally. Kidman paused for 5 minutes, then slowly entered Molly's psychological state. Kidman sat there, slowly raising her head. She didn't cry, but her expression was clearly pitiful. Ronald, directing the shot himself, saw pure, genuine strength in the image. "Thank you, that's enough." After Kidman left, Ronald discussed the scene with Julia Taylor and Lindsay Dolan. She should play Grace Kelly's role, Julia Taylor, a very experienced casting director, immediately saw that Kidman wasn't a good fit. Molly is a sexy young woman, while Kidman's face, having just lost its baby fat, has an excessively high degree of innocence. To play Molly, Ronald would have to slowly train her. Let's have Schwitz and Goldwyn come in, and then we'll have Demi Moore rehearse with them. Ronald didn't object, but called Demi Moore in. The three lined up again and acted out the opening scene of the three renovating a house. Huh? Ronald, who had originally intended to give Demi Moore a cold shoulder to make her reflect on her actions, suddenly remembered a dream he had once had when he saw the three of them together. In the dream, Schwitz and a short-haired Demi Moore were also demolishing a wall with another actor. This kind of experienced, mature, sexy young woman was actually very suitable for Demi Moore to play. Moreover, her long hair made her look too innocent, while the short hair made her look more convincing as a young woman. Was the short hair your own idea? Ronald looked at Demi Moore, who was wearing a white shirt. I told you you'd love this short-haired me, right? I wasn't wrong, was I? Demi Moore's slightly husky voice gave Ronald a confident look. Lindsay Dolan and Julia Taylor exchanged a glance. There was a strange familiarity in their eyes. Could it be? Okay, I'll try the crying scene. I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare. Ronald was convinced by Demi Moore. She was the kind of actress who knew her body and appearance very well, usually knowing better than the director what kind of role suited her best. No need to prepare. Demi Moore sat down, then slowly raised her head and cried into the camera. A large tear rolled down her right eye, down her chin, and finally onto the floor. Wow, can you control which eye cries first? Julia Taylor was impressed by her superb acting skills. No problem, look at this one, Demi Moore said, switching her face to face the camera, and then, without any preamble, a tear rolled down her left eye. Holy shxt, this was truly unheard of acting. Lindsay Dolan was also very satisfied. She looked at Ronald, needless to say. Ronald looked at Demi Moore, realizing he had forgotten she had this special skill. In romance films, with close-up shots of the female lead, being able to control the timing and duration of her tears is practically a weapon of mass destruction. How many female audience members would be moved to tears by it? Alright, go back and wait for news. Ronald was rarely at a disadvantage. He didn't have the same depth of understanding of the character as the actress, and for a moment, he didn't know how to face his old friend Demi Moore. I will wait. Demi Moore, with her short hair, exuded a sexy yet slightly masculine charm. She stared into Ronald's eyes for a second, catching a hint of unease in them. Confident, she happily walked out. So you think so too, right? Of course, who else better? Lindsay Dolan had long forgotten Ronald's advice not to express his opinion. Ronald, don't hesitate, this time you are. Julia Taylor mouthed the words naturally. She meant that Demi Moore was a natural actress, having honed her skills from a young age in her family life. This was all a piece of cake for her. Don't hesitate and miss out on this perfect candidate. Demi Moore saw this as she opened the door. She carefully closed it, walked quickly to the parking lot, and only after getting into the driver's seat did she excitedly shout, "Yes! Yes! I finally waited for this." Ronald had made so many actresses famous. Finally, it was her turn. She still needed to appease her husband, Bruce Willis, before he realized how huge this opportunity was for her. Okay, I'll go call Tom. Ronald approved of their choice and got up to call Tom Cruise. Tom, Nicole just left. Yes, producer Lindsay Dolan saw her audition and was very satisfied with her performance. For your racing film, casting her as the main choice shouldn't be a problem. After hanging up, Ronald returned to continue discussing the role of the medium with the two ladies. Oprah Winfrey didn't come to the audition. She was tied up with a daily broadcast of the Oprah Winfrey Show. However, she specially sent her assistant by plane to deliver a videotape of herself to Ronald. Sigh, why has she gotten so fat? Ronald saw Oprah Winfrey on TV. She looked completely different from the striking male actor in the purple outfit. Perhaps it was a genetic trait, but Oprah Winfrey now exuded a very approachable charm. How about we find a real medium? There are plenty of women like that in Hollywood, and many actresses are also believers. See how they perform? Actually, I discussed it with the screenwriter. This character would be better suited as a con artist, not a real medium. That would have more comedic effect. Ronald was skeptical when Lindsay Dolan suggested a real medium. Let's see. There aren't many black actresses like that these days, Julia Taylor chimed in. Okay, let's see. Chapter 1125 Spiritual Medium Prophecy and Pottery Training Course. Thank you, Ms. Sophia Brown, for your generous sharing. Sitting opposite Ronald was a middle-aged white woman, brought in by Paramount executive Lindsay Dolan. She was a psychic, or medium, who is currently very popular in Hollywood and America. This woman was riding high lately, having appeared on Larry King's talk show several times, and many Hollywood actresses had asked her for advice on which movies to choose. However, Ronald didn't believe her at all. Ms. Brown claimed she could see heaven, just 6 inches above people's heads, difficult to detect due to different vibrational frequencies, and that the temperature there was a constant 25.6 degrees Celsius, and so on. She was like Joan Quigley, the astrologer trusted by the former First Lady, exploiting the intellectual deficiencies of celebrities, spouting nonsense, and exploiting their fear of losing their current social status to gain money and fame. Besides her, Ronald also auditioned for an Australian psychic, Penny Pierce. This one was more sophisticated. She didn't mention being a psychic at all, instead packaging her services as a modern form of pseudoscience. She claimed to be a researcher of intuitive visualization science, providing consultation and guidance to several Australian stars working in Hollywood. So, what do you think of them? Lindsay Dolan was also skeptical of these psychics. If Ronald didn't find any suitable, she could recommend more. Forget it, they all have one serious problem. They all exhibit nervousness common to amateur actors in front of the camera. Ronald shook his head, picking up the book by Dorothy Stokes, Hollywood's greatest psychic who had passed away 2 years prior. The book clearly revealed that so-called psychic abilities, in most cases, either involve prior background research, interviewing relatives and friends to obtain extensive information about the subject's personal life and gain their trust, or a more advanced psychological technique called cold reading. This method is similar to Sherlock Holmes's observational skills, but not as magical. They can also manipulate people verbally to get them to reveal their personal circumstances. I understand what these people have in common. They all have a magical ability to feign confidence. They deceive themselves first, believing they have psychic abilities, and then they deceive others. So when their deception fails, they fall into a huge panic. This kind of character's background can create a great comedic structure in the film. And, you understand, we need a black actress. Ronald felt there were too many white actors in the film, and the quota for minorities was insufficient. I understand, a black actress, comedic ability. Lindsay Dolan nodded in agreement, but she still lingered, reluctant to leave. Patrick will be here later. Is there anything else you need to discuss with him? Ronald knew that this female executive was infatuated again, wanting to discuss the art of acting with her idol, Schweitz. Oh, Ronald, what are you saying? Lindsay Dolan actually seemed a little shy. You finish your business with him first. I have some contractual matters to discuss with him. Just then, Patrick Schweitz walked in, saw the shy Lindsay Dolan glance at him a few times, and then ran out, wondering what had happened. We're discussing the casting for that psychic. Ronald smiled and explained the background. We need a black actress, with comedic talent. Preferably with distinctive features. You know what? I happen to have someone I'd like to recommend to you. Whoopi Goldberg. Her. Ronald frowned. He wasn't unfamiliar with the actress, but he had initially excluded her from the audition list. Like Oprah Winfrey, she had also played a female role in Spielberg's film The Color Purple. However, Ronald's agent, Nisita, warned that the actress had a serious drug addiction problem. Her first husband was a therapist with drug addiction, but she divorced him in the early 1980s. After that, she was frequently found to have problems with this matter, and her promising acting career was interrupted as a result. She's really good at acting, you know? Whoopi used to be an acting coach for many actors. In 1985, her performance on Broadway was amazing. And at that time, her stand-up comedy show based on Broadway drama reviews, Whoopi Goldberg, also got a broadcast contract with HBO. It seems you like her a lot. Ronald sensed that Schweitz was strongly promoting this actor. Without her, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to play the lead role in the musical Grease on Broadway, nor would I have had the opportunity to come to Hollywood. In a way, this black comedian was Parker Rick Schweitz's benefactor. His support directly led to him being chosen by Grease to play the role played by John Travolta in the film version. I'm still worried about her drug problems. Ronald heard that this person, who often got too excited on set, didn't know what scenes she would be acting in. Whoopi Goldberg's improvisational skills were remarkable, largely due to her drug abuse, which made it impossible for her to memorize lines. I can personally guarantee her that she'll remain sober during the filming of this movie. Oh? You're going to? Well, I believe you, but she still needs to audition. The Paramount executives also need to be convinced. When Ronald heard Park say he was putting his personal reputation on the line as a guarantee, it seemed he would definitely have someone keep an eye on Whoopi Goldberg this time, and also give his former mentor a boost. No problem, I'll send her to the rehab center right now, and I'll cover all the expenses. Hollywood in the 1980s was rife with drugs, and these high-end rehab centers had a knack for keeping actors clean for short periods. Okay, Patrick Schwitz was delighted. You won't be disappointed, Ronald. I also value this script highly. When do you have me take pottery lessons? Pottery? You won't learn, and I've forbidden you from touching any pottery before filming, Ronald thought to himself, wondering how Schwitz had found out he was going to arrange pottery lessons for Demi Moore. He assumed Schwitz would also be taking them and had come to express his efforts about it. What? You won't let me learn? How am I supposed to act? I saw there's a major pottery scene in the script. Patrick Schwitz wanted to create another classic character under Ronald's direction, and he was making a fuss about not being allowed to prepare properly. Do you remember Jennifer Grey in Spicy Dance? I forbade her from participating in any dance training beforehand, right, huh? Schwitz thought about it. Indeed, that was true. This directly led to problems during filming. Jennifer Grey's dance background was poor, and when he tried to teach her, she couldn't learn, causing a lot of friction during filming. You need to maintain a hunger for pottery. That scene is Molly leading Sam to do something he's not good at? All the love and conflict need to be expressed in this scene. So your lack of pottery skills is just as important as Demi Moore becoming a pottery expert before filming. Before filming, I forbid you from attending any pottery classes or accessing any pottery materials. Okay, Patrick Schwitz was surprised to hear that his lack of pottery skills was so crucial. His successful experience with a hot dance made him unconditionally trust Ronald, and he immediately agreed. Ronald and Lindsay Dolan discussed protective measures for Whoopi Goldberg. If her audition was satisfactory, the contracts would stipulate in detail that if filming was delayed due to drug-related issues, her pay would be deducted according to the agreed-upon percentage. After several such incidents, the studio reserved the right to replace her and claim damages for any economic losses incurred. This way, they could close all the loopholes and protect both the actress and the project. Lindsay Dolan jotted down Ronald's demands in her notebook. Paramount's legal team was adept at handling these matters, and she needed to make the most of her time to talk to Schwitz. This time, her secretary even brought a video camera. Notify me immediately when Demi arrives, Ronald instructed his assistant, the chubby Lake, before calling Diane to arrange dinner. Ronald, have you found a training instructor? Demi Moore burst into the office, calling out to Ronald, who was still on the phone. I'm going to accompany Demi to meet her pottery teacher. I'll talk to you again tonight. Ronald hung up and looked at Demi Moore. Today, she was wearing a very tacky black sequin pantsuit with an oversized white shirt and 2 large earrings. This style was from 10 years ago. Ronald wondered to himself, when he took photos of Demi years ago, she was dressed similarly. Was this intentional? I found a very good sculptor to be your pottery instructor. She's also an actress and knows how to teach you pottery from the performance perspective, so that experts can't see through it, and laymen will think it's very professional. I can't wait. Demi Moore was extremely career-driven. At home, she was treated like a housewife by her husband, Bruce Willis. She was eagerly waiting to unleash her passion in this film directed by Ronald. She grabbed Ronald's arm and got into his car. The car quickly arrived at a house at the foot of Beverly Hills. Ronald rang the doorbell, but no one answered. He shouted, "Die! Die!" The faint noise of a grinder coming from inside suddenly stopped, and the lady of the house came out to open the door. Ronald, long time no see. The pottery teacher Ronald found for Demi Moore was Di Young, who played the second female lead in his debut film as an assistant, Rock High. Di Young is now primarily a sculptor, only occasionally appearing in supporting roles in films and television. A few years ago, she helped Ronald make several wooden figurines as props for Kim Carderall, the lively female lead in the film. This time, Ronald asked her again, and Di Young readily agreed. However, her old friend was now filming a new romantic comedy. She made a request. She hoped to have a cameo role as a supporting actress, even as an extra. Ronald knew that every actress wanted fame, and someone like Di Young certainly had some ambitions. If she were to return to film, she would definitely want to appear in a big-budget production to announce her return to Hollywood. Therefore, Ronald agreed to give her a cameo role in an office, with several scenes opposite Schwitz, who played the male lead. This energized Yang, and she set up 2 pottery turntables, gesturing for Demi Moore to come forward. "You too, Ronald." Demi Moore put on an oversized apron and rolled up the sleeves of her white shirt. From the side and behind, Ronald had the illusion that she was wearing that apron. Why do I have to come too? You need to learn pottery too, otherwise how will you know how to take sexy pictures of me?" Demi Moore winked at him and then asked Yang to teach her how to make pottery. "It's simple. Here's clay. Add water, adjust the moisture level, and you just put the clay on the turntable, press this button, and shape it with your hands." Yang selected a lump of clay for Demi Moore and turned on the power switch. Squeak, the turntable spun, and Demi Moore placed her hands on either side of the clay, gently guiding it, hoping to make a bowl. However, she struggled to control the pressure when shaping the clay. She applied too much force, and the bowl became increasingly thin, turning into a vertical clay stick, somewhat resembling a long-necked vase. "Oh no, it's ruined," Demi Moore cried out. Yang quickly turned off the power, thinking something had happened. It's nothing, I'm just a little disappointed, I used too much force." Demi Moore turned to explain to Yang, her hands unconsciously squeezing the space inside the vase until it was solid. Demi Moore felt something was wrong with her hands, turned around, and suddenly burst into laughter. She glanced at Ronald, her laughter uncontrollable, causing her to slip and fall to the ground. "What's wrong?" Ronald looked utterly bewildered. Yang stared at the shape of the pile of clay left on the tray. "Look, doesn't it look like a man?" Demi Moore, still sitting on the floor laughing, deliberately glanced at Ronald a few times. How can you use so much force with clay? Be careful you don't ruin it." Ronald found it amusing and stepped forward to demonstrate for Demi. Unexpectedly, Demi Moore had already stood up before him and reached her hands into the pile of clay. By sheer coincidence, her hands ended up covering Ronald's hands. Ronald felt an electric shock in his hands, and the gentle touch of Demi's hands, along with the distinctive scent of her perfume, awakened past memories. They exchanged a glance, both stunned for a moment, then Demi's hands pressed firmly against the backs of Ronald's hands. Click, Yang picked up a single camera and took a picture. "Don't take the picture," Ronald and Demi cried out simultaneously, then separated, their hands covered in clay. Click, Yang took another picture. This was a record of the director's burst of inspiration, which could later be used as promotional material for the film. She flicked the photos, and soon both images developed. "This one is more suitable. I'll have the photographer retake it." Ronald picked out the second photo of the two separated, then put the first one, showing their hands clasped together, into his pocket. "Get me some materials and a spinning wheel, I'll practice at home." Ronald felt this kind of practice did help him find inspiration. But he couldn't keep playing games with Demi. Demi Moore, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling, looked at Ronald with a hint of disdain, thinking he was too timid. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, a bit of clay stuck to it, and her hand, not being nimble enough, smeared lipstick on it. Demi then deliberately licked the lipstick off with her tongue. "I'll get you the tools and clay, and the teaching materials, which I wrote myself." Yang realized the situation was getting out of control and quickly took a set of teaching materials and tools from the cabinet, handed them to Ronald, and saw him out. "Ronald, be careful. What happened here today will remain in my studio." Yang and Ronald were good friends since their early days, and she genuinely cared about him. It was fine if she took the photos herself, but it would be troublesome if gossip reporters did. "Thank you," Ronald said earnestly, taking out the photo and burning it with a lighter. "By the way, I have another romance drama in pre-production. It has a lot of more fashionable female characters, much more interesting than the office secretary in this one, but they're villains. Are you interested?" "What about the roles and lines?" Yang knew Ronald was trying to bribe her. "Much more lines than this one, close-ups. The loyal fans of Rock High will recognize you and be happy for your return. I'll have my agent contact you." Yang patted Ronald on the shoulder, telling him to be careful. Back at the hotel that evening, Ronald plugged in the turntable, then prepared the clay according to the instructions and began practicing his first creation, a bowl. "What are you making?" Diane asked, intrigued. "Come on, let's make one together. It's a scene from a movie. You try it." Ronald let Diane nestle into his arms, then wrapped his hands around hers and gently began to squeeze the bowl. Oops, too hard, it broke. Diane was having a lot of fun. She felt Ronald was being very loving today. This scene is so romantic. Diane turned back for a kiss. I'll revise it a bit, improve this love scene between the male and female leads. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.